Introductory Remarks of Studies on the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock ELLIS. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tim Ferreira. Introductory Remarks. General Preface. The origin of these studies date from many years back. As a youth I was faced, as are others, by the problem of sex. Living partly in an Australian city where the ways of life were plainly seen, partly in the solitude of the bush, I was free both to contemplate and to meditate many things. A resolve slowly grew up within me. One main part of my life work should be to make clear the problems of sex. That was more than 20 years ago. Since then I can honestly say that in all that I have done that resolve has never been far from my thoughts. I have always been slowly working up to this central problem, and in a book published some 3 years ago, Man and Woman, A Study of Human Secondary Sexual Characters, I put forward what was, in my own eyes, an introduction to the study of the primary questions of sexual psychology. Now that I have at length reached the time for beginning to publish my results, these results scarcely seem to me large. As a youth I had hoped to settle problems for those who came after. Now I am quietly content if I do little more than state them. For even that, I now think, is much. It is at least the half of knowledge. In this particular field, the evil of ignorance is magnified by our efforts to suppress that which never can be suppressed, though in the effort of suppression it may become perverted. I have at least tried to find out what are the facts, among normal people as well as among abnormal people, for, while it seems to me that the physician's training is necessary in order to ascertain the facts, the physician for the most part only obtains the abnormal facts, which alone bring little light. I have tried to get at the facts, and, having got at the facts, to look at them simply and squarely in the face. If I cannot perhaps turn the lock myself, I bring the key which can alone in the end rightly open the door, the key of sincerity. That is my one panacea, sincerity. I know that many of my friends, people on whose side I, too, am to be found, retort with another word, reticence. It is a mistake, they say, to try to uncover these things. Leave the sexual instincts alone, to grow up and develop in the shy solitude they love, and they will be sure to grow up and develop wholesomely. But, as a matter of fact, that is precisely what we cannot and will not ever allow them to do. There are very few middle-aged men and women who can clearly recall the facts of their lives and tell you in all honesty that their sexual instincts have developed easily and wholesomely throughout. And it should not be difficult to see why this is so. Let my friends try to transfer their feelings and theories from the reproductive region to, let us say, the nutritive region, the only other which can be compared to it for importance. Suppose that eating and drinking was never spoken of openly, save in veiled or poetic language, and that no one ever ate food publicly, because it was considered immoral and immodest to reveal the mysteries of this natural function. We know what would occur. A considerable proportion of the community, more especially the more youthful members, possessed by an instinctive and legitimate curiosity, would concentrate their thoughts on the subject. They would have so many problems to puzzle over. How often ought I to eat? What ought I to eat? Is it wrong to eat fruit which I like? Ought I to eat grass which I don't like? Instinct notwithstanding, we may be quite sure that only a small minority would succeed in eating reasonably and wholesomely. The sexual secrecy of life is even more disastrous than such a nutritive secrecy would be, partly because we expend such a wealth of moral energy in directing or misdirecting it, partly because the sexual impulse normally develops at the same time as the intellectual impulse, not in the early years of life, when wholesome instinctive habits might be formed. And there is always some ignorant and foolish friend who is prepared still further to muddle things. Eat a meal every other day. Eat 12 meals a day. Never eat fruit. Always eat grass. The advice emphatically given in sexual matters is usually not less absurd than this. When, however, the matter is fully open, the problems of food are not indeed wholly solved, but everyone is enabled by the experience of his fellows to reach some sort of situation suited to his own case. And when the rigid secrecy is once swept away, a sane and natural reticence becomes for the first time possible. This secrecy has not always been maintained. When the Catholic Church was at the summit of its power and influence, it fully realized the magnitude of sexual problems, and took an active and inquiring interest in all the details of normal and abnormal sexuality. Even to the present time there are certain phenomena of the sexual life which have scarcely been accurately described except in ancient theological treatises. As the type of such treatises, I will mention the great tome of Sanchez, De Matrimonio. Here you will find the whole sexual life of men and women analyzed in its relationships to sin. Everything is set forth, as clearly and as concisely as it can be, without morbid prudery on the one hand or morbid sentimentality on the other, in the coldest scientific language. The right course of action is pointed out for all the cases that may occur, and we are told what is lawful, what a venial sin, what a mortal sin. Now I do not consider that sexual matters concern the theologian alone, and I deny altogether that he is competent to deal with them. In his hands also, undoubtedly, they sometimes become prurient, as they can scarcely fail to become on the non-natural and unwholesome basis of asceticism, and as they with difficulty become in the open-air light of science. But we are bound to recognize the thoroughness with which the Catholic theologians dealt with these matters, and, from their own point of view, indeed, the entire reasonableness. We are bound to recognize the admirable spirit in which, successfully or not, they sought to approach them. We need today the same spirit and temper applied from a different standpoint. These things concern everyone. The study of these things concern the physiologist, the psychologist, the moralist. We want to get into possession of the actual facts, and from the investigation of the facts we want to ascertain what is normal and what is abnormal, from the point of view of physiology and of psychology. We want to know what is naturally lawful under the various sexual chances that may befall man, not as the born child of sin, but as a naturally social animal. What is a venial sin against nature? What a mortal sin against nature? The answers are less easy to reach than the theologians' answers generally were, but we can at least put ourselves in the right attitude. We may succeed in asking that question which is sometimes even more than the half of knowledge. It is perhaps a mistake to show so plainly at the outset that I approach what may seem only a psychological question not without moral fervor. But I do not wish any mistake to be made. I regard sex as the central problem of life. And now that the problem of religion has practically been settled, and that the problem of labor has at least been placed on a practical foundation, the question of sex, with the racial questions that rest on it, stands before the coming generations as the chief problem for solution. Sex lies at the root of life, and we can never learn to reverence life until we know how to understand sex. So, at least, it seems to me. Having said so much, I will try to present such results as I have to record in that cold and dry light through which alone the goal of knowledge may truly be seen. Havelock Ellis, July 1897. Preface to the Third Edition. The first edition of this volume was published in 1899, following Sexual Inversion, which now forms Volume 2. The second edition, issued by the present publishers and substantially identical with the first edition, appeared in the following year. 10 years have elapsed since then, and this new edition will be found to reflect the course of that long interval. Not only is the volume greatly enlarged, but nearly every page has been partially rewritten. This is mainly due to 3 causes. Much new literature required to be taken into account, my own knowledge of the historical and ethnographic aspects of the sexual impulse has increased, many fresh illustrative cases of a valuable and instructive character have accumulated in my hands. It is to these 3 sources of improvement that the book owes its greatly revised and enlarged condition, and not to the need for modifying any of its essential conclusions. These, far from undergoing any change, have by the new material been greatly strengthened. It may be added that the general preface to the whole work, which was originally published in 1898 at the beginning of Sexual Inversion, now finds its proper place at the outset of the present volume. Havelock Ellis, Carbis Bay, Cornwall, England. Preface to the First Edition. The present volume contains 3 studies which seem to me to be necessary prolegomena to that analysis of the sexual instinct which must form the chief part of an investigation into the psychology of sex. The first sketches the main outlines of a complex emotional state, which is of fundamental importance in sexual psychology. The second, by bringing together evidence from widely different regions, suggests a tentative explanation of facts that are still imperfectly known. The third attempts to show that even in fields where we assume our knowledge to be adequate, a broader view of the phenomena teaches us to suspend judgment and to adopt a more cautious attitude. So far as they go, these studies are complete in themselves. Their special use, as an introduction to a more comprehensive analysis of sexual phenomena, is that they bring before us, under varying aspects, a characteristic which, though often ignored, is of the first importance in obtaining a clear understanding of the facts. the tendency of the sexual impulse to appear in a spontaneous and to some extent periodic manner, affecting women differently from men. This is a tendency which, later, I hope to make still more apparent, for it has practical and social, as well as psychological, implications. Here, and more especially in the study of those spontaneous solitary manifestations which I call autoerotic, I have attempted to clear the ground, and to indicate the main lines along which the progress of our knowledge in these fields may best be attained. It may surprise many medical readers that in the third and longest study I have said little, save incidentally, either of treatment or prevention. The omission of such considerations at this stage is intentional. It may safely be said that in no other field of human activity is so vast an amount of strenuous didactic morality founded on so slender a basis of facts. In most other departments of life we at least make a pretense of learning before we presume to teach. In the field of sex we content ourselves with the smallest and vaguest minimum of information, often ostentatiously second-hand, usually unreliable. I wish to emphasize the fact that before we can safely talk either of curing or preventing these manifestations, we must know a great deal more than we know at present regarding their distribution, etiology, and symptomatology, and we must exercise the same coolness and caution as, if our work is to be fruitful, we require in any other field of serious study. We must approach these facts as physicians, it is true, but also as psychologists, primarily concerned to find out the workings of such manifestations in fairly healthy and normal people. If we found a divorce court judge writing a treatise on marriage, we should smile. But it is equally absurd for the physician, so long as his knowledge is confined to disease, to write regarding sex at large. Valuable as the facts he brings forward may be, he can never be in a position to generalize concerning them. And to me, at all events, it seems that we have more than enough pictures of gross sexual perversity, whether furnished by the asylum or the brothel. They are only really instructive when they are seen in their proper perspective as the rare and ultimate extremes of a chain of phenomena which we may more profitably study nearer home. Yet, although we are on every hand surrounded by the normal manifestations of sex, conscious or unconscious, these manifestations are extremely difficult to observe, and, in those cases in which we are best able to observe them, it frequently happens that we are unable to make any use of our knowledge. Moreover, even when we have obtained our data, the difficulties, at all events for an English investigator, are by no means overcome. He may take for granted that any serious and precise study of the sexual instinct will not meet with general approval. His work will be misunderstood. His motives will be called in question. Among those for whom he is chiefly working he will find indifference. Indeed, the pioneer in this field may well count himself happy if he meets with nothing worse than indifference. Hence it is that the present volume will not be published in England, but that, availing myself of the generous sympathy with which my work has been received in America, I have sought the wider medical and scientific audience of the United States. In matters of faith, liberty of prophesying was centuries since eloquently vindicated for Englishmen. The liberty of investigating facts is still called in question, under one pretense or another, and to seek out the most vital facts of life is still in England a perilous task. I desire most heartily to thank the numerous friends and correspondents, some living in remote parts of the world, who have freely assisted me in my work with valuable information and personal histories. To Mr. F. H. Perry Coste, I owe an appendix which is by far the most elaborate attempt yet made to find evidence of periodicity in the spontaneous sexual manifestations of sleep. My debts to various medical and other correspondents are duly stated in the text. To many women friends and correspondents, I may here express my gratitude for the manner in which they have furnished me with intimate personal records, and for the cross-examination to which they have allowed me to subject them. I may already say here, what I shall have occasion to say more emphatically in subsequent volumes, that without the assistance I have received from women of fine intelligence and high character, my work would be impossible. I regret that I cannot make my thanks more specific. Havelock Ellis. End of introductory remarks.
The Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 1 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock Ellis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 1. Modesty, which may be provisionally defined as an almost instinctive fear, prompting to concealment and usually centering around the sexual processes, while common to both sexes, is more peculiarly feminine, so that it may almost be regarded as the chief secondary sexual character of women on the psychical side. The woman who is lacking in this kind of fear is lacking, also, in sexual attractiveness to the normal and average man. The apparent exceptions seem to prove the rule, for it will generally be found that women who are not immodest, for immodesty is more closely related to modesty than mere negative absence of the sense of modesty, but without that fear, which implies the presence of a complex emotional feminine organization to defend, only make a strong sexual appeal to men who are themselves lacking in the complementary masculine qualities. As a psychical secondary sexual character of the first rank, it is necessary, before any psychology of sex can be arranged in order, to obtain a clear view of modesty. The immense importance of feminine modesty in creating masculine passion must be fairly obvious. I may, however, quote the observations of two writers who have shown evidence of insight and knowledge regarding this matter. Casanova describes how, when at Bern, he went to the baths, and was, according to custom, attended by a young girl, whom he selected from a group of bath attendants. She undressed him, proceeded to undress herself, and then entered the bath with him, and rubbed him thoroughly all over, the operation being performed in the most serious manner and without a word being spoken. When all was over, however, he perceived that the girl had expected him to make advances, and he proceeds to describe and discuss his own feelings of indifference under such circumstances. Though without gazing on the girl's figure, I had seen enough to recognize that she had all that a man can desire to find in a woman: a beautiful face, lively and well-formed eyes, a beautiful mouth with good teeth, a healthy complexion, well-developed breasts, and everything in harmony. It is true that I had felt that her hands could have been smoother, but I can only attribute this to hard work. Moreover, my Swiss girl was only 18, and yet I remained entirely cold. What was the cause of this? That was the question that I asked myself. It is clear, wrote Stendhal, that 3 parts of modesty are taught. This is, perhaps, the only law born of civilization which produces nothing but happiness. It has been observed that birds of prey hide themselves to drink, because, being obliged to plunge their heads in the water, they are at that moment defenseless. After having considered what passes at Otaheite, I can see no other natural foundation for modesty. Love is the miracle of civilization. Among savage and very barbarous races, we find nothing but physical love of a gross character. It is modesty that gives to love the aid of imagination, and in so doing imparts life to it. Modesty is very early taught to little girls by their mothers, and with extreme jealousy, one might say by esprit de corps. They are watching in advance over the happiness of the future lover. To a timid and tender woman, there ought to be no greater torture than to allow herself in the presence of a man something which she thinks she ought to blush at. I am convinced that a proud woman would prefer 1,000 deaths. A slight liberty taken on the tender side, by the man she loves, gives a woman a moment of keen pleasure, but if he has the air of blaming her for it, or only of not enjoying it with transport, an awful doubt must be left in her mind. For a woman above the vulgar level there is, then, everything to gain by very reserved manners. The play is not equal. She hazards against a slight pleasure, or against the advantage of appearing a little amiable, the danger of biting remorse, and a feeling of shame which must render even the lover less dear. An evening passed gaily and thoughtlessly, without thinking of what comes after, is dearly paid at this price. The sight of a lover with whom one fears that one has had this kind of wrong must become odious for several days. Can one be surprised at the force of a habit, the slightest infractions of which are punished with such atrocious shame? As to the utility of modesty, it is the mother of love. As to the mechanism of the feeling, nothing is simpler. The mind is absorbed in feeling shame instead of being occupied with desire. Desires are forbidden, and desires lead to actions. It is evident that every tender and proud woman, and these two things, being cause and effect, naturally go together, must contract habits of coldness, which the people whom she disconcerts call prudery. The power of modesty is so great that a tender woman betrays herself with her lover rather by deeds than by words. The evil of modesty is that it constantly leads to falsehood. It thus happens that, as Adler remarks, the sexual impulse in women is fettered by an inhibition which has to be conquered. A thin veil of reticence, shyness, and anxiety is constantly cast anew over a woman's love, and her wooer, in every act of courtship, has the enjoyment of conquering afresh an oft-won woman. An interesting testimony to the part played by modesty in affecting the union of sexes is furnished by the fact, to which attention has often been called, that the sexual modesty of women usually tends to diminish, though not to disappear, with the complete gratification of the sexual impulses. This may be noted among savage as well as among civilized women. The comparatively evanescent character of modesty has led to the argument that modesty, pudore, is possessed by women alone, men exhibiting instead a sense of decency which remains at about the same level of persistency throughout life. Viazzi, on the contrary, following Sergi, argues that men are, throughout, more modest than women, but the point he brings forward, though often just, scarcely justify his conclusion. While the young virgin, however, is more modest and shy than the young man of the same age, the experienced married woman is usually less so than her husband, and in a woman who is a mother, the shy reticences of virginal modesty would be rightly felt to be ridiculous. She has put off a sexual livery that has no longer any important part to play in life, and would, indeed, be inconvenient and harmful, just as a bird loses its sexual plumage when the pairing season is over. Madame Céline Renous, in an elaborate study of the psychological sexual differences between men and women, also believes that modesty is not really a feminine characteristic. Modesty, she argues, is masculine shame attributed to women for two reasons. First, because man believes that woman is subject to the same laws as himself. Secondly, because the course of human evolution has reversed the psychology of the sexes, attributing to women the psychological results of masculine sexuality. This is the origin of the conventional lies which by a sort of social suggestion have intimidated women. They have, in appearance at least, accepted the rule of shame imposed on them by men, but only custom inspires the modesty for which they are praised. It really is an outrage to their sex. This reversal of psychological laws has, however, only been accepted by women with a struggle. Primitive woman, proud of her womanhood, for a long time defended her nakedness which ancient art has always represented. And in the actual life of the young girl today there is a moment when, by a secret atavism, she feels the pride of her sex, the intuition of her moral superiority, and cannot understand why she must hide its cause. At this moment, wavering between the laws of nature and social conventions, she scarcely knows if nakedness should or should not affright her. A sort of confused atavistic memory recalls to her a period before clothing was known, and reveals to her as a paradisiacal ideal the customs of that human epoch. In support of this view, the authoress proceeds to point out that the décolleté constantly reappears in feminine clothing, never in male, that missionaries experience great difficulty in persuading women to cover themselves, that, while women accept with facility an examination by male doctors, men cannot force themselves to accept examination by a woman doctor, etc. It cannot be said that Madame Renouz's arguments will all bear examination, if only on the grounds that nakedness by no means involves absence of modesty, but the point of view which she expresses is one which usually fails to gain recognition, though it probably contains an important element of truth. It is quite true, as Stendhal said, that modesty is very largely taught. From the earliest years, a girl child is trained to show a modesty which she quickly begins really to feel. This fact cannot fail to strike anyone who reads the histories of pseudo-hermaphroditic persons, really males, who have from infancy been brought up in the belief that they are girls, and who show and feel all the striking reticence and blushing modesty of their supposed sex. But when the error is discovered and they are restored to their proper sex, this is quickly changed, and they exhibit all the boldness of masculinity. At the same time, this is only one thread in the tangled skein with which we are here concerned. The mass of facts which meets us when we turn to the study of modesty in women cannot be dismissed as a group of artificially imposed customs. They gain rather than lose in importance if we have to recognize that the organic sexual demands of women, calling for coyness in courtship, lead to the temporary suppression of another feminine instinct of opposite, though doubtless allied, nature. But these somewhat conflicting, though not really contradictory statements, serve to bring out the fact that a woman's modesty is often an incalculable element. The woman who, under some circumstances and at some times, is extreme in her reticences, under other circumstances or at other times, may be extreme in her abandonment. Not that her modesty is an artificial garment, which she throws off or on at will. It is organic, but like the snail's shell, it sometimes forms an impenetrable covering, and sometimes glides off almost altogether. A man's modesty is more rigid, with little tendency to deviate toward either extreme. Thus it is that, when uninstructed, a man is apt to be impatient with a woman's reticences, and yet shocked at her abandonments. The significance of our inquiry becomes greater when we reflect that to the reticences of sexual modesty, in their progression, expansion, and complication, we largely owe, not only the refinement and development of the sexual emotions, la pudeur, as Guial remarked, a civiliser l'amour, but the subtle and pervading part which the sexual instinct has played in the evolution of all human culture. It is certain that very much of what is best in religion, art, and life, remark Stanley Hall and Allen, owes its charm to the progressively widening irradiation of sexual feeling. Perhaps the reluctance of the female first long-circuited the exquisite sensations connected with sexual organs and acts to the antics of animal and human courtship, while restraint had the physiological function of developing the colors, plumes, excessive activity, and exuberant life of the pairing season. To keep certain parts of the body covered irradiated the sense of beauty to eyes, hair, face, complexion, dress, form, etc., while many savage dances, costumes, and postures are irradiations of the sexual act. Thus reticence, concealment, and restraint are among the prime conditions of religion and human culture. Groos attributes the deepening of the conjugal relation among birds to the circumstance that the male seeks to overcome the reticence of the female by the display of his charms and abilities. And in the human world, he continues, it is the same, without the modest reserve of the woman that must, in most cases, be overcome by lovable qualities. The sexual relationship would, with difficulty, find a singer who would extol in love the highest movements of the human soul. I have not, however, been able to find that the subject of modesty has been treated in any comprehensive way by psychologists. Though valuable facts and suggestions bearing on the sexual emotions, on disgust, the origins of tattooing, on ornament and clothing, have been brought forward by physiologists, psychologists, and ethnographists, few or no attempts appear to have been made to reach a general synthetic statement of these facts and suggestions. It is true that a great many unreliable, slight, and fragmentary efforts have been made to ascertain the constitution or basis of this emotion. Many psychologists have regarded modesty simply as the result of clothing. This view is overturned by the well-ascertained fact that many races which go absolutely naked possess a highly developed sense of modesty. These writers have not realized that physiological modesty is earlier in appearance and more fundamental than anatomical modesty. A partial contribution to the analysis of modesty has been made by Professor James, who, with his usual insight and lucidity, has set forth certain of these characteristics, especially the element due to the application to ourselves of judgments primarily passed upon our mates. Guyau, in a very brief discussion of modesty, realized its great significance and touched on most of its chief elements. Westermarck, again, followed by Gross, has very ably and convincingly set forth certain factors in the origin of ornament and clothing, a subject which many writers imagine to cover the whole field of modesty. More recently, Ribot, in his work on the emotions, has vaguely outlined most of the factors of modesty, but has not developed a coherent view of their origins and relationships. Since the present study first appeared, Hohenemesser, who considers that my analysis of modesty is unsatisfactory, has made a notable attempt to define the psychological mechanism of shame. He regards shame as a general psychophysical phenomenon, a definite tension of the whole soul, with an emotion superadded. The state of shame consists in a certain psychic lameness or inhibition, sometimes accompanied by physical phenomena of paralysis, such as sinking the head and inability to meet the eye. It is a special case of lip psychic stasis or damming up, psychica stauung, always produced when the psychic activities are at the same time drawn in two or more different directions. In shame there is always something present in consciousness which conflicts with the rest of the personality, and cannot be brought into harmony with it, which cannot be brought, that is, into moral, not logical, relationship with it. A young man in love with a girl is ashamed when told that he is in love, because his reverence for one whom he regards as a higher being cannot be brought into relationship with his own lower personality. A child in the same way feels shame in approaching a big grown-up person who seems a higher sort of being. Sometimes, likewise, we feel shame in approaching a stranger, for a new person tends to seem higher and more interesting than ourselves. It is not so in approaching a new natural phenomenon, because we do not compare it with ourselves. Another kind of shame is seen when this mental contest is lower than our personality, and on this account in conflict with it, as when we are ashamed of sexual thoughts. Sexual ideas tend to evoke shame, Hohenemesser remarks, because they so easily tend to pass into sexual feelings. When they do not so pass, as in scientific discussions, they do not evoke shame. It will be seen that this discussion of modesty is highly generalized and abstracted. It deals simply with the formal mechanism of the process. Hohenemesser admits that fear is a part of the psychic stasis, and I have sought to show that modesty is a complexus of fears. We may very well accept the conception of psychic stasis at the outset. The analysis of modesty is still to be carried very much further. End of the Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 1. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 2 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock Ellis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 2. The discussion of modesty is complicated by the difficulty, and even impossibility, of excluding closely allied emotions: shame, shyness, bashfulness, timidity, etc. All of which indeed, however defined, adjoin or overlap modesty. It is not, however, impossible to isolate the main body of the emotion of modesty, on account of its special connection, on the whole, with the consciousness of sex. Here I attempt, however imperfectly, to sketch out a fairly complete analysis of its constitution, and to trace its development. In entering upon this investigation, a few facts with regard to the various manifestations of modesty may be helpful to us. I have selected these from scattered original sources, and have sought to bring out the variety and complexity of the problems with which we are here concerned. The New Georgians of the Solomon Islands, so low a race that they are ignorant both of pottery and weaving, and wear only a loincloth, have the same ideas of what is decent with regard to certain acts and exposures that we ourselves have, so that it is difficult to observe whether they practice circumcision. In the New Hebrides, The closest secrecy is adopted with regard to the penis, not at all with a sense of decency, but to avoid narak, the sight even of that of another man being considered most dangerous. The natives of this savage island, accordingly, wrap the penis around with many yards of calico and other like materials, winding and folding them into a preposterous bundle 18 inches, or 2 feet long, and 2 inches or more in diameter is formed, which is then supported upward by means of a belt, in the extremity decorated with flowering grasses, etc. The testicles are left naked. There is no other body covering. In the Pelew Islands, says Kubari, as quoted by Bastian, it is said that when the god Irakadugurul and his wife were creating man and woman, he forming man and she forming woman, and were at work on the sexual organs, the god wished to see his consort's handiwork. She, however, was cross, and persisted in concealing what she had made. Ever since then, women wear an apron of pandanus leaves, and men go naked. In the Pelew Islands, Semper tells us that when approaching a large water hole, he was surprised to hear an affrighted, long-drawn cry from his native friends. A girl's voice answered out of the bushes, and my people held us back, for there were women bathing there who would not allow us to pass. When I remarked that they were only women, of whom they need not be afraid, they replied that it is not so, that women had an unbounded right to punish men who passed them when bathing without their permission, and could inflict fines or even death. On this account, the women's bathing place is a safe and favored spot for a secret rendezvous. Fortunately, a woman's toilet lasts but a short time in this island. Among the western tribes of Torres Strait, Hayden states, the men were formerly nude, and the women wore only a leaf petticoat, but I gather that they were a decent people. Now both sexes are prudish. A man would never go nude before me. The women would never voluntarily expose their breasts to white men's gaze. This applies to quite young girls, less so to old women. Amongst themselves they are, of course, much less particular, but I believe they are becoming more so. Formerly, I imagine, there was no restraint in speech. Now there is a great deal of prudery. For instance, the men were always ashamed when I asked for the name of the sexual parts of a woman. After a subsequent expedition to the same region, the author reiterates his observations as to the ridiculously prudish manner of the men, attributable to missionary influence during the past 30 years, and notes that even the children are affected by it. At my buiag, some small children were paddling in the water, and a boy of about 10 years of age reprimanded a little girl of 5 or 6 years because she held up her dress too high. Although the women of New Guinea, Vannes says, are very slightly clothed, they are by no means lacking in a well-developed sense of decorum. If they notice, for instance, that anyone is paying special attention to their nakedness, they become ashamed and turn round. When a woman had to climb the fence to enter the wild pig enclosure, she would never do it in Van Ness's presence. In Australia, the feeling of decency is decidedly less prevalent among males than females. The clothed females retire out of sight to bathe. Except for waistbands, forehead bands, necklets and armlets, and a conventional pubic tassel, shell, or in the case of the women, a small apron, the Central Australian native is naked. The pubic tassel is a diminutive structure, about the size of a 5-shilling piece, made of a few short strands of fur strings, flattened out into a fan shape and attached to the pubic hair. As to the string, especially at corroboree times, is covered with white kaolin or gypsum. It serves as a decoration rather than a covering. Among the Arunta and Lurincha, the women usually wear nothing, but further north a small apron is made and worn. Of the Central Australians, Sterling says, no sense of shame of exposure was exhibited by the men on removal of the diminutive articles worn as conventional coverings. They were taken off coram populo and bartered without hesitation. On the other hand, some little persuasion was necessary to allow inspection of the effect of urethral subincision, assent being given only after dismissal to a distance of the women and young children. As to the women, it was nearly always observed that, when in camp without clothing, they, especially the younger ones, exhibited by their attitude a keen sense of modesty, if indeed a consciousness of their nakedness can be thus considered. When we desired to take a photograph of a group of young women, they were very coy at the proposal to remove their scanty garments, and retired behind a wall to do so, but once in a state of nudity, they made no objection to exposure to the camera. In northern Queensland, phallocrypts or penis concealers, only used by the males at corroborees and other public rejoicings, are either formed of pearl shell or opossum string. The kumpah ra, or opossum string form of phallocrypt, forms a kind of tassel and is colored red. It is hung from the waist belt in the middle line. In both sexes, the privates are only covered in special public occasions, or in close proximity to white settlements. The principle of chastity, says Forster, of his experiences in the South Sea Islands in their unspoilt state, we find in many families exceedingly well understood. I have seen many fine women who, with a modesty mixed with politeness, refused the greatest and most tempting offers made them by our forward use. Often they excused themselves with a simple tira tano, I am married, and at other times they smiled and declined it with epia, no. Virtuous women hear a joke without emotion, which amongst us might put some men to the blush. Neither austerity and anger, nor joy and ecstasy is the consequence, but sometimes a modest, dignified, serene smile spreads itself over their face, and seems gently to rebuke the uncouth gesture. Captain Cook, at Tahiti, in 1769, after performing divine service on Sunday, witnessed vespers of a very different kind. A young man, nearing 6 feet high, performed the rites of Venus with a little girl about 11 or 12 years of age, before several of our people and a great number of the natives, without the least sense of its being indecent or improper, but, as it appeared, in perfect conformity to the custom of the place. Among the spectators were several women of superior rank, who may properly be said to have assisted at the ceremony, for they gave instructions to the girl how to perform her part, which, young as she was, she did not seem much to stand in need of. At Tahiti, according to Cook, it was customary to gratify every appetite and passion before witnesses, and it is added, in the conversation of these people, that which is the principal source of their pleasure is always the principal topic. Everything is mentioned without any restraint or emotion, and in the most direct terms, by both sexes. I have observed, Captain Cook wrote, that our friends in the South Seas have not even the idea of indecency with respect to any object or any action, but this was by no means the case with the inhabitants of New Zealand, in whose carriage and conversation there was as much modest reserve and decorum with respect to actions, which yet in their opinion were not criminal, as are to be found among the politest people in Europe. The women are not impregnable, but the terms and manner of compliance were as decent as those in marriage among us, and according to their notions, the agreement was as innocent. When any of our people made an overture to any of their young women, he was given to understand that the consent of her friends was necessary, and by the influence of a proper present it was generally obtained. But when these preliminaries were settled, it was also necessary to treat the wife for a night with the same delicacy that it is here required by the wife for life, and the lover who presumed to take any liberties by which this was violated was sure to be disappointed. Cook found that the people of New Zealand bring the prepuce over the gland, and to prevent it from being drawn back by the contraction of the part, they tie the string which hangs from the girdle round the end of it. The glands, indeed, seemed to be the only part of their body which they were solicitous to conceal, for they frequently threw off all their dress but the belt and string, with the most careless indifference, but showed manifest signs of confusion when, to gratify our curiosity, they were requested to untie the string, and never consented but with the utmost reluctance and shame. The women's lower garment was always bound fast around them, except when they went into the water to catch lobsters, and then they took great care not to be seen by the men. We surprised several of them at this employment, and the chaste Diana, with her nymphs, could not have discovered more confusion and distress at the sight of Actaeon than these women expressed upon our approach. Some of them hid themselves among the rocks, and the rest crouched down in the sea, till they had made themselves a girdle and apron of such weeds as they could find, and when they came out, even with this veil, we could see that their modesty suffered much pain by our presence. In Rotuma, in Polynesia, where the women enjoy much freedom, but where, at all events in old days, married people were, as a rule, faithful to each other, the language is not chaste according to our ideas, and there is a great deal of freedom in speaking of immoral vices. In this connection a man and his wife will speak freely to one another before their friends. I am informed, though, by European traders well conversant with the language, that there are grades of language, and that certain coarse phrases would never be used to any decent woman. So that probably, in their way, they have much modesty, only we cannot appreciate it. The men of Rotuma, says the same writer, are very clean, the women also, bathing twice a day in the sea. But bathing in public without the kukaluga, or sulu, loincloth, which is the ordinary dress, around the waist is absolutely unheard of, and would be much looked down upon. In ancient Samoa the only necessary garment for either man or woman was an apron of leaves, but they possess so delicate a sense of propriety, that even while bathing they have a girdle of leaves, or some other covering around the waist. After babyhood, the Indians of Guiana are never seen naked. When they change their single garment they retire. The women wear a little apron, now generally made of European beads, but the Warao still make it out of the inner bark of a tree and some seeds. The Mandarucu women of Brazil, according to Tocanis, quoted by Mentagaza, are completely naked, but they are careful to avoid any postures which might be considered indecorous, and they do this so skillfully that it is impossible to tell when they have menstrual periods. The Indians of central Brazil have no private parts. In men the little girdle, or string, surrounding the lower part of the abdomen, hides nothing. It is worn after puberty, the penis being often raised and placed beneath it to lengthen the prepuce. The women also use a little strip of bast that goes down the groin and passes between the thighs. Among some tribes, Caribs, Tupis, Nuarwaks, a little triangular coquettishly made piece of bark bast comes just below the mons veneris. It is only a few centimeters in width, and is called a euluri. In both sexes, concealment of the sexual mucous membrane is attained. These articles cannot be called clothing. The red thread of the trumai, the elegant euluri, and the variegated flag of the bororo attract attention, like ornaments, instead of drawing attention away. Van den Steinen thinks this proceeding a necessary protection against the attacks of insects, which are often serious in Brazil. He does think, however, that there is more than this, and that the people are ashamed to show the glans penis. Other travelers mention that on the Amazon, among some tribes, the women are clothed and the men naked; among others the women naked and the men clothed. Thus, among the Guaycurus, the men are quite naked, while the women wear a short petticoat. Among the Uapas, the men always wear a loincloth, while the women are quite naked. The feeling of modesty is very developed among the Fuegians, who are accustomed to live naked. They manifest it in their bearing, and in the ease with which they show themselves in a state of nudity, compared with the awkwardness, blushing, and shame which both men and women exhibit if one gazes at certain parts of their bodies. Among themselves, this is never done even between husband and wife. There is no Fuegian word for modesty, perhaps because the feeling is universal among them. The women wear a minute triangular garment of skin, suspended between the thighs and never removed, being merely raised during conjugal relations. Among the Crow Indians of Montana, writes Dr. Holder, who has lived with them for several years, a sense of modesty forbids the attendance upon the female in labor of any male, white man or Indian, physician or layman. This antipathy to receiving assistance at the hands of the physician is overcome as the tribe progresses towards civilization, and it is especially noticeable that half-breeds almost constantly seek the physician's aid. Dr. Holder mentions the case of a young woman who, although brought near the verge of death in a very difficult first confinement, repeatedly refused to allow him to examine her. At last she consented. Her modest preparation was to take bits of quilt and cover thighs and lips of vulva, leaving only the aperture exposed. Their modesty would not be so striking were it not that, almost to a woman, the females of this tribe are prostitutes, and for a consideration will admit the connection of any man. In every North American tribe, from the most northern to the most southern, the skirt of the woman is longer than that of the men. In Eskimo land, the parka of deerskin and sealskin reaches to the knees. Throughout central North America, the buckskin dress of the women reached quite to the ankles. The West Coast women, from Oregon to the Gulf of California, wore a petticoat of shredded bark, of plaited grass, or of strings, upon which were strung hundreds of seeds. Even in the most tropical areas, the rule was universal, as anyone can see from the codices or in pictures of the natives. Describing the loincloth worn by Nicobarese men, Mann says, "From the clumsy mode in which this garment is worn by the sham pen, necessitating frequent readjustment of the folds, one is led to infer that its use is not de rigueur, but reserved for special occasions, as when receiving or visiting strangers." End of the Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 2. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 3 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock Ellis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 3. The semi-nude natives of the island of Nias, in the Indian Ocean, are modest by nature, paying no attention to their own nudity or that of others, and much scandalized by any attempt to go beyond the limits ordained by custom. When they pass near places where women are bathing, they raise their voices in order to warn them of their presence. And even although any bold youth addressed the women, and the latter replied, no attempt would be made to approach them. Any such attempt would be severely punished by the head man of the village. Mann says that the Andamanis, in modesty and self-respect, compare favorably with many classes among civilized peoples. Women are so modest that they will not renew their leaf aprons in the presence of one another, but retire to a secluded spot for this purpose. Even when parting with one of their bod appendages, tails of leaves suspended from back of girdle, to a female friend, the delicacy they manifest for the feelings of the bystanders in their mode of removing it amounts to prudishness, yet they wear no clothing in the ordinary sense. Of the Garo women of Bengal, Dalton says, "Their sole garment is a piece of cloth, less than a foot in width, that just meets around the loins, and in order that it may not restrain the limbs, it is only fastened where it meets under the hip at the upper corners." The girls are thus greatly restricted in the positions they may modestly assume, but decorum is, in their opinion, sufficiently preserved if they only keep their legs well together, when they sit or kneel. Of the Naga women of Assam, it is said, "Of clothing there was not much to see. In spite of this, I doubt whether we can excel them in true decency and modesty." Ibn Muhammad Wali had already remarked in his history of the conquest of Assam, 1662 to 1663, that the Naga women only cover their breasts. They declare that it is observed to cover those parts of the body which everyone has been able to see from their births, but that it is different with the breasts, which appeared later, and are, therefore, to be covered. Dalton adds that in the presence of strangers, Naga women simply cross their arms over their breasts, without caring much what other charms they may reveal to the observer. As regards some clans of the naked Nagas, to whom the Banpara belong, This may still hold good. In Ceylon, a woman always bathes in public streams, but she never removes all her clothes. She washes under the cloth, bit by bit, and then slips on the dry, new cloth and pulls out the wet one from underneath, much in the same sliding way as servant girls and young women in England. This is the common custom in India and the Malay states. The breasts are always bare in their own houses, but in the public roads are covered whenever a European passes. The vulva is never exposed. They say that a devil, imagined as a white and hairy being, might have intercourse with them. In Borneo, the surat, called chawal by the Malays, is a strip of cloth a yard wide, worn round the loins and in between the thighs, so as to cover the pudenda and perineum. It is generally 6 yards or so in length, but the younger men of the present generation use as much as 12 or 14 yards, sometimes even more, which they twist and coil with great precision round and round their body, until the waist and stomach are fully enveloped in its folds. In their own houses in the depths of the forest, the dwarfs are said to neglect coverings for decency in men as in the women, but certainly when they emerge from the forest into the villages of the agricultural negroes, they are always observed to be wearing some small piece of bark cloth or skin, or a bunch of leaves over the pudenda. Elsewhere in all the regions of Africa visited by the writer, or described by other observers, a neglect of decency in the male has only been recorded among the Efik people of Old Calabar. The nudity of women is another question. In parts of West Africa, between the Niger and the Gaboon, especially on the Cameroon River, at Old Calabar in the Niger Delta, it is, or was, customary for young women to go about completely nude before they were married. In Swaziland, until quite recently, unmarried women and very often matrons went stark naked. Even among the prudish Baganda, who made it a punishable offense for a man to expose any part of his leg above the knee, the wives of the king would attend at his court perfectly naked. Among the Kavirondo, all unmarried girls are completely nude, and although women who have become mothers are supposed to wear a tiny covering before and behind, they very often completely neglect to do so when in their own villages. Yet, as a general rule, among the Nile Negroes, and still more markedly among the Hamites and the people of Masai stock, the women are particular about concealing the pudenda, whereas the men are ostentatiously naked. The Baganda hold nudity in the male to be such an abhorrent thing, that for centuries they have referred with scorn and disgust to the Nile Negroes as the naked people. Male nudity extends northwest to within some 200 miles of Khartoum, or in fact, wherever the Nile Negroes of the Dika Akoli stock inhabit the country. Among the Nilotic Jaluo, Johnson states that unmarried men go naked. Married men who have children wear a small piece of goatskin, which, though quite inadequate for purposes of decency, is nevertheless a very important thing in etiquette, for a married man with a child must on no account call on his mother-in-law without wearing this piece of goatskin. To call on her in a state of absolute nudity would be regarded as a serious insult, only to be atoned for by the payment of goats. Even if under the new dispensation he wears European trousers, he must have a piece of goatskin underneath. Married women wear a tail of strings behind. It is very bad manners for a woman to serve food to her husband without putting on this tail. Mrs. French Sheldon remarks that the Masai and other Eastern African tribes, with regard to menstruation, observe the greatest delicacy and are more than modest. At the same time the Masai, among whom the penis is of enormous size, consider it disreputable to conceal that member, and in the highest degree reputable to display it, even ostentatiously. Among the African Dinka, who are scrupulously clean and delicate, smearing themselves with burnt cow's dung, and washing themselves daily with cow's urine, and are exquisite cooks, reaching in many respects a higher stage of civilization, in Schweinfurth's opinion, than is elsewhere attained in Africa. Only the women wear aprons. The neighboring tribes of the red soil, Bongo, Mitu, Nyam Nyam, etc., are called women by the Dinka, because among these tribes the men wear an apron, while the women obstinately refuse to wear any clothes whatsoever of skin or stuff, going into the woods every day, however, to get a supple bough for a girdle, with, perhaps, a bundle of fine grass. Lamborso and Carrara, examining some Dinka negroes brought from the White Nile, remarked, "As to their psychology, what struck us first was the exaggeration of their modesty. Not in a single case would the men allow us to examine their genital organs, or the women their breasts. We examined the tattooed marks on the chest of one of the women, and she remained sad and irritable for 2 days afterward." They add that in sexual and other respects these people are highly moral. The Negro is very rarely knowingly indecent or addicted to lubricity, says Sir H. Johnston. In this land of nudity, which I have known for 7 years, I do not remember once having seen an indecent gesture on the part of either man or woman, and only very rarely, and that not among unspoiled savages, in the case of that most shameless member of the community, the little boy. He adds that the native dances are only an apparent exception, being serious in character, though indecent to our eyes, almost constituting a religious ceremony. The only really indecent dance indigenous to Central Africa is one which originally represented the act of coition, but it is so altered to a stereotyped formula that its exact purport is not obvious until explained somewhat shyly by the natives. It may safely be asserted that the Negro race in Central Africa is much more truly modest, is much more free from real vice, than are most European nations. Neither boys nor girls wear clothing unless they are the children of chiefs, until nearing the age of puberty. Among the Wakanda, practically no covering is worn by the men, except a ring of brass wire around the stomach. The Wakanda women are likewise almost entirely naked, but generally cover the pudenda with a tiny beadwork apron, often a piece of very beautiful workmanship, and exactly resembling the same article worn by Kaffir women. A like degree of nudity prevails among many of the Awemba, among the Alunga, the Batumbuka, and the Angoni. Most of the Angoni men, however, adopt the Zulu fashion of covering the glans penis with a small wooden case or the outer shell of a fruit. The Wayao have a strong sense of decency in matters of this kind, which is the more curious since they are more given to obscenity in their rites, ceremonies, and dances than any other tribe. Not only is it extremely rare to see any Yao uncovered, but both men and women have the strongest dislike to exposing their persons even to the inspection of a doctor. The Antanga and many of the Ainanga people, and all the tribes west of Nyassa, with the exception possibly of the Alunda, have not the Yao regard for decency, and, although they can seldom or ever be accused of a deliberate intention to expose themselves, the men are relatively indifferent as to whether their nakedness is or is not concealed, though the women are modest and careful in this respect. In Azimba land, Central Africa, H. Crawford Angus, who has spent many years in this part of Africa, writes, "It has been my experience that the more naked the people, and the more to us obscene and shameless their manners and customs, the more moral and strict they are in the matter of sexual intercourse." He proceeds to give a description of Chensamwali, or initiation ceremony of girls at puberty, a season of rejoicing, when the girl is initiated into all the secrets of marriage, amid songs and dances referring to the act of coition. The whole matter is looked upon as a matter of course, and not as a thing to be ashamed of or to hide, and being thus openly treated of and no secrecy made about it, you find in this tribe that the women are very virtuous. They know for the first of all that is to be known, and cannot see any reason for secrecy concerning natural laws or the powers and senses that have been given them from birth. Of the Monbutu of Central Africa, another observer says, "It is surprising how a Monbutu woman of birth can, without the aid of dress, impress others with her dignity and modesty." The women at Upoto wear no clothes whatever, and came up to us in the most unreserved manner. An interesting gradation in the arrangement of the female costume has been observed by us. As we ascended the Congo, the higher up the river we found ourselves, the higher the dress reached, till it has now, at last, culminated in absolute nudity. There exists throughout the Congo population a marked appreciation of the sentiment of decency and shame as applied to private actions, says Mr. Herbert Ward. In explanation of the nudity of the women at Opoto, a chief remarked to Ward that concealment is food for the inquisitive. In the Gold Coast and surrounding countries, complete nudity is extremely rare, except when circumstances make it desirable. On occasion, clothing is abandoned with unconcern. I have on several occasions, says Dr. Freeman, seen women at Accra walk from the beach, where they have been bathing, across the road to their houses, where they would proceed to dry themselves, and resume their garments. And women may not infrequently be seen, bathing in pools by the wayside, conversing quite unconstrainedly with their male acquaintances, who are seated on the bank. The mere unclothed body conveys to their minds no idea of indecency. Immodesty and indelicacy of manner are practically unknown. He adds that the excessive zeal of missionaries, in urging their converts to adopt European dress, which they are only too ready to do, is much to be regretted, since the close-fitting, thin garments are really less modest than the loose clothes they replace, besides being much less cleanly. At Loango, says Puchel Loche, the well-bred negress likes to cover her bosom, and is sensitive to critical male eyes. If she meets a European, when without her overgarment, she instinctively, though not without coquetry, takes the attitude of the Medicean Venus. Men and women bathe separately, and hide themselves from each other when naked. The women also exhibit shame when discovered suckling their babes. The Quran, Surah 24, forbids showing the pudenda, as well as the face, yet a veiled Mohammedan woman, Stern remarks, even in the streets of Constantinople, will stand still and pull up her clothes to scratch her private parts, and in Beirut he saw Turkish prostitutes, still veiled, place themselves in the position for coitus. An Englishman surprised a woman while bathing in the Euphrates. She held her hands over her face, without troubling as to what else the stranger might see. In Egypt, I have myself seen quite naked young peasant girls who hesitated to see us, after covering their faces. When Helfer was taken to visit the ladies in the palace of the Imam at Muscat, at Buskir, he found that their faces were covered with black masks, though the rest of the body might be clothed in a transparent sort of crape. To look at a naked face was very painful to the ladies themselves. Even a mother never lifts the mask from the face of her daughter after the age of 12. That is reserved for her lord and husband. I observed that the ladies looked at me with a certain confusion, and after they had glanced into my face, lowered their eyes, ashamed. On making inquiries, I found that my uncovered face was indecent, as a naked person would be to us. They begged me to assume a mask, and when a waiting woman had bound a splendidly decorated one round my head, they all exclaimed, "Tahip, Tahip! Beautiful, beautiful!" In Algeria, in the provinces of Constantine, in Biskra, even Ayurez, among the women especially, not one is restrained by any modesty in unfastening her girdle to any comer, when a search was being made for tattoo marks on the lower extremities. In spite of the great licentiousness of manners, the same writer continues, the Arab and the Kabyle possess great personal modesty, and with difficulty are persuaded to exhibit the body nude. Is it the result of fear modesty, or of their inveterate habits of active pederasty? Whatever the cause, they always hide the sexual organs with their hands or their handkerchiefs, and are disagreeably affected even by the slightest touch of the doctor. Muslim modesty, remarks Wellhausen, was carried to great lengths, insufficient clothing being forbidden. It was marked even among the heathen Arabs, as among Semites and old civilizations generally. We must not be deceived by the occasional examples of immodesty in individual cases. The Sunnah prescribes that a man shall not uncover himself even to himself, and shall not wash naked, for fear of God and of spirits. Job did so, and atoned for it heavily. When in Arab antiquity grown-up persons showed themselves naked, it was only under extraordinary circumstances, and to attain unusual ends. Women when mourning uncover not only the face and bosom, but also tore all their garments. The messenger who brought bad news tore his garments. A mother desiring to bring pressure to bear on her son took off her clothes. A man to whom vengeance is forbidden showed his despair and disapproval by uncovering his posterior and strewing earth on his head, or by raising his garment behind and covering his head with it. This was done also in fulfilling natural necessities. Mantegazza mentions that a Lapland woman refused even for the sum of 150 francs to allow him to photograph her naked, though the men placed themselves before the camera in the costume of Adam for a much smaller sum. In the same book, Mantegazza remarks that in the 18th century, travelers found it extremely difficult to persuade Samoyed women to show themselves naked. Among the same people, he says, the newly married wife must conceal her face from her husband for 2 months after marriage, and only then yield to his embraces. The beauty of a Chinese woman, says Dr. Matignon, resides largely in her foot. A foot that is not deformed is a dishonor, says a poet. For the husband the foot is more interesting than the face. Only the husband may see his wife's foot naked. A Chinese woman is as reticent in showing her feet to a man as a European woman her breasts. I have often had to treat Chinese women with ridiculously small feet for wounds and excoriations, the result of tight bandaging. They exhibited the prudishness of schoolgirls, blushed, turned their backs to unfasten the bandages, and then concealed the foot in a cloth, leaving only the affected part uncovered. Modesty is a question of convention. Chinese have it for their feet. Among the Yakuts of northeast Siberia, there was a well-known custom, according to which a bride should avoid showing herself or her uncovered body to her father-in-law. In ancient times, they say, a bride concealed herself for 7 years from her father-in-law and from the brothers and other masculine relations of her husband. The men also tried not to meet her, saying, "The poor child will be ashamed." If a meeting could not be avoided, the young woman put a mask on her face. Nowadays, the young wives only avoid showing to their male relatives-in-law the uncovered body. Amongst the rich, they avoid going about in the presence of these in the chemise alone. In some places, they lay a special emphasis on the fact that it is a shame for young wives to show their uncovered hair and feet to the male relatives of their husbands. On the other side, the male relatives of the husband ought to avoid showing to the young wife the body uncovered above the elbow or the sole of the foot, and they ought to avoid indecent expressions and vulgar vituperations in her presence. That these observances are not the result of a specially delicate modesty is proved by the fact that even young girls constantly twist thread upon the naked thigh, unembarrassed by the presence of men who do not belong to the household. Nor do they show any embarrassment if a strange man comes upon them when uncovered to the waist. The thing which they do not like, and at which they show anger, is that such persons look carefully at their uncovered feet. The former simplicity, with lack of shame in uncovering the body, is disappearing. In Japan, Captain tells me, the bathing place of women is perfectly open. The shampooing, indeed, was done by a man, and Englishmen were offered no obstacle, nor excited the least repugnance. Indeed, girls after their bath would freely pass, sometimes as if holding out their hair for innocent admiration, and this continued until countrymen of ours, by vile laughter and jests, made them guard themselves from insult by secrecy. So corruption spreads, and heathenism is blacker by our contact. Speaking once with a Japanese gentleman, I observed that we considered it an act of indecency for men and women to wash together. He shrugged his shoulders as he answered, "But these Westerners have such prurient minds." Dr. Carl Davidson, who remarks that he had ample opportunity of noting the great beauty of the Japanese women in a national dance, performed naked, points out the Japanese have no aesthetic sense for the nude. This was shown at the Jubilee Exposition at Kyoto. Here, among many rooms full of art objects, one was devoted to oil pictures in the European manner. Among these only one represented a nude figure, a Psyche or Truth. It was the first time such a picture had been seen. Men and women crowded around it. After they had gazed at it for a time, most began to giggle and laugh. Some by their air and gestures clearly showed their disgust. All found that it was not aesthetic to paint a naked woman, though in nature, nakedness was in no way offensive to them. In the middle of the same city, at a fountain reputed to possess special virtues, men and women will stand together naked and let the water run over them. It is very difficult to investigate the hairiness of Ainu women, Bales remarks, for they possess a really incredible degree of modesty. Even when in summer they bathe, which happens but seldom, they keep their clothes on. He records that he was once asked to examine a girl at the mission school in order to advise as regards the treatment of a diseased spine. Although she had been at the school for 7 years, she declared that she would rather die than show her back to a man, even though a doctor. End of the Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 3. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 4 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock ELLIS. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 4. The Greeks, Etruscans, and Romans appear to have been accustomed to cover the foreskin with a kind of desme, a band, or the fibula, a ring, for custom and modesty demanded that the glans should be concealed. Such covering is represented in persons who were compelled to be naked, and is referred to by Celsus as decori causae. Among the Lydians, and indeed among the barbarians generally, it is considered a deep disgrace, even for a man, to be seen naked. The simple dress which is now common was first worn in Sparta, and there, more than anywhere else, the life of the rich was assimilated to that of the people. The Lacedaemonians, too, were the first who, in their athletic exercises, stripped naked and rubbed themselves over with oil. This was not the ancient custom. Athletes formerly, even when they were contending at Olympia, wore girdles about their loins. Earlier still, the Mycenaeans had always worn a loincloth, a practice which lasted until quite lately and still persists among barbarians, especially those of Asia, where the combatants at boxing and wrestling matches wear girdles. The notion of women exercising naked in the schools with the men at the present day would appear truly ridiculous. Not long since was it thought discreditable and ridiculous among the Greeks, as it is now amongst most barbarous nations, for men to be seen naked. When the Cretans first, and after them the Lacedaemonians, began the practice of gymnastic exercises, the wits of the time had it in their power to make sport of those novelties. As for the man who laughs at the idea of undressed women going through gymnastic exercises as a means of revealing what is most perfect, his ridicule is but unripe fruit picked from the tree of wisdom. According to Plutarch, however, among the Spartans, at all events, nakedness in women was not ridiculous, since the institutes of Lycurgus ordained that at solemn feasts and sacrifices the young women should dance naked and sing, the young men standing around in a circle to see and hear them. Aristotle says that in his time Spartan girls only wore a very slight garment. As described by Pausanias, and as shown by a statue in the Vatican, the ordinary tunic, which was the sole garment worn by women when running, left bare the right shoulder and breast, and only reached to the upper third of the thighs. Among the Greeks who were inclined to accept the doctrines of cynicism, it was held that, while shame is not unreasonable, what is good may be done and discussed before all men. There are a number of authorities who say that Crates and Hipparchia consummated their marriage in the presence of many spectators. Lactantius says that the practice was common, but this Zeller is inclined to doubt. Among the Tyrrhenians, who carry their luxury to an extraordinary pitch, Timaeus, in his first book, relates that the female servants wait on the men in a state of nudity. and Theopompus, in the 43rd book of his history, states that it was a law among the Tyrrhenians that all their women should be in common, and that women paid the greatest attention to their persons, and often practiced gymnastic exercises, naked, among the men, and sometimes with one another, for that it is not accounted shameful for them to be seen naked. Nor is it reckoned among the Tyrrhenians at all disgraceful, either to do or suffer anything in the open air, or to be seen while it is going on. For it is quite the custom of their country, and they are so far from thinking it disgraceful, that they even say, when the master of the house is indulging his appetite, and anyone asks for him, that he is doing so and so, using the coarsest possible words. They are very beautiful, as is natural for people to be who live delicately, and who take care of their persons. Dennis throws doubt on the foregoing statement of Athenaeus regarding the Tyrrhenians or Etruscans, and points out that representations of women in Etruscan tombs shows them as clothed, even the breasts being rarely uncovered. Nudity, he remarks, was a Greek, not an Etruscan characteristic. To the nudity of the Spartan woman I need but refer. The Thessalian women were described by Persius dancing at banquets naked, or with a very scanty covering. The maidens of Chios wrestled naked with the youths in the gymnasium, which Athenaeus pronounces to be a beautiful sight, and at the marriage feast of Caranus, the Macedonian women tumblers performed naked before the guests. In Rome, when there was at first much less freedom in this matter than in Greece, the bath became common to both sexes, and though each had its basin and hot room apart, they could see each other, meet, speak, form intrigues, arrange meetings, and multiply adulteries. At first, the baths were so dark that men and women could wash side by side, without recognizing each other except by the voice. But soon the light of day was allowed to enter from every side. In the bath of Scipio, says Seneca, there were narrow vent holes, rather than windows, hardly admitting enough light to outrage modesty. But nowadays, baths are called caves if they do not receive the sun's rays through large windows. Hadrian severely prohibited this mingling of men and women, and ordained separate lavernae for the sexes. Marcus Aurelius and Alexander Severus renewed this edict, but in the interval, Heliogabalus had authorized the sexes to meet in the baths. In Rome, according to ancient custom, actors were compelled to wear drawers, subliga culuum, on the stage, in order to safeguard the modesty of Roman matrons. Respectable women, it seems, also always wore some sort of subliga culuum, even sometimes while bathing. The name was also applied to a leathern girdle laced behind, which they were occasionally made to wear as a girdle of chastity. Greek women also wore a cloth round the loins when taking the bath, as did the men who bathed there. A woman is represented bathing and wearing a sort of thin combinations reaching to the middle of the thigh. At a later period, St. Augustine refers to the compestria, the drawers or apron worn by young men who stripped for exercise in the campus. Leakey brings together instances of women, in both pagan and early Christian times, who showed their modesty by drawing their garments around them, even at the moment that they were being brutally killed. Plutarch, in his essay on the virtues of women, moralizing on the well-known story of the young women of Molesia, among whom an epidemic of suicide was only brought to an end by the decree that in future women who hanged themselves should be carried naked through the marketplaces, observes, "They who had no dread of the most terrible things in the world, death and pain, could not abide the imagination of dishonor and exposure to shame even after death." In the 2nd century, the physician Aretas, writing at Rome, remarks, "In many cases, owing to involuntary restraint from modesty at assemblies and at banquets, the bladder becomes distended, and from the consequent loss of its contractile power, it no longer evacuates the urine." Apuleius, writing in the 2nd century, says, "Most women, in order to exhibit their native gracefulness and allurements, divest themselves of all their garments, and long to show their naked beauty, being conscious that they shall please more by the rosy redness of their skin than by the golden splendor of their robes. Christianity seems to have profoundly affected habits of thought and feeling by uniting together the merely natural emotion of sexual reserve with, on the one hand, the masculine virtue of modesty, modestia, and on the other, the prescription of sexual abstinence. Tertullian admirably illustrates this confusion, and his treatises De Pudicia and De Cultu Feminarum are instructive from the present point of view. In the latter he remarks, Book 2, Chapter 1, "Salvation, and not of women only, but likewise of men, consists in the exhibition principally of modesty. Since we are all the temple of God, modesty is the sacristan and priestess of that temple, who is to suffer nothing unclean or profane to enter it, for fear that the God who inhabits it should be offended." Most women, either from simple ignorance or from dissimulation, have the hardihood so to walk as if modesty consisted only in the integrity of the flesh, and in turning away from fornication, and there were no need for anything else, in dress or ornament, the studied graces of form, wearing in their gait the self-same appearance as the women of nations from whom the sense of true modesty is absent. The earliest Christian ideal of modesty, not long maintained, is well shown in an epistle which, there is some reason to suppose, was written by Clement of Rome. And if we see it to be requisite to stand and pray for the sake of the woman, and to speak words of exhortation and edification, we call the brethren and all the holy sisters and maidens, likewise all the other women who are there, with all modesty and becoming behavior, to come and feast on the truth. And those among us who are skilled in speaking, speak to them, and exhort them in those words which God has given us. And then we pray and salute one another, the men, the men. But the women and the maidens will wrap their hands in their garments. We also, with circumspection and with all purity, our eyes looking upward, shall wrap our right hand in our garments, and they will come and give us the salutation of our right hand, wrapped in our garments. Then we go where God permits us. Women will scarce strip naked before their own husbands, affecting a plausible pretense of modesty, writes Clement of Alexandria, about the end of the 2nd century. But any others who wish may see them at home, shut up in their own baths, for they are not ashamed to strip before spectators, as if exposing their persons for sale. The baths are open promiscuously to men and women, and there they strip for licentious indulgence, for, from looking, men get to loving, as if their modesty had been washed away in the bath. Those who have not become utterly destitute of modesty shut out strangers, but bathe with their own servants, and strip naked before their slaves, and are rubbed by them, giving to the crouching menial liberty to lust, by permitting fearless handling. For those who are introduced before their naked mistresses while in the bath, study to strip themselves in order to show audacity in lust, casting off fear in consequence of the wicked custom. The ancient athletes, ashamed to exhibit a man naked, preserved their modesty by going through the contest in drawers, but these women, divesting themselves of their modesty along with their chemise, wish to appear beautiful, but, contrary to their wish, are simply proved to be wicked. Promiscuous bathing was forbidden by the early apostolical constitutions, but Cyprian, bishop of Carthage, found it necessary in the 3rd century to upbraid even virgins vowed to chastity for continuing the custom. What of those, he asks, who frequent the baths, who prostitute to eyes that are curious to lust, bodies that are dedicated to chastity and modesty? They who disgracefully behold naked men, and are seen naked by men? Do they not themselves afford enticement to vice? Do they not solicit and invite the desires of those present to their own corruption and wrong? Let every one, say you, look to the disposition with which he comes thither. My care is only that of refreshing and washing my poor body. That kind of defense does not clear you, nor does it excuse the crime of lasciviousness and wantonness. Such a washing defiles, it does not purify nor cleanse the limbs, but stains them. You behold no one immodestly, but you yourself are gazed upon immodestly. You do not pollute your eyes with disgraceful delight, but in delighting others you yourself are polluted. You make a show of the bathing place. The places where you assemble are fouler than a theatre. There all modesty is put off, together with the clothing of garments. The honor and modesty of the body is laid aside. Virginity is exposed, to be pointed at and to be handled. Let your baths be performed with women, whose behavior is modest towards you. The Church carried the same spirit among the barbarians of northern Europe, and several centuries later, the promiscuous bathing of men and women was prohibited in some of the penitentials. The custom was, however, preserved here and there in northern Europe, even to the end of the 18th century or later. Women, says Clement again, should not seek to be disgraceful by avoiding broad drinking vessels that oblige them to stretch their mouths, in order to drink from narrow alabastra that cause them indecently to throw back the head, revealing to men their necks and breasts. The mere thought of what she is ought to inspire a woman with modesty. On no account must a woman be permitted to show to a man any portion of her body naked, for fear lest both fall, the one by gazing eagerly, the other by delighting to attract those eager glances. James, Bishop of Nisibis, in the 4th century, was a man of great holiness. We are told by Theodoret that once, when James was newly come into Persia, it was vouchsafed to him to perform a miracle under the following circumstances. He chanced to pass by a fountain where young women were washing their linen, and, his modesty being profoundly shocked by the exposure involved in this occupation, he cursed the fountain, which instantly dried up, and he changed the hair of the girls from black to a sandy color. Procopius, writing in the 6th century after Christ, and narrating how the Empress Theodora, in early life, would often appear almost naked before the public in the theatre, adding that she would willingly have appeared altogether nude, but that no woman is allowed to expose herself altogether, unless she wears at least short drawers over the lower part of the abdomen. Chrysostom mentions, at the end of the 4th century, that Arcadius attempted to put down the August festival, Majuma, during which women appeared naked in the theatres, or swimming in large baths. In medieval days, ladies, at all events, as represented by the poets, were not on the whole very prudish. Mellerand surprised a lady who was taking a bath under a lime tree. The bath was covered with samite, and by it was a magnificent ivory bed, surrounded by tapestries representing the history of Paris and Helen, the destruction of Troy, the adventures of Aeneas, etc. As Mellerand rides by, the lady's waiting maids run away. She herself, however, with quick decision, raises the samite which covers the tub, and orders him to wait on her in place of the maids. He brings her shift and mantle and shoes, and then stands aside till she is dressed. When she has placed herself on the bed, she calls him back and commands him to drive away the flies while she sleeps. Strange to say, the men are represented as more modest than the women. When 2 maidens prepared a bath for Parzival, and proposed to bathe with him, according to custom, the inexperienced young knight was shy, and would not enter the bath until they had gone. On another occasion, he jumped quickly into bed when the maidens entered the room. When Wolf Dietrich was about to undress, he had asked the ladies who pressed around him to leave him alone for a short time, as he was ashamed they should see him naked. When Amphons of Spain, bewitched by his stepmother into a werewolf, was at last restored, and stood suddenly naked before her, he was greatly ashamed. The maiden who healed Iwin was tender of his modesty. In his love madness, the hero wanders for a time naked through the wood. 3 women find him asleep, and send a waiting maid to anoint him with salve. When he came to himself, the maiden hid herself. On the whole, however, the ladies are not so delicate. They had no hesitation in bathing with gentlemen, and on these occasions would put their finest ornaments on their heads. I know no pictures of the 12th and 13th centuries representing such a scene, but such baths in common are clearly represented in the miniatures of the 15th century. In the years 1450 70, the use of the codpiece was introduced, whereby the attributes of manhood were accentuated in the most shameless manner. It was, in fact, the avowed aim at that period to attract attention to these parts. The codpiece was sometimes colored differently from the rest of the garments, often stuffed out to enlarge it artificially, and decorated with ribbons. The first shirt began to be worn in Germany in the 16th century. From this fact, as well as from the custom of public bathing, we reach the remarkable result, that for the German people, the sight of complete nakedness was the daily rule up to the 16th century. Everyone undressed completely before going to bed, and in the vapor baths no covering was used. Again, the dances, both of the peasants and the town people, were characterized by very high leaps into the air. It was the chief delight of the dancers for the male to raise his partner as high as possible in the air, so that her dress flew up. That feminine modesty was in this respect very indifferent, we know from countless references made in the 15th and 16th century. It must not be forgotten that throughout the Middle Ages women wore no underclothes, even in the 17th century. The wearing of drawers by Italian women was regarded as singular. That with the disappearance of the baths and the use of body linen, a powerful influence was exerted on the creation of modesty, there can be little doubt. In 1461, when Louis XI entered Paris, 3 very beautiful maidens, quite naked, represented the sirens, and declaimed poems before him. They were greatly admired by the public. In 1468, when Charles the Bold entered Lille, he was specially pleased, among the various festivities, with the representation of the Judgment of Paris, in which the 3 goddesses were nude. When Charles V entered Antwerp, the most beautiful maidens of the city danced before him, in nothing but gauze, and were closely contemplated by Durer, as he told his friend, Melanchthon. Pasek, a Polish officer who wrote an account of his campaigns, admired the ladies of Denmark in 1658, but considered their customs immodest. Everyone sleeps naked as at birth, and none consider it shameful to dress or undress before others. No notice even is taken of the guest, and in the light one garment is taken off after another, even the chemise is hung on the hook. Then the door is bolted, the light blown out, and one goes to bed. As we blame their ways, saying that among us a woman would not act so, even in the presence of her husband alone, they replied that they knew nothing of such shame, and that there was no need to be ashamed of limbs which God had created. Moreover, to sleep without a shift was good, because, like the other garments, it sufficiently served the body during the day. Also, why take fleas and other insects to bed with one? Although our men teased them in various ways, they would not change their habits. End of the Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 4. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 5, of the Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock Ellis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulay. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 5. Until late in the 17th century, women in England, as well as France, suffered much in childbirth from the ignorance and superstition of incompetent midwives, owing to the prevailing conceptions of modesty, which rendered it impossible, as it is still, to some extent, in some semi-civilized lands, for male physicians to attend them. Dr. Willoughby, of Derby, tells how, in 1658, he had to creep into the chamber of a lying-in woman on his hands and knees, in order to examine her unperceived. In France, Clement was employed secretly to attend the mistresses of Louis XIV in their confinements. To the first he was conducted blindfolded, while the king was concealed among the bed-curtains, and the face of the lady was enveloped in a network of lace. Even until the Revolution, the examination of women in France, in cases of rape or attempted outrage, was left to a jury of matrons. In old English manuals of midwifery, even in the early 19th century, we still find much insistence on the demands of modesty. Thus, Dr. John Burns, of Glasgow, in his Principles of Midwifery, states that some women, from motives of false delicacy, are averse from examination until the pains become severe. He adds that it is usual for the room to be darkened, and the bed curtains drawn close, during an examination. Many old pictures show the accoucheur groping in the dark beneath the bedclothes to perform operations on women in childbirth. In Iceland, Winkler stated in 1861 that he sometimes slept in the same room as a whole family. It is often the custom for 10 or more persons to use the same room for living in and sleeping, young and old, master and servant, male and female, and from motives of economy, all the clothes, without exception, are removed. At Cork, says Finns Morrison in 1617, I have seen with these eyes young maidens stark naked grinding corn with certain stones to make cakes thereof. In the more remote parts of Ireland, Morrison elsewhere says, where the English laws and manners are unknown, the very chief of the Irish, men as well as women, go naked in very winter time, only having their privy parts covered with a rag of linen, and their bodies with a loose mantle. This I speak of my own experience. He goes on to tell of a Bohemian baron, just come from the north of Ireland, who told me in great earnestness that he, coming to the house of O'Kane, a great lord among them, was met at the door with 16 women, all naked, excepting their loose mantles, whereof 8 or 10 were very fair, and 2 seemed very nymphs, with which strange sight, his eyes being dazzled, they led him into the house, and then sitting down by the fire with crossed legs, like tailors, and so low as could not but offend chaste eyes, desired him to sit down with them. Soon after, O'Kane, the lord of the country, came in, all naked excepting a loose mantle, and shoes, which he put off as soon as he came in, and entertaining the baron after his best manner in the Latin tongue, desired him to put off his apparel, which he thought to be a burthen to him, and to sit naked by the fire with this naked company. But the baron, for shame, durst not put off his apparel. Correat, when travelling in Italy in the early part of the 17th century, found that in Lombardy many of the women and children only wore smocks, or shirts, in the hot weather. At Venice and Padua, he found that wives, widows, and maids walked with naked breasts, many with backs also naked, almost to the middle. The fashion of décolleté garments, it may be remarked, only began in the 14th century. Previously the women of Europe generally covered themselves up to the neck. In northern Italy, some years ago, a fire occurred at night in a house in which 2 girls were sleeping, naked, according to the custom. One threw herself out and was saved, the other returned for a garment and was burnt to death. The narrator of the incident, a man, expressed strong approval of the more modest girl's action. It may be added that the custom of sleeping naked is still preserved, also, according to Lippert and Strauss, in Jutland, in Iceland, in some parts of Norway, and sometimes even in Berlin. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu writes in 1717 of the Turkish ladies at the baths at Sofia. The first sofas were covered with cushions and rich carpets, on which sat the ladies, and on the second their slaves behind them, but without any distinction of rank in their dress, all being in a state of nature, that is, in plain English, stark naked, without any beauty or defect concealed. Yet there was not the least wanton smile or immodest gesture among them. They walked and moved with the same majestic grace which Milton describes of our general mother. I am here convinced of the truth of a reflection I have often made, that if it was the fashion to go naked, the face would be hardly observed. At St. Petersburg, in 1774, Sir Nicholas Wraxall observed the promiscuous bathing of not less than 200 persons, of both sexes. There are several of these public bagnios, he adds, in Petersburg, and everyone pays a few kopecks for admittance. There are, indeed, separate spaces for the men and women, but they seem quite regardless of this distinction, and sit or bathe in a state of absolute nudity among each other. It is still usual for women in the country parts of Russia to bathe naked in the streams. In 1790, Wedgwood wrote to Flaxman, "The nude is so general in the work of the ancients that it will be very difficult to avoid the introduction of naked figures. On the other hand, it is absolutely necessary to do so, or to keep the pieces for our own use. For none, either male or female, of the present generation will take or apply them as furniture if the figures are naked." Mary Wollstonecraft quotes, for reprobation and not for approval, the following remarks. The lady who asked the question whether women may be instructed in the modern system of botany was accused of ridiculous prudery. Nevertheless, if she had proposed the question to me, I should certainly have answered, "They cannot." She further quotes from an educational book, "It would be needless to caution you against putting your hand, by chance, under your neckerchief, for a modest woman never did so." At the present time a knowledge of the physiology of plants is not usually considered inconsistent with modesty, but a knowledge of animal physiology is still so considered by many. Dr. H.R. Hopkins, of New York, wrote in 1895 regarding the teaching of physiology, "How can we teach growing girls the functions of the various parts of the human body and still leave them their modesty? That is the practical question that has puzzled me for years." In England the use of drawers was almost unknown among women half a century ago, and was considered immodest and unfeminine. Tilt, a distinguished gynecologist of that period, advocated such garments made of fine calico, and not to descend below the knee, on hygienic grounds. "Thus understood," he added, "the adoption of drawers will doubtless become more general in this country, as, being worn without the knowledge of the general observer, they will be robbed of the prejudice usually attached to an appendage deemed masculine." Drawers came into general use among women during the third quarter of the 19th century. Drawers are an Oriental garment and seem to have reached Europe through Venice, the great channel of communication with the East. Like many other refinements of decency and cleanliness, they are at first chiefly cultivated by prostitutes, and on that account there was a long prejudice against them. Even at the present day it is said that in France a young peasant girl will exclaim, if asked whether she wears drawers, "I wear drawers, madame? A respectable girl?" Drawers, however, quickly became acclimatized in France, and Dufour even regards them as essentially a French garment. They were introduced at the court towards the end of the 14th century, and in the 16th century were rendered almost necessary by the new fashion of vertugale or farthingale. In 1615 a lady's caleçons are referred to as apparently an ordinary garment. It is noteworthy that in London, in the middle of the same century, young Mrs. Pepys, who was the daughter of French parents, usually wore drawers, which were seemingly of the close kind. They were probably not worn by English women, and even in France, with the decay of the farthingale, they seem to have dropped out of use during the 17th century. In a technical and very complete book, Les Arts de Lingerie, published in 1771, women's drawers are not even mentioned, and Messier says that except actresses, Parisian women do not wear drawers. Even by ballet dancers and actresses on the stage, they are not invariably worn. Camargo, the famous dancer, who first shortened the skirt in dancing, early in the 18th century, always observed great decorum, never showing the leg above the knee. When appealed to as to whether she wore drawers, she replied that she could not possibly appear without such a precaution. But they were not necessarily worn by dancers, and in 1727 a young ballerina, having her skirt accidentally torn away by a piece of stage machinery, the police issued an order that in future no actress or dancer should appear on the stage without drawers. This regulation does not appear, however, to have been long strictly maintained, though Schultz refers to it as in force in 1791. Professor Irving Ross of Washington refers to New England prudishness and the colossal modesty of some New York policemen, who in certain cases want to give written rather than oral testimony. He adds, "I have known this sentiment carried to such an extent in a Massachusetts small town, that a shopkeeper was obliged to drape a small but innocent statuette displayed in his window." I am told that popular feeling in South Africa would not permit the exhibition of the nude in the art collections of Cape Town. Even in Italy, nude statues are disfigured by the addition of tinned fig leaves, and sporadic manifestations of horror at the presence of nude statues, even when of most classic type, are liable to occur in all parts of Europe, including France and Germany. Some years ago, 1898, it was stated that the Philadelphia Ladies' Home Journal had decided to avoid, in future, all references to ladies under linen, because the treatment of this subject in print calls for minutiae of detail which is extremely and pardonably offensive to refined and sensitive women. A man, married 20 years, told me that he had never seen his wife entirely nude. Such concealment of the external reproductive organs by married people appears to be common. Judging from my own inquiry, very few women care to look upon male nakedness, and many women, though not wanting in aesthetic feeling, find no beauty in man's form. Some are positively repelled by the sight of nakedness, even that of a husband or lover. On the contrary, most men delight in gazing upon the uncovered figure of women. It seems that only highly cultivated and imaginative women enjoy the spectacle of a finely shaped nude man, especially after attending art classes, and drawing from the nude, as I am told by a lady artist. Or else the majority of women dissemble their curiosity or admiration. A woman of 70, mother of several children, said to a young wife with whom I am acquainted, "I have never seen a naked man in my life." This old lady's sister confessed that she had never looked at her own nakedness in the whole course of her life. She said that it frightened her. She was the mother of 3 sons. A maiden woman of the same family told her niece that women were disgusting because they have monthly discharges. The niece suggested that women have no choice in the matter, to which the aunt replied, "I know that, but it doesn't make them less disgusting." I have heard of a girl who died from hemorrhage of the womb, refusing, through shame, to make the ailment known to her family. The misery suffered by some women at the anticipation of a medical examination appears to be very acute. Husbands have told me of brides who sob and tremble with fright on the wedding night, the hysteria being sometimes alarming. E., aged 25, refused her husband for 6 weeks after marriage, exhibiting the greatest fear of his approach. Ignorance of the nature of the sexual connection is often the cause of exaggerated alarm. In Jersey, I used to hear of a bride who ran to the window and screamed "murder" on the wedding night. At the present day, it is not regarded as incompatible with modesty to exhibit the lower part of the thigh when in swimming costume, but it is immodest to exhibit the upper part of the thigh. In swimming competitions, a minimum of clothing must be combined with the demands of modesty. In England, the regulations of the swimming clubs affiliated to the Amateur Swimming Association require that the male swimmer's costume shall extend no less than 8 inches from the bifurcation downward, and that the female swimmer's costume shall extend to within not more than 3 inches from the knee. A prolonged discussion, we are told, arose as to whether the costume should come to 1, 2, or 3 inches from the knee, and the proposal of the youngest lady swimmer present, that the costume ought to be very scanty, met with little approval. The modesty of women is thus seen to be greater than that of men by, roughly speaking, about 2 inches. The same difference may be seen in the sleeves. The male sleeve must extend for 2 inches, the female sleeve 4 inches, down the arm. At , bathing in the state of nature was de rigueur for the elite of the bathers, while our Sunday visitors from the slums frequently made a great point of wearing bathing costumes. It was frequently noticed that those who were most anxious to avoid exposing their persons were distinguished by the foulness of their language. My impression was that their foul-mindedness deprived them of the consciousness of safety from coarse jests. If I were bathing alone among blackguards, I should probably feel uncomfortable myself, if without a costume. A lady in a little city of the south of France told Paola Lombroso that young middle-class girls there were not allowed to go out except to mass, and cannot even show themselves at the window except under their mother's eye. Yet they do not think it necessary to have a cabin when sea bathing, and even dispense with a bathing costume without consciousness of immodesty. A woman mentioned to me that a man came to her and told her in confidence his distress of mind. He feared he had corrupted his wife because she got into a bath in his presence, with her baby, and enjoyed his looking at her splashing about. He was deeply distressed, thinking he must have done her harm and destroyed her modesty. The woman to whom this was said felt naturally indignant, but also gave her the feeling as if every man may secretly despise a woman for the very things he teaches her, and only meets her confiding delight with regret or dislike. Women will occasionally be found to hide diseases and symptoms from a bashfulness and modesty so great and perverse as to be hardly credible, writes Dr. W. Wynne Westcott, an experienced coroner. I have known several cases of female deaths, reported as sudden, and of cause unknown, when the medical man called in during the latter hours of life has been quite unaware that his lady patient was dying of gangrene of a strangulated femoral hernia, or was bleeding to death from the bowel, or from ruptured varices of the vulva. The foregoing selection of facts might, of course, be indefinitely enlarged, since I have not generally quoted from any previous collections of facts bearing on the question of modesty. Such collections may be found in Ploss and Max Bartwell's Das Weib, a work that is constantly appearing in new and enlarged editions. Herbert Spencer, Descriptive Sociology, especially under such headings as clothing, moral sentiments, and aesthetic products. W. G. Sumner, Folkways, Chapter 11. Manegazza, Mori delighi uomi, Chapter 2. Westermarck, Marriage, Chapter 9. Letourneau, L'Evolution de la Morale, page 126, et sequens. G. Mortimer, Chapters on Human Love, Chapter 4. And in the general anthropological works of Wace Gerland, Peskel, Ratzel, and others. End of the Evolution of Modesty, Part 1, Section 5.
The Evolution of Modesty, Part 2, Section 1 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1 by Havelock Ellis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Thomas Coos. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 2, Section 1. That modesty, like all the close allied emotions, is based on fear, one of the most primitive of the emotions, seems to be fairly evident. The association of modesty and fear is even a very ancient observation, and is found in the fragments of Epicharmus, while, according to one of the most recent definitions, modesty is the timidity of the body. Modesty is indeed an agglomeration of fears, especially, as I hope to show, of two important and distinct fears, one of much earlier than human origin, and supplied solely by the female, the other of more distinctly human character, and of social rather than sexual origin. A child left to itself, though very bashful, is wholly devoid of modesty. Everyone is familiar with the shocking inconveniences of children in speech and act, with the charming ways in which they innocently disregard the conventions of modesty their elders thrust upon them, or, even when anxious to carry them out, wholly miss the point at issue, as when a child thinks that to put a little garment round the neck satisfies the demands of modesty. Julius Moses states that modesty in the uncovering of the sexual parts begins about the age of 4, but in cases when this occurs, it is difficult to exclude teaching and example. Under civilized conditions, the convention of modesty long precedes its real development. Bell has found that in love affairs before the age of 9, the girl is more aggressive than the boy, and that at that age she begins to be modest. It may fairly be said that complete development of modesty only takes place at the advent of puberty. We may admit with Perez, one of the very few writers who touch on the evolution of this emotion, that modesty may appear at a very early age if sexual desire appears early. We should not, however, be justified in asserting that on this account modesty is a purely sexual phenomenon. The social impulses also develop about puberty, and to that coincidence the compound nature of the emotion of modesty may well be largely due. The sexual factor is, however, the simplest and most primitive element of modesty, and may therefore be mentioned first. Anyone who watches a bitch not in heat when approached by a dog with tail wagging gallantly may see the beginnings of modesty. When the dog's attentions become a little too marked, the bitch squats firmly down on the front legs and hindquarters, though when the period of oestrus comes, her modesty may be flung to the air, and she eagerly turns her hindquarters to her admirer's nose and elevates her tail in the air. Her attitude of refusal is equivalent, that is to say, to that which in the human race is typified by the classical example of womanly modesty in the Medicean Venus, who withdraws the pelvis, at the same time holding one hand to guard the pubes, the other to guard the breasts. The essential expression in each case is that of defense of the sexual centers against the undesired advances of the male. Stratz, who criticizes the above statement, argues, with photographs of nude women in illustration, that the normal type of European surprised modesty is shown by an attitude in which the arms are crossed over the breast, the most sexually attractive region, while the thighs are pressed together, one being placed before the other, the shoulder raised and the back slightly curved. Occasionally, he adds, the hands may be used to cover the face, and then the crossed arms conceal the breasts. The Medicean Venus, he remarks, is only a pretty woman coquetting with her body. Canova's Venus in the Pitti, who has drapery in front of her and presses her arms across her breast, being a more accurate rendering of the attitude of modesty. But Stratz admits that when a surprised woman is gazed at for some time, she turns her head away, sinks or closes her eyes, and covers her pubes, or any other part she thinks is being gazed at, with one hand, while with the other she hides her breast or face. This he terms the secondary expression of modesty. Stratz Die Frauenkleidung, 3rd edition, page 23. This is certainly true that the Medicean Venus merely represents an artistic convention, a generalized tradition not founded on exact and precise observation of the gestures of modesty, and it is equally true that all the instinctive movements noted by Stratz are commonly resorted to by a woman whose nakedness is surprised. But in the absence of any series of carefully recorded observations, one may doubt whether the distinction drawn by Stratz between the primary and the secondary expression of modesty can be upheld as the general rule, while it is most certainly not true for every case. When a young woman is surprised in a state of nakedness by a person of the opposite or even of the same sex, it is her instinct to conceal the primary centers of sexual function and attractiveness in the first place, the pubes, in the second place the breasts. The exact attitude and particular gestures of the hands in achieving the desired end vary with the individual and with the circumstances. The hand may not be used at all as a veil, and indeed the instinct of modesty itself may inhibit the use of the hand for the protection of modesty. To turn the back towards the beholder is often the chief impulse of blushing modesty, even when clothed. But the application of the hand to this end is primitive and natural. The lowly Fuegian woman, depicted by Hyades and Denneker, who holds her hand to her pubes while being photographed, is one at this point with the Roman Venus described by Ovid, Ars Amoratoria, Book 2. Ipsa Venus pubem quotis valemnia ponit protegutur leva semi reducta manus. It may be added that young women of the lower social classes, at all events in England, when bathing at the seaside in complete nudity, commonly grasp the sexual organs with one hand for concealment as they walk up from the sea. The sexual modesty of the female animal is rooted in the sexual periodicity of the female, and is an involuntary expression of the organic fact that the time for love is not now. Inasmuch as this fact is true of the greater part of the lives of all female animals below man, the expression itself becomes so habitual that it even intrudes at those moments when it has ceased to be in place. We may see this again illustrated in the bitch who, when in heat, herself runs after the male and again turns to flee, perhaps only submitting with much persuasion to his embrace. Thus, modesty becomes something more than a mere refusal of the male. It becomes an invitation to the male, and is mixed up with his ideas of what is sexually desirable in the female. This would alone serve to account for the existence of modesty as a psychical secondary sexual character. In this sense, and in the sense only, we may say with Colin Scott, that the feeling of shame is made to be overcome, and is thus correlated with its physical representative, the hymen, in the rupture of which, as Groos remarks, there is, in some degree, a disruption also of modesty. The sexual modesty of the female is thus an inevitable byproduct of the naturally aggressive attitude of the male in sexual relationships, and the naturally defensive attitude of the female, this again being founded on the fact that, while in man and the species allied to him, the sexual function in the female is periodic, and during most of life a function to be guarded from the opposite sex, in the male it rarely or never needs to be so guarded. Both male and female, however, need to guard themselves during the exercise of their sexual activities from jealous rivals, as well as from enemies who might take advantage of their position to attack them. It is highly probable that this is one important sexual factor in the constitution of modesty, and shuns publicity in the exercise of sexual functions. Northcote has especially emphasized this element in modesty as originating in the fear of rivals. That from this seeking after secrecy from motives of fear should arise an instinctive feeling that the sexual act must always be hidden is a natural enough sequence, and since it is not a long step between thinking of an act as needing concealment and thinking of it as wrong, it is easily conceivable that sexual intercourse comes to be regarded as a stolen and therefore in some degree a sinful pleasure. Animals in a state of nature almost appear to seek seclusion for sexual intercourse, although this instinct is lost under domestication. Even the lowest savages also, if uncorrupted by civilized influences, seek the solitude of the forest or the protection of their huts for the same purpose. The rare cases in which coitus is public seem usually to involve a ceremonial or social observance rather than mere personal gratification. At Loango, for instance, it would be highly improper to have intercourse in an exposed spot. It must only be performed inside the hut, with closed doors at night when no one is present. It is on the sexual factor of modesty, existing in a well-marked form even among animals, that coquetry is founded. I'm glad to find myself on this point in agreement with Professor Groos, who, in his elaborate study of the play instinct, has reached the same conclusion. So far from being the mere heartless play by which a woman shows her power over a man, Groos points out that coquetry possesses high biological and psychological significance, being rooted in the antagonism between the sexual instinct and inborn modesty. He refers to the roe who runs away from the stag, but in a circle. Groos, Die Spiel der Menschen, 1899, page 339. Also the same author's Die Spiel der Thier, page 288, at sequence. Another example of coquetry is furnished by the female kingfisher, Alcedo ispida, which will spend all the morning in teasing and flying away from the male, but is careful constantly to look back, and never to let him out of her sight. Many examples are given by Büchner in Leib and Leibesleben in Der Tierwelt, Robert Müller, Sexual Biologie, page 302, emphasizes the importance of coquetry as a lure to the male. "It is quite true," a lady writes to me in a private letter, "that coquetry is a poor thing, and that every milkmaid can assume it, but a woman uses it principally in self-defense, while she is finding out what the man himself is like. This is in accordance with the remark of Marrow that modesty enables a woman to put lovers to the test in order to select him who is best able to serve the natural ends of love. It is doubtless the necessity for this probationary period as a test of masculine qualities, which usually leads a woman to repel instinctively a too hasty and impatient suitor, for, as Arthur MacDonald remarks, it seems to be instinctive in young women to reject the impetuous lover without the least consideration of his character, ability, and fitness. This essential element in courtship, this fundamental attitude of pursuer and pursued, is clearly to be seen even in animals and savages. It is equally pronounced in most civilized men and women, manifesting itself in crude and subtle ways alike. Shakespeare's Angelo, whose virtue had always resisted the temptations of vice, discovered at last that modesty may more betray our sense than woman's lightness. "What," asked the wise Montaigne, "is the object of that virginal shame, that sedate coldness, that severe countenance, that pretense of not knowing things which they understand better than we who teach them, except to increase in us the desire to conquer and curb, to trample under our appetite, all that ceremony and those obstacles? For there is not only matter for pleasure, but for pride also, in ruffling and debauching that soft sweetness and infantine modesty. The masculine attitude in the face of feminine coyness may easily pass into a kind of sadism, but is nevertheless in its origin an innocent and instinctive impulse." Restif de la Bretonne, describing his own shame and timidity as a pretty boy whom the girls would run after and kiss, adds, "It is surprising that at the same time I would imagine the pleasure I should have in embracing a girl who resisted, in inspiring her with timidity, in making her flee, and in pursuing her. That was a part which I burned to play." It is the instinct of the sophisticated and the unsophisticated alike. The Arabs have developed an erotic ideal of sensuality, but they emphasize the importance of feminine modesty, and declare that the best woman is she who sees not men, and whom they see not. This deep-rooted modesty of women towards men in courtship is intimately interwoven with the marriage customs and magic rites of even the most primitive peoples, and has survived in many civilized practices today. A prostitute may be able to simulate the modesty she may often be far from feeling, and the immense erotic advantage of the innocent over the vicious woman lies largely in the fact that in her the exquisite reactions of modesty are fresh and vigorous. "I cannot imagine anything that is more sexually exciting," remarks Hans Menjago, "than to observe a person of the opposite sex, who, by some external or internal force, is compelled to fight against her physical modesty. The more modest she is, the more sexually exciting is the person she presents." It is notable that even in abnormal, as well as in normal, erotic passion, the desire is for innocent and not for vicious women, and in association with this, the desired favor, to be keenly relished, must often be gained by sudden surprise and not by mutual agreement. A foot fetishist writes to me, "It is the stolen glimpse of a pretty foot or ankle which produces the greatest effect on me." A urolognic symbolist was chiefly excited by the act of urination when he caught a young woman unawares in the act. A fetishist admirer of the states only desired to see this region in innocent girls, not in prostitutes. The exhibitionist, almost invariably, only exposes himself to apparently respectable girls. A Russian correspondent who feels this charm of women in a particularly strong degree is inclined to think that there is an element of perversity in it. In the erotic action of the idea of feminine enjoyment, he writes, "I think there are traces of a certain perversity. In fact, owing to the impressions of early youth, woman, even if we feel contempt for her in theory, is placed above us on a certain pedestal as an almost sacred being, and the more so because mysterious. Now, sensuality and sexual desire are considered as rather vulgar, and a little dirty, even ridiculous and degrading, not to say bestial. The woman who enjoys it is, therefore, rather like a profaned altar, or at least like a divinity who has descended on to the earth. To give enjoyment to a woman is therefore like perpetrating a sacrilege, or at least like taking a liberty with a god. The feelings bequeathed to us by a long social civilization maintain themselves in spite of our rational and deliberate opinions. Reason tells us that there is nothing evil in sexual enjoyment, rather in man or woman, but an unconscious feeling directs our emotions, and this feeling, having a germ that was placed in modern men by Christianity, and perhaps by still older religions, says that woman ought to be an absolutely pure being with ethereal sensations, and that in her sexual enjoyment is out of place, improper, scandalous. To arouse sexual emotions in a woman, if not to profane a sacred host, is, at all events, the staining of an immaculate peplos. If not sacrilege, it is, at least, irreverence or impertinence. For all men, the chaster a woman is, the more agreeable it is to bring her to the orgasm. That is felt as a triumph of the body over the soul, of sin over virtue, of earth over heaven. There is something diabolic in such pleasure, especially when it is felt by a man intoxicated with love, and full of religious respect for the Virgin of his election. This feeling is, from a rational point of view, absurd, and in its tendencies immoral, but it is delicious in its sacredly voluptuous subtlety. Defloration thus has its powerful fascination in the respect consciously or unconsciously felt for woman's chastity. In marriage, the feeling is yet more complicated. In deflowering his bride, the Christian, that is, any man brought up in a Christian civilization, has the feeling of committing a sort of sin, for the flesh is for him always connected with sin, which by a special privilege has for him become legitimate. He has received a special permit to corrupt innocence. Hence the peculiar prestige for civilized Christians of the wedding night sung by Shelley in ecstatic verses. O joy, O fear, what will be done in the absence of the sun? This feeling has, however, its normal range, and is not per se a perversity, though it may doubtless become so when unduly heightened by Christian sentiment, and especially if it leads, as to some extent it has led in my Russian correspondent, to an abnormal feeling of sexual attraction of girls who have only or scarcely reached the age of puberty. The sexual charm of this period of girlhood is well illustrated in many of the poems of Thomas Ashe, and is worthy of note as perhaps supporting the contention that this attraction is based on Christian feeling, that Ashe has been a clergyman. An attentiveness to the woman's pleasure remains, in itself, very far from a perversion, but increases, as Colin Scott has pointed out, with civilization, while its absence, the indifference to the partner's pleasure, is a perversion of the most degraded kind. There is no such instinctive demand on the woman's part for innocence in the man, in the nature of things that could not be. Such emotion is required for properly playing the part of the pursued. It is by no means an added attraction on the part of the pursuer. There is, however, an allied and corresponding desire which is very often clearly or latently present in the woman, a longing for pleasure that is stolen or forbidden. It is a mistake to suppose that this is an indication of viciousness or perversity. It appears to be an impulse that occurs quite naturally in altogether innocent women. The exciting charm of the risky and dangerous naturally arises on a background of feminine shyness and timidity. We may trace its recognition at a very early stage of history, in the story of Eve and the forbidden fruit, that has so often been the symbol of the masculine organs of sex. It is on this ground that many have argued the folly of laying external restrictions on women in matters of love, Thus, in quoting the great Italian writer who afterwards became Pope Pius II, Robert Burton remarked, "I am of Aeneas Sylvius's mind, those jealous Italians do very ill to lock up their wives, for women are of such a disposition, they will mostly covet that which is denied most, and offend least when they have free liberty to trespass." It is the spontaneous and natural instinct of the lover to desire modesty in his mistress, and by no means any calculated opinion on his part that modesty is the sign of sexual emotion. It remains true, however, that modesty is an expression of feminine erotic impulse. We have here one of the instances, of which there are so many, of that curious and instinctive harmony by which nature has sought the more effectively to bring about the ends of courtship. As to the fact itself there can be little doubt. It constantly forces itself on the notice of careful observers, and has long been decided in the affirmative by those who have discussed the matter. Vinet, one of the earliest writers on the psychology of sex, after discussing the question at length, decided that the timid woman is a more ardent lover than the bold woman. It is the most prudent girl, remarked Restif de Le Breton, whose experience of women was so extensive, the girl who blushes most, who is most disposed to the pleasures of love. He adds that in girls and boys alike, shyness is a premature consciousness of sex. This observation has even become embodied in popular proverbs. "Do as the lasses do, say no, but take it," is a Scotch saying, to which corresponds the Welsh saying, "The more prudish, the more unchaste." It is not, at first, quite clear why an excessively shy and modest woman should be the most apt for intimate relationships with a man, and in such a case the woman is often charged with hypocrisy. There is, however, no hypocrisy in the matter. The shy and reserved woman holds herself aloof from intimacy in ordinary friendship, because she is acutely sensitive to the judgments of others, and fears that any seemingly immodest action may make an unfavorable opinion. With a lover, however, in whose eyes she feels assured that her actions cannot be viewed unfavorably, these barriers of modesty fall down, and the resulting intimacy becomes all the more fascinating to the woman because of its contrast with the extreme reserve she is impelled to maintain in other relationships. It thus happens that many modest women who, in non-sexual relationships with their own sex, are not able to act with the physical unreserve not uncommon with women among themselves, yet feel no such reserve with a man, when they are once confident of his good opinion. Much the same is true of modest and sensitive men in their relations with women. This fundamental animal factor of modesty, rooted in the natural facts of the sexual life of the higher mammals, and especially man, obviously will not explain all the phenomena of modesty. We must turn to the other great primary element of modesty, the social factor. We cannot doubt that one of the most primitive and universal of the social characteristics of man is an aptitude for disgust, founded as it is, on a yet more primitive and animal aptitude for disgust, which has little or no social significance. In nearly all races, even the most savage, we seem to find distinct traces of this aptitude for disgust in the presence of certain actions of others, an emotion naturally reflected in the individual's own actions, and hence a guide to conduct. Notwithstanding our gastric community of disgust with lower animals, it is only in man that this disgust seems to become transformed and developed, to possess a distinctly social character, and to serve as a guide to social conduct. The objects of disgust vary infinitely according to the circumstances and habits of particular races. but the reaction of disgust is fundamental throughout. The best study of the phenomena of disgust known to me is, without doubt, Professor Richet's. Richet concludes that it is the dangerous and the useless which evoke disgust. The digestive and sexual excretions and secretions being either useless or, in accordance with widespread primitive ideas, highly dangerous, the genito-anal region became a concentrated focus of disgust. It is largely for this reason, no doubt, that savage men exhibit modesty not only toward women, but toward their own sex, and that so many of the lowest savages take great precautions in obtaining seclusion for the fulfillment of natural functions. The statement, now so often made, that the primary object of clothes is to accentuate rather than to conceal, has in it, as I shall point out later, a large element of truth, but it is by no means a complete account of the matter. It seems difficult not to admit that, alongside the impulse to accentuate sexual differences, there is also in both men and women a genuine impulse to concealment among the most primitive peoples, and the invincible repugnance often felt by savages to remove the girdle or apron is scarcely accounted for by the theory that it is solely a sexual lure. In this connection, it seems to me instructive to consider a special form of modesty very strongly marked among savages in some parts of the world. I refer to the feeling of immodesty in eating. Where this feeling exists, modesty is offended when one eats in public. The modest man retires to eat. Indecency, said Cook, was utterly unknown among the Tahitians, but they would not eat together. Even brothers and sisters had their separate baskets of provisions, and generally sat some yards apart, with their backs to each other when they ate. The Warua of Central Africa, Cameron found, when offered a drink, put up a cloth before their faces while they swallowed it, and would not allow anyone to see them eat or drink, so that every man or woman must have his own fire and cook for himself. Carl von den Steinen remarks in his interesting book on Brazil that though the Bacari of central Brazil have no feeling of shame about nakedness, they are ashamed to eat in public. They retire to eat, and hung their heads in shamefaced confusion when they saw him innocently eat in public. Rolf von Stevens found that when he gave an Orang Lot Malay woman anything to eat, she not only would not eat it if her husband were present, but if any man were present, she would go outside before eating or giving her children to eat. Thus, among these people, the act of eating in public produces the same feelings as among ourselves the indecent exposure of the body in public. It is quite easy to understand how this arises. Whenever there is any pressure on the means of subsistence, as among savages at some time or another there nearly always is, it must necessarily arouse a profound and mixed emotion of desire and disgust to see another person putting into his stomach what might just as well have put into one's own. The special secrecy sometimes observed by women is probably due to the fact that women would be less able to resist the emotions that the act of eating would arouse in onlookers. As social feeling develops, a man desires not only to eat in safety, but also to avoid being an object of disgust, and to spare his friends all unpleasant emotions. Hence, it becomes a requirement of ordinary decency to eat in private. A man who eats in public becomes, like the man who in our cities exposes his person in public, an object of disgust and contempt. End of the Evolution of Modesty, Part 2, Section 1. Recording by John Thomas Kuzmarski. John Thomas Kuz, www.validateyourlife.com. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 2, Section 2 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1 by Havelock ELLIS. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Thomas Coos. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 2, Section 2. Long ago, when a hospital student on midwifery duty in London slums, I had occasion to observe that among the women of the poor, and more especially in those who had lost the first bloom of youth, modesty consisted chiefly in the fear of being disgusting. There was an almost pathetic anxiety in the face of pain and discomfort not to be disgusting in the doctor's eyes. This anxiety expressed itself in the ordinary symptoms of modesty, but as soon as the woman realized that I found nothing disgusting in whatever was proper and necessary to be done under the circumstances, it almost invariably happened that every sign of modesty at once disappeared. In the special and elementary conditions of parturition, modesty is reduced to this one fear of causing disgust, so that when that is negated, the emotion is non-existent, and the subject becomes, without effort, as direct and natural as a little child. A fellow student on similar duty, who also discovered for himself the same character of modesty, that if he was careful to guard her modesty, the woman was careful also, and that if he was not, the woman was not, remarked on it to me with sadness. It seemed to him derogatory to womanhood that what he had been accustomed to consider its supreme grace should be so superficial that he could at will set limits to it. I thought then, as I think still, that that was rather a perversion of the matter, and that nothing becomes degrading because we happen to have learned something about its operations. But I am more convinced than ever that the fear of causing disgust, a fear quite distinct from that of losing a sexual lure or breaking a rule of social etiquette, plays a very large part in the modesty of the more modest sex, and in modesty generally. Our Venuses, as Lucretius long since remarked, and Montaigne after him, are careful to conceal from their lovers the vita poscenia, and that fantastic fate which placed so near together the supreme foci of physical attraction and physical repugnance, has immensely contributed to build up all the subtlest coquetries of courtship. Whatever stimulates self-confidence and lulls the fear of evoking disgust, whether it is the presence of a beloved person, in whose good opinion complete confidence is felt, or whether it is merely the grosser narcotizing influence of a slight degree of intoxication, always automatically lulls the emotion of modesty. Together with the animal factor of sexual refusal, this social fear of evoking disgust seems to me the most fundamental element in modesty. It is, of course, impossible to argue that the fact of the sacro-pubic region of the body being the chief focus of concealment proves the importance of this factor of modesty, but it may fairly be argued that it owes this position not merely to being the sexual center, but also as being the excretory center. Even among many lower mammals, as well as among birds and insects, there is a well-marked horror of dirt, somewhat disguised by the varying ways in which an animal may be said to define dirt. Many animals spend more time and energy in the duties of cleanliness than human beings, and they often show well-marked anxiety to remove their own excrement or to keep away from it. Thus, the element of modesty also may be said to have an animal basis. It is on this animal basis that the human and social fear of arousing disgust has developed. Its probably wide extension is indicated not only by the strong feeling attached to the constant presence of clothing on this part of the body, such as constant presence being quite uncalled for if the garment or ornament is merely a sort of sexual war paint, but by the repugnance felt by many savages very low down in the scale to the public satisfaction of natural needs and to their more than civilized cleanliness In this connection, it is further of interest to note that in some parts of the world the covering is not in front but behind, though of this fact there are probably other explanations. Among civilized people, also, it may be added, the final and invincible seat of modesty is sometimes not around the pubes, but the anus. That is to say that in such cases the fear of arousing disgust is the ultimate and most fundamental element of modesty. The concentration of modesty around the anus is sometimes very marked. Many women feel so high a degree of shame and reserve with regard to this region that they are comparatively indifferent to an anterior examination of the sexual organs. A similar feeling is not seldom found in men. I would permit of an examination of my genitals by a medical man without any feeling of discomfort. A correspondent writes, "But I think I would rather die than submit to any rectal examination." Even physicians have been known to endure painful rectal disorders for years rather than undergo examination. Among ordinary English girls, a medical correspondent writes, "I have often noticed that the dislike and shame of allowing a man to have sexual intercourse with them when newly married is simply due to the fact that the sexual aperture is so closely opposed to the anus and bladder. If the vulva and vagina were situated between a woman's shoulder blades, and a man had a separate instrument for coitus, not used for any excretory purpose, I do not think women would feel about intercourse as they sometimes do." Again, in their ignorance of anatomy, women often look upon the vagina and womb as part of the bowel and its exit of discharge, and sometimes say, for instance, inflammation of the bowel, when they mean womb. Again, many, perhaps most, women believe that they pass water through the vagina and are ignorant of the existence of the separate urethral orifice. Again, women associate the vulva with the anus and so feel ashamed of it, even when speaking to their husbands or to a doctor or among themselves, they have absolutely no name for the vulva. I mean among the upper classes and people of gentle birth, but speak of it as down below, low down, etc. Even though this feeling is largely based on wrong and ignorant ideas, it must still be recognized that it is to some extent natural and inevitable. "How much is risked?" exclaimed Dugas in Privacies of Love. "The results may be disillusion, disgust, the consciousness of physical imperfection, of brutality or coldness, of aesthetic disenchantment, of a sentimental shock, seen or divined. To be without modesty, that is to say, to have no fear of the ordeals of love, one must be sure of oneself, of one's grace, of one's physical emotions, of one's feelings, and be sure, moreover, of the effect of all these on the nerves, the imagination, and the heart of another person. Let us suppose modesty reduced to aesthetic discomfort, to a woman's fear of displeasing, or of not seeming beautiful enough. Even thus defined, how can modesty avoid being always awake and restless? What woman could repeat, without risk, the tranquil action of Phryne? And even in that action, who knows how much may not have been due to mere professional insolence? Dugas, La Pugere, Revue Philosophique, November 1903. Men and Women, Schwartz points out, Altersklassen and Mannerbund, page 41 to 51, have certainly the capacity mutually to supplement and enrich each other, but when this completion fails, or is not sought, the difference may easily become a strong antipathy, and he proceeds to develop the wide-reaching significance of this psychic fact. I have emphasized the proximity of the excretory centers to the sexual focus in discussing this important factor of modesty, because in analyzing so complex and elusive an emotion as modesty, it is desirable to keep as near as possible to the essential and fundamental facts on which it is based. It is scarcely necessary to point out that in ordinary civilized society, these fundamental facts are not usually present at the surface of consciousness and may even be absent altogether. On the foundation of them may rise all sorts of idealized fears or delicate reserves of aesthetic refinements as the emotions of love become more complex and more subtle, and the crude simplicity of the basis on which they finally rest becomes inevitably concealed. Another factor of modesty which reaches a high development in savagery is the ritual element, especially the idea of ceremonial uncleanness, based on a dread of the supernatural influences which the sexual organs and functions are supposed to exert. It may be to some extent rooted in the elements already referred to, and it leads us into a much wider field than that of modesty, so that it is only necessary to touch slightly on it here. It has been exhaustively studied by Fraser and by Crawley. Offenses against the ritual, rendered necessary by this mysterious dread, though more serious than offenses against sexual reticence or the fear of causing disgust, are so obviously allied that they all reinforce one another and cannot easily be disentangled. Nearly everywhere, all over the world, at a primitive stage of thought, and even to some extent in the highest civilization, the sight of the sexual organs, or of the sexual act, the image, or even the names of the sexual parts of either man or woman, are believed to have a curiously potent influence, sometimes beneficent, but quite as often maleficent. The two kinds of influence may even be combined, and Riedel, quoted by Ploss and Bartels, states that the Ambon Islanders carve a schematic representation of the vulva on their fruit trees, in part to promote the productiveness of the trees, and in part to scare any unauthorized person who might be tempted to steal the fruit. The precautions prescribed as regards coitus at Loango are evidently associated with religious fears. In Ceylon, again, as a medical correspondent there informs me, where the penis is worshipped and held sacred, a native never allows it to be seen except under compulsion by a doctor, and even a wife must neither see it nor touch it, nor ask for coitus, though she must grant as much as the husband desires. All savage and barbarous peoples who have attained any high degree of ceremonialism have included the functions not only of sex but also of excretion, more or less stringently within the bounds of that ceremonialism. It is only necessary to refer to the Jewish ritual books of the Old Testament, to Hesiod, and to the customs prevalent among Mohammedan peoples. Modesty in eating also has its roots by no means only in the fear of causing disgust, but very largely in this kind of ritual, and Crawley has shown how numerous and frequent among primitive peoples are the religious implications of eating and drinking. So profound is this dread of the sacred mystery of sex, and so widespread is the ritual based upon it, that some have imagined that here alone we may find the complete explanation of modesty, and Salomon Reinach declares that at the origin of the emotion of modesty lies a taboo. Durkheim, La prohibition de l'inceste, l'année sociologique, 1898, page 50, arguing that whatever sense of repugnance women may inspire must necessarily reach the highest point around the womb, which is hence subjected to the most stringent taboo. Incidentally, suggests that here is an origin of modesty. The sexual organs must be veiled at an early period, to prevent the dangerous effluvia which they give off from reaching the environment. The veil is often a method of intercepting magic action. Once constituted, the practice would be maintained and transformed. It was doubtless as a secondary and derived significance that the veil became, as Reinach, Le Voile de l'Oblation, cite page 299 to 311, shows it was, alike among the Romans and in the Catholic Church, the sign of consecration to the gods. At an early stage of culture, again, menstruation is regarded as a process of purification, a dangerous expulsion of vitiated humors. Hence the term catharsis applied to it by the Greeks. Hence, also, the medieval view of women, mulier speciosa templum edificatum super cloacam, said Boethius. The sacropubic region in women, because it excludes the source of menstruation, thus becomes a specially heightened seat of taboo, according to the Mosaic law, Leviticus chapter 20, volume 18. If a man uncovered a menstruating woman, both were to be cut off. It is probable that the Mohammedan custom of veiling the face and head really has its source solely in another aspect of this ritual factor of modesty. It must be remembered that this custom is not Mohammedan in its origin, since it existed long previously among the Arabians, and is described by Tertullian. In early Arabia, very handsome men also veiled their faces in order to preserve themselves from the evil eye. And it has been conjectured, with much probability, that the origin of the custom of women veiling their faces may be traced to this magico-religious precaution. Among the Jews of the same period, according to Büchler, the women had their heads covered and never cut their hair. To appear in the streets without such covering would be like a prostitute and was adequate ground for divorce. Adulterous women were punished by uncovering their heads and cutting their hair. It is possible, though not certain, that St. Paul's obscure injunction to women to cover their heads because of the angels may really be based on the ancient reason that, when uncovered, they would be exposed to the wanton assaults of spirits. 1 Corinthians chapter 11, v. 5-6. Exactly as Singhalese women believe that they must keep the vulva covered, lest demons should have intercourse with them. Even at the present day, St. Paul's injunction is still observed by Christendom, which is, however, far from accepting, or even perhaps understanding, the folklore ground on which are based such injunctions. Crawley thus summarizes some of the evidence concerning the significance of the veil. Sexual shyness, not only in woman but in man, is intensified at marriage, and forms a chief feature of the dangerous sexual properties mutually feared. When fully ceremonial, the idea takes on the meaning that satisfaction of these feelings will lead to their neutralization, as in fact it does. The bridegroom in ancient Sparta supped on the wedding night at the men's mess, and then visited his bride, leaving her before daybreak. This practice was continued, and sometimes children were born before the pair had ever seen each other's faces by day. At weddings in the Babar Islands, the bridegroom has to hunt for his bride in a darkened room. This lasts a good while if she is shy. In South Africa, the bridegroom may not see his bride till the whole of the marriage ceremonies have been performed. In Persia, a husband never sees his wife till he has consummated the marriage. At marriages in South Arabia, the bride and bridegroom have to sit immovable in the same position from noon till midnight, fasting in separate rooms. The bride is attended by ladies, and the groom by men. They may not see each other till the night of the fourth day. In Egypt, the groom cannot see the face of his bride, even by a surreptitious glance, till she is in his absolute possession. Then comes the ceremony, which he performs, of uncovering her face. In Egypt, of course, this has been accentuated by the seclusion and veiling of women. In Morocco, at the feast before the marriage, the bride and groom sit together on a sort of throne. All the time the poor bride's eyes are firmly closed, and she sits amidst the revelry as immovable as a statue. On the next day is the marriage. She is conducted after dark to her future home, accompanied by a crowd with lanterns and candles. She is led with closed eyes along the street by two relatives, each holding one of her hands. The bride's head is held in its proper position by a female relative who walks behind her. She wears a veil, and is not allowed to open her eyes until she is set on the bridal bed, with a girl friend beside her. Amongst the Zulus, the bridal party proceeds to
to the house of the groom, having the bride hidden amongst them. They stand facing the groom while the bride sings a song. Her companions then suddenly break away, and she is discovered standing in the middle, with a fringe of beads covering her face. Amongst the people of Kumaun, the husband sees his wife first after the joining of hands. Amongst the Bedouin of northeast Africa, the bride is brought on the evening of the wedding day by her girl friends to the groom's house. She's closely muffled up. Amongst the Jews of Jerusalem, the bride, at the marriage ceremony, stands under the nuptial canopy, her eyes being closed, that she may not behold the face of her future husband before she reaches the bridal chamber. In Melanesia, the bride is carried to her new home on someone's back, wrapped in many mats, with palm fans held about her face. Because she is supposed to be modest and shy, among the Damaras, the groom cannot see his bride for 4 days after marriage. When a Damara woman is asked in marriage, she covers her face for a time with the flap of a headdress made for this purpose. At the Thlinkit marriage ceremony, the bride must look down and keep her head bowed all the time. During the wedding day, she remains hiding in a corner of the house, and the groom is forbidden to enter. At a Yazidi marriage, the bride is covered from head to foot with a thick veil, and when arrived at her new home, she retires behind a curtain in the corner of a darkened room, where she remains for 3 days before her husband is permitted to see her. In Korea, the bride has to cover her face with her long sleeves when meeting the bridegroom at the wedding. The Manchurian bride uncovers her face for the first time when she descends from the nuptial couch. It is dangerous even to see dangerous persons. Sight is a method of contagion in primitive science, and the idea coincides with the psychological aversion to see dangerous things, and with sexual shyness and timidity. In the customs noticed, we can distinguish the feeling that it is dangerous to the bride for her husband's eyes to be upon her, and the feeling of bashfulness in her which induces her neither to see him nor to be seen by him. These ideas explain the origin of the bridal veil and similar concealments. The bridal veil is used, to take a few instances, in China, Burma, Korea, Russia, Bulgaria, Manchuria, and Persia, and in all these cases it conceals the face entirely. E. Crawley, The Mystic Rose, page 328, at sequence. Alexander Walker, writing in 1846, remarks, among old-fashioned people, of whom a good example may be found in old country people of the middle class in England, it is indecent to be seen with the head unclothed. Such a woman is terrified at the chance of being seen in that condition, and if intruded on at that time, she shrieks with terror and flies to conceal herself. A. Walker Beauty, page 15. This fear of being seen with the head uncovered exists still. M. Van Gennep informs me in some regions of France, as in Bretagne. So far it has only been necessary to refer incidentally to the connection of modesty with clothing. I have sought to emphasize the unquestionable but often forgotten fact that modesty is in its origin independent of clothing, that physiological modesty takes precedence of anatomical modesty, and that the primary factors of modesty were certainly developed long before the discovery of either ornament or garments. The rise of clothing probably had its first psychical basis on an emotion of modesty already compositely formed of the elements we have traced. Both the main elementary factors, it may be noted, must naturally tend to develop and unite in a more complex, though it may well be much less intense emotion. The impulse which leads the female animal, as it leads some African women, when found without their girdles, to squat firmly down on the earth, becomes a more refined and extended play of gesture and ornament and garment, A very notable advance, I may remark, is made when this primary attitude of defense against the action of the male becomes a defense against his eyes. We may thus explain the spread of modesty to various parts of the body, even when we exclude the more special influence of the evil eye. The breasts very early become a focus of modesty in women. This may be observed among many naked or nearly naked Negro races. The tendency of the nates to become the chief seat of modesty in many parts of Africa may probably be, in large part, thus explained, since the full development of the gluteal regions is often the greatest attraction an African woman can possess. The same cause contributes, doubtless, to the face becoming, in some races, the center of modesty. We see the influence of this defense against strange eyes in the special precautions in gesture or clothing taken by the women in various parts of the world against the more offensive eyes of civilized Europeans. But, in thus becoming directed only against sight and not against action, the gestures of modesty are at once free to become merely those of coquetry. When there is no real danger of offensive action, there is no need for more than playful defense, and no serious anxiety should that defense be taken as a disguised invitation. Thus the road is at once fully open toward the most civilized manifestations of the comedy of courtship. End of the Evolution of Modesty, Part 2, Section 2, read by John Thomas Coos. www.validatelife.com.
The Evolution of Modesty, Part 2, Section 3, of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock Ellis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Bob Neufeld. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 2, Section 3. In the same way, the social fear of arousing disgust combines easily and perfectly with any new development in the invention of ornament or clothing as sexual lures. Even among the most civilized races, it has often been noted that the fashion of feminine garments, as also sometimes the use of scents, has the double object of concealing and attracting. It is so with the little apron of a young savage belle. The heightening of the attraction is indeed a logical outcome of the fear of evoking disgust. It is possible, as some ethnographists have observed, that intercrural cords and other primitive garments have a physical ground, inasmuch as they protect the most sensitive and unprotected part of the body, especially in women. We may note in this connection the significant remarks of K. von den Steinen, who argues that among Brazilian tribes the object of the uluri, etc., is to obtain a maximum of protection for the mucous membrane with a minimum of concealment. Among the Eskimo, as Nansen noted, the corresponding intercrural cord is so thin as to be often practically invisible. This may be noted, I may add, in the excellent photographs of Eskimo women given by Holm. But it is evident that in the beginning protection is to little or no extent the motive of attaching foreign substances to the body. Thus the tribes of Central Australia wear no clothes, although they often suffer from the cold. But in addition to armlets, neckbands, and headbands, they have string or hair girdles, with for the women a very small apron, and for the men a pubic tassel. The latter does not conceal the organs, being no larger than a coin, and often brilliantly coated with white pipeclay, especially during the progress of corroborees, when a large number of men and women meet together. It serves the purpose of drawing attention to the organs. When Forster visited the unspoiled islanders of the Pacific early in the 18th century, he tells us that though they wore no clothes, they found it necessary to cover themselves with various ornaments, especially on the sexual parts. But though their males, he remarks, were to all appearances equally anxious in this respect with their females, this part of their dress served only to make that part more conspicuous which it intended to hide. He adds the significant remark that, quote, "these ideas of decency and modesty are only observed at the age of sexual maturity," unquote. Just as in Central Australia, women may only wear aprons after the initiation of puberty. "There are certain things," said Montaigne, "which are hidden in order to be shown." And there can be no doubt that the contention of Westermarck and others, that ornament and clothing were in the first place intended not to conceal or even to protect the body, but in large part to render it sexually attractive, is fully proved. We cannot, in the light of all that has gone before, regard ornaments and clothing as the sole cause of modesty, but the feelings that are thus gathered around the garment constitute a highly important factor of modesty. Among some Australian tribes it is said that the sexual organs are only covered during their erotic dances, and it is further said that in some parts of the world only prostitutes are clothed. The scanty covering, as Westermarck observes, was found to act as the most powerful obtainable sexual stimulus. It is undoubtedly true that this statement may be made not merely of the savage, but of the most civilized world. All observers agree that the complete nudity of savages, unlike the civilized décolleté et détroussé, has no suggestion of sexual allurement. Dr. R. W. Felkin remarks concerning Central Africa that he has never met more indecency than in Uganda, where the penalty of death is inflicted on an adult found naked in the street. A study of pictures or statuary will alone serve to demonstrate that nakedness is always chaster in its effects than partial clothing. As a well-known artist, Du Maurier, has remarked, in Trilby, it is, quote, "a fact well known to all painters and sculptors who have used the nude model, except a few shady pretenders, whose purity, not being of the right sort, has gone rank from too much watching, that nothing is so chaste as nudity. Venus herself, as she drops her garments and steps on to the model throne, leaves behind her on the floor every weapon in her armory by which she can pierce to the grosser passions of men." Burton, in the Anatomy of Melancholy, deals at length with the allurements of love, and concludes that, quote, "the greatest provocations of lust are from our apparel." The artist's model, as one informs me, is much less exposed to liberties from men when nude than when she is partially clothed; and it may be noted that in Paris studios the model who poses naked undresses behind a screen. An admirable poetic rendering of this element in the philosophy of clothing has been given by Herrick, that master of erotic psychology, in A Lily in Crystal, where he argues that a lily in crystal, an amber in a stream, and strawberries in cream gain an added delight from semi-concealment, and so, he concludes, we obtain "a rule how far to teach your nakedness must reach." In this connection, also, it is worth noting that Stanley Hall, in a report based on returns from nearly 1,000 persons, mostly teachers, finds that of the three functions of clothes, protection, ornament, and Lotzian self-feeling, the second is by far the most conspicuous in childhood. The attitude of children is testimony to the primitive attitude toward clothing. It cannot, however, be said that the use of clothing for the sake of showing the natural forms of the body has everywhere been developed. In Japan, where nakedness is accepted without shame, clothes are worn to cover and conceal, not to reveal the body. It is so also in China. A distinguished Chinese gentleman, who had long resided in Europe, once told Bales that he had gradually learnt to grasp the European point of view, but that it would be impossible to persuade his fellow countrymen that a woman who used her clothes to show off her figure could possibly possess the least trace of modesty. The great artistic elaboration often displayed by articles of ornament or clothing, even when very small, and the fact, as shown by Carl von den Steinen regarding Brazilian uluri, that they may serve as common motives in general decoration, sufficiently prove that such objects attract rather than avoid attention. And while there is invincible repugnance among some people to remove these articles, such repugnance often being strongest when the adornment is most minute, others have no such repugnance, or are quite indifferent whether or not their aprons are accurately adjusted. The mere presence or possession of the article gives the required sense of self-respect, of human dignity, of sexual desirability. Thus it is that to unclothe a person is to humiliate him. This was so even in Homeric times, for we may recall the threat of Ulysses to strip Thyestes. When clothing is once established, another element, this time a socio-economic element, often comes in to emphasize its importance and increase the anatomical modesty of women. I mean the growth of that conception of women as property. Weitz, followed by Schurz and Le Tourneau, has insisted that the jealousy of husbands is the primary origin of clothing, and indirectly of modesty. Diderot, in the 18th century, had already given clear expression to the same view. It is undoubtedly true that only married women are, among some peoples, clothed. The unmarried women, though full grown, remain naked. In many parts of the world also, as Montegazza and others have shown, where the men are naked and the women covered, clothing is regarded as a sort of disgrace, and men can only with difficulty be persuaded to adopt it. Before marriage a woman was often free, and not bound to chastity, and at the same time was often naked. After marriage she was clothed, and no longer free. To the husband's mind the garment appears, illogically though naturally, a moral and physical protection against any attack on his property. Thus a new motive was furnished, this time somewhat artificially, for making nakedness, in women at all events, disgraceful. As the conception of property also extended to the father's right over his daughters, and the appreciation of male chastity developed, this motive spread to unmarried as well as married women. A woman on the west coast of Africa must always be chaste, because she is first the property of her parents, and afterwards of her husband. And even in the 17th century of Christendom, so able a thinker as Bishop Burnet furnished precisely the same reason for feminine chastity. This conception probably constituted the chief and most persistent element furnished to the complex emotion of modesty by the barbarous stages of human civilization. This economic factor necessarily involved the introduction of a new moral element into modesty. If a woman's chastity is the property of another person, it is essential that she shall be modest in order that men may not be tempted to incur the penalties involved by the infringement of property rights. Thus, modesty is strictly inculcated on women in order that men may be safeguarded from temptation. The fact was overlooked that modesty is itself a temptation. Immodesty being on this ground disapproved by men, a new motive for modesty is furnished to women. In the book which the Knight of the Tower, Landry, wrote in the 14th century for the instruction of his daughters, this factor of modesty is naively revealed. He tells his daughters of the trouble that David got into through the thoughtlessness of Bathsheba, and warns them that, quote, "every woman ought religiously to conceal herself when dressing and washing, and neither out of vanity nor yet to attract attention show either her hair or her neck or her breast, or any part which ought to be covered." End quote. Hinton went so far as to regard what he termed body modesty as entirely a custom imposed upon women by men with the object of preserving their own virtue. While this motive is far from being the sole source of modesty, it must certainly be borne in mind as an inevitable outcome of the economic factor of modesty. In Europe, it seems probable that the generally accepted conceptions of medieval chivalry were not without influence in constituting the forms in which modesty shows itself among us. In the early Middle Ages, there seems to have been a much greater degree of physical familiarity between the sexes than is commonly found among barbarians elsewhere. There was certainly considerable promiscuity in bathing, and indifference to nakedness. It seems probable, as Durkheim points out, that this state of things was modified in part by the growing force of the dictates of Christian morality, which regarded all intimate approaches between the sexes as sinful, and in part by the influences of chivalry, with its aesthetic and moral ideas of women, as the representative of all the delicacies and elegancies of civilization. This ideal was regarded as incompatible with the familiarities of the existing social relationships between the sexes, and thus a separation, which at first existed only in art and literature, began by a curious reaction to exert an influence on real life. The chief new feature, it is scarcely a new element, added to modesty when an advanced civilization slowly emerges from barbarism, is the elaboration of its social ritual. Civilization expands the range of modesty, and renders it at the same time more changeable. The French 17th century and the English 18th represent early stages of modern European civilization, and they both devoted special attention to the elaboration of the minute details of modesty. The frequenters of the Hotel Rambouillet, the précieuses, satirized by Molière, were not only engaged in refining the language, they were refining feelings and ideas, and enlarging the boundaries of modesty. In England, such famous and popular authors as Swift and Sterne bear witness to a new ardor of modesty in the sudden reticences, the dashes, and the asterisks, which are found throughout their works. The altogether new quality of literary prurience, of which Sterne is still the classical example, could only have arisen on the basis of the new modesty which was then overspreading society and literature. Idle people mostly, no doubt, the women in salons and drawing-rooms, people more familiar with books than with the realities of life, now laid down the rules of modesty, and were ever enlarging it, ever inventing new subtleties of gesture and speech, which it would be immodest to neglect, and which are ever being rendered vulgar by use, and ever changing. It was at this time, probably, that the custom of inventing an arbitrary private vocabulary of words and phrases for the purpose of disguising references to functions and parts of the body regarded as immodest and indecent, first began to become common. Such private slang, growing up independently in families, and especially among women, as well as between lovers, is now almost universal. It is not confined to any European country, and has been studied in Italy by Niceforo, who regards it as a weapon of social defense against an inquisitive and hostile environment, since it enables things to be said with a meaning which is unintelligible to all but the initiated person. While it is quite true that the custom is supported by the consciousness of its practical advantages, it has another source in a desire to avoid what is felt to be the vulgar immodesty of direct speech. This is sufficiently shown by the fact that such slang is mostly concerned with the sacro-pubic sphere. It is one of the chief contributions to the phenomena of modesty furnished by civilization. The claims of modesty having affected the clothing of the body, the impulse of modesty finds a further sphere of activity, half playful yet wholly imperative, in the clothing of language. Modesty of speech has, however, a deep and primitive basis, although in modern Europe it only became conspicuous at the beginning of the 18th century. All over the world, as Dufour put it, to do is good, to say is bad. Reticences of speech are not adequately accounted for by the statement that modesty tends to irradiate from the action to the words describing the action, for there is a tendency for modesty to be more deeply rooted in the words than in the actions. Modest women, as Kleinpaul truly remarks, have a much greater horror of saying immodest things than of doing them. They believe that fig leaves were especially made for the mouth. It is a tendency which is linked on to the religious and ritual feeling which we have already found to be a factor of modesty, and which, even when applied to language, appears to have an almost or quite instinctive basis, for it is found among the most primitive savages, who very frequently regard a name as too sacred or dangerous to utter. Among the tribes of Central Australia, in addition to his ordinary name, each individual has his sacred or secret name, only known to the older and fully initiated members of his own totemic group. Among the Warramunga it is not permitted to women to utter even a man's ordinary name, though she knows it. In the mysterious region of sex this feeling easily takes root. In many parts of the world men use among themselves, and women use among themselves, words and even languages which they may not use without impropriety in speaking to persons of the opposite sex, and it has been shown that exogamy, or the fact that the wife belongs to a different tribe, will not always account for this phenomenon. A special vocabulary for the generative organs and functions is very widespread. Thus, in northwest central Queensland, there is both a decent and an involuntary vocabulary for the sexual parts. In Mitakoodi language, for instance, Mene may be used for the vulva in the best aboriginal society, but Kunja and Pukil, which are names for the same parts, are the most blackguardly words known to the natives. Among the Malays, Puki is also a name for the vulva which it is very indecent to utter, and it is only used in public by people under the influence of an obsessive nervous disorder. The Swahili women of Africa have a private metaphorical language of their own, referring to sexual matters, and in Samoa, again, young girls have a euphemistic name for the penis, auwaluma, which is not in common use. Exactly the same thing is found in Europe today, and is sometimes more marked among young peasant women than among those of better social class, who often avoid, under all circumstances, the necessity for using any definite name. Singular as it may seem, the Romans, who in their literature impress us by their vigorous and naked grip of the most private facts of life, showed in familiar intercourse a dread of obscene language, a dread ultimately founded, it is evident, on religious grounds, far exceeding that which prevails among ourselves today in civilization. It is remarkable, Dufour observes, that the prostitutes of ancient Rome would have blushed to say an indecent word in public. The little tender words used between lovers and their mistresses were not less correct and innocent when the mistress was a courtesan and the lover of an erotic poet. He called her his rose, his queen, his goddess, his dove, his light, his star, and she replied by calling him her jewel, her honey, her bird, her ambrosia, the apple of her eye, and never with any licentious interjection, but only I will love, amabo, a frequent exclamation, summing up a whole life and vocation. When intimate relations began, they treated each other as brother and sister. These appellations were common among the humblest and the proudest courtesans alike. So excessive was the Roman horror of obscenity, that even physicians were compelled to use a euphemism for urina, and though the urinal, or vas urinarium, was openly used at the dining table, following a custom introduced by the Sybarites, according to Athenaeus, the decorous guest could not ask for it by name, but only by a snap of the fingers. In modern Europe, as seems fairly evident from the early realistic dramatic literature of various countries, no special horror of speaking plainly regarding the sacro-pubic regions and their functions existed among the general population until the 17th century. There is, however, one marked exception. Such a feeling clearly existed as regards menstruation. It is not difficult to see why it should have begun at this function. We have here not only a function confirmed to one sex, and therefore easily lending itself to a vocabulary confined to one sex, but what is even of more importance, the belief which existed among the Romans, as elsewhere throughout the world, concerning the specially dangerous and mysterious properties of menstruation, survived throughout the Middle Ages. The very name, menses, monthlies, is a euphemism, and most of the old scientific names for this function are similarly vague. As regards popular feminine terminology previous to the 18th century, Schurich gives us fairly ample information. He remarks that both in Latin and Germanic countries menstruation was commonly designated by some term equivalent to flowers, because, he says, it is a blossoming that indicates the possibility of fruit. German peasant women, he tells us, called it the rose wreath, Rosenkranz. Among the other current feminine names for menstruation which he gives us, some are purely fanciful. Thus the Italian women dignified the function with the title of Marchese Magnifico. German ladies, again, would use the locution, I have had a letter, or would say that their cousin or aunt had arrived. These are closely similar to the euphemisms still used by women. It should be added that euphemisms for menstruation are not confined to Europe, and are found among savages. According to Hiltut, one of these euphemisms was putting on the moccasin, and in another branch of the same people, putting the knees together, going outside, an allusion to the customary seclusion at this period in a solitary hut, and so on. It would, however, be a mistake to suppose that this process is an intensification of modesty. It is, on the contrary, an attenuation of it. The observances of modesty become merely a part of a vast body of rules of social etiquette, though a somewhat stringent part, on account of the vague sense still persisting of a deep-lying natural basis. It is a significant coincidence that the 18th century, which was marked by this new extension of the social ritual of modesty, also saw the first appearance of a new philosophic impulse not merely to analyze, but to dissolve the conception of modesty. This took place more especially in France. The swift rise to supremacy, during the 17th century, of logical and rational methods of thinking, in conjunction with the new development of geometrical and mathematical science, led in the 18th century to a widespread belief in France that human customs and human society ought to be founded on a strictly logical and rational basis. It was a belief which ignored those legitimate claims of the emotional nature which the 19th century afterwards investigated and developed, but it was of immense service to mankind in clearing away useless prejudices and superstitions, and it culminated in the reforms of the great revolution which most other nations have been since painfully struggling to attain. Modesty offered a tempting field for the 18th century philosophic spirit to explore. The manner in which the most distinguished and adventurous minds of the century approached it can scarcely be better illustrated than by a conversation, reported by Madame L'Épinay, which took place in 1750 at the table of Mademoiselle Quinault, the eminent actress. "A fine virtue," Duclos remarked, "which one fastens on in the morning with pins." He proceeded to argue that a moral law must hold good always and everywhere, which modesty does not. Saint Lambert, the poet, observed that it must be acknowledged that one can say nothing good about innocence without being a little corrupted, and Duclos added, or of modesty without being impudent. Saint Lambert finally held forth with much poetic enthusiasm concerning the desirability of consummating marriages in public. This view of modesty, combined with the introduction of Greek fashions, gained ground to such an extent that towards the end of the century women, to the detriment of their health, were sometimes content to dress in transparent gauze, and even to walk abroad in the Champs-Élysées without any clothing. That, however, was too much for the public. The final outcome of the 18th century spirit in this direction was, as we know, by no means the dissolution of modesty, but it led to a clearer realization of what is permanent in its organic foundations and what is merely temporary in its shifting manifestations. That is a realization which is no mean task to achieve, and is difficult for many, even yet. So intelligent a traveler as Mrs. Bishop, Miss Bird, on her first visit to Japan, came to the conclusion that Japanese women had no modesty, because they had no objection to being seen naked when bathing. 20 years later she admitted to Dr. Bales that she had made a mistake, and that, quote, "a woman may be naked and yet behave like a lady." Unquote. In civilized countries the observances of modesty differ in different regions and in different social classes, but however various the forms may be, the impulse itself remains persistent. Modesty has thus come to have the force of a tradition, a vague but massive force, bearing with special power on those who cannot reason, and yet having its root in the instincts of all people at all classes. It has become mainly transformed into the social customs. The emotion yields more readily than in its primitive state to any sufficiently strong motive. Even fashion in the more civilized countries can easily inhibit anatomical modesty, and rapidly exhibit or accentuate in turn almost any part of the body. While the savage Indian woman of America, the barbarous woman of some Mohammedan countries, can scarcely sacrifice her modesty in the pangs of childbirth. Even when, among uncivilized races, the focus of modesty may be said to be eccentric and arbitrary, it still remains very rigid. In such savage and barbarous countries, modesty possesses the strength of a genuine and irresistible instinct. In civilized countries, however, Any one who places considerations of modesty before the claims of some real human need excites ridicule and contempt. End of the Evolution of Modesty, Part 2, Section 3.
The Evolution of Modesty, Part 3 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock ELLIS. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Thomas Coos. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 3. It is impossible to contemplate this series of phenomena, so radically persistent, whatever its changes of form, and so constant throughout every day of civilization, without feeling that, although modesty cannot properly be called an instinct, there must be some psychological basis to support it. Undoubtedly, such a basis is formed by that vasomotor mechanism of which the most obvious outward sign is, in human beings, the blush. All the allied emotional forms of fear, shame, bashfulness, timidity, are to some extent upheld by this mechanism. But such is especially the case with the emotion we are now concerned with. The blush is the sanction of modesty. The blush is, indeed, only a part, almost perhaps an accidental part, of the organic turmoil with which it is associated. Partridge, who has studied the phenomena of blushing in 120 cases, Pedagogical Seminary, April 1897, finds that the following are the general symptoms: tremors near the wrist, weakness in the limbs, pressure, trembling, warmth, weight, or beating in the chest, warm wave from feet upward, quivering of heart, stoppage and then rapid beating of heart, coldness all over, followed by heat, dizziness, tingling of the toes and fingers, numbness, something rising in the throat, smarting of the eyes, singing in ears, prickling sensations of face, and pressure inside head. Partridge considers that the disturbance is primarily central, a change in the cerebral circulation, and that the actual redness of the surface comes late in the nerve storm and is really but a small part of it. There has been some discussion as to why, and indeed how far, blushing is confined to the face. Henle, über das Erröten, thought that we blush in the face because all nervous phenomena produced by mental stages appear first in the face owing to the anatomical arrangement of the nerves of the body. Darwin, expression of the emotions, argued that attention to a part tends to produce capillary activity in the part, and the face has been the chief object of attention. It has also been argued, on the other hand, that the blush is the vestigial remains of a general erethism of sex, in which shame originated, that the blush was thus once more widely diffused, and is so still among the women of some lower races, its limitation to the face being due to sexual selection and the enhanced beauty thus achieved. Fair once had occasion to examine, when completely nude, a boy of 13 whose sexual organs were deformed. When accused of masturbation, he became covered by a blush which spread uniformly over his face, neck, body, and limbs, before and behind, except only the hands and feet. Fair asks whether such a universal blush is more common than we imagine, or whether the state of nudity favors its manifestation. Comtes Rendus Société de Biologie, April 1st, 1905. It may be added that Partridge mentions one case in which the hands blushed. The sexual relationships of blushing are unquestionable. It occurs chiefly in women. It aims its chief intensity at puberty and during adolescence. Its most common occasion is some more or less sexual suggestion. Among 162 occasions of blushing,
enumerated by Partridge, by far the most frequent cause was teasing, usually about the other sex. An erection, it has been said, is a blushing of the penis. Stanley Hall seems to suggest that the sexual blush is a vicarious genital flushing of blood diverted from the genital sphere by an inhibition of fear, just as, in girls, giggling is also very frequently a vicarious outlet of shame. The sexual blush would thus be the outcome of ancestral sex fear. It is an irradiation of sexual eroticism, that the blush may contain an element of pleasure. Bloch remarks that the blush is sexual because reddening of the face, as well as of the genitals, is an accomplishment of sexual emotion. Betrage the étologie de psychopathia sexualis, till 2nd, page 39. Do you not think, a correspondent writes, that the sexual blush at least really represents a vaso-relaxer effect quite the same as erection? The embarrassment which arises is due to a perception under circumstances which are felt to be unsuited for such a condition. There may arise the fear of awakening, disgust by the exhibition of a state which is out of place. I have noticed that such a blush is produced when a sufficiently young and susceptible woman is pumped full of compliments. This blush seems accompanied by pleasure, which does not always change to fear or disgust, but is felt to be attractive. When discomfort arises, most women say that they feel this because it looks as if they had no control over themselves. When they feel that there is no need for control, they no longer feel fear, and the relaxer effect has a wider field of operation, producing a general rosiness, erection of spinal, sexual organs, etc. Such a blush would thus be a partial sexual equivalent and allow of the inhibition of other sexual effects through the warning it gives and the fear aroused, as well as being in itself a slight outlet of relaxer energy. When the relationships of the persons concerned allow freedom to the special sexual stimuli, as in marriage, blushing does not occur so often, and when it does, it has not so often the consequent of fear. There can be no doubt that the blush is sexually attractive. The blush is the expression of an impulse to concealment and flight, which tends automatically to arouse in the beholder the corresponding impulse of pursuit, so that the central situation of courtship is at once presented. Women are more or less conscious of this, as well as men, and this recognition is an added source of embarrassment when it cannot become a source of pleasure. The ancient use of rouge testifies to the beauty of the blush, and Darwin stated that, in Turkish slave markets, the girls who readily blushed fetched the highest prices. To evoke a blush, even by producing embarrassment, is very commonly a cause of masculine gratification. Savages, both men and women, blush even beneath a dusky skin. For the phenomenon of blushing among different races, see Waite's Anthropologie des Naturvölker, BD 1, pages 149 to 150. And it is possible that natural selection, as well as sexual selection, has been favorable to the development of the blush. It is scarcely an accident that, as has been often observed, criminals, or the antisocial element of the community, whether by the habits of their lives or by congenital abnormality, blush less easily than normal persons. Kroner, Das Koperlich Gefühl, 1887, page 130, remarks, the origin of a specific connection between shame and blushing is the work of a social selection. It is certainly an immediate advantage for a man not to blush. Indirectly, however, it is a disadvantage, because in many ways he will be known as shameless, and on that account, as a rule, he will be shut out from propagation. This social selection will be specially exercised on the female sex, and on this account women blush to a greater extent and more readily than men. The importance of the blush and the emotional confusion behind it as the sanction of modesty is shown by the significant fact that, by lulling emotional confusion, it is possible to inhibit the sense of modesty. In other words, we are here in the presence of a fear, to a large extent a sex fear, impelling to concealment and dreading self-attention. This fear naturally disappears, even though its ostensible cause remains, when it becomes apparent that there is no reason for fear. That is the reason why nakedness in itself has nothing to do with modesty or immodesty. It is the conditions under which the nakedness occurs which determine whether or not modesty will be aroused. If none of the factors of modesty are violated, if no embarrassing self-attention is excited, if there is a consciousness of perfect propriety alike in the subject and in the spectator, nakedness is entirely compatible with the most scrupulous modesty. A Duval, a pupil of Ingres, tells that a female model was once quietly posing, completely nude, at the École des Beaux-Arts. Suddenly she screamed and ran to cover herself with her garments. She had seen a workman on the roof gazing inquisitively at her through a skylight. And Paolo Lombroso describes how a lady, a diplomatist's wife, who went to a gathering where she found herself the only woman in evening dress, felt to her own surprise such sudden shame that she could not keep back her tears. It thus comes about that the emotion of modesty necessarily depends on the feelings of the people around. The absence of the emotion by no means signifies immodesty, provided that the reactions of modesty are at once in motion under the stress of a spectator's eye, that is seen to be lustful, inquisitive, or reproachful. That is proved to be the case among primitive peoples everywhere. The Japanese woman, naked as in daily life she sometimes is, remains unconcerned because she excites no disagreeable attention, but the inquisitive and unmannerly European's eyes at once causes her to feel confusion. Stratz, a physician, and one, moreover, who had long lived among the Japanese who frequently go naked, found that naked Japanese women felt no embarrassment in his presence. It is doubtless as a cloak to the blush that we must explain the curious influence of darkness in restraining the manifestations of modesty, as many lovers have discovered, and as we may notice in our cities after dark. The influence of darkness in inhibiting modesty is a very ancient observation. Burton, in the Anatomy of Melancholy, quotes from Dandinus the saying, "Nox facit impudentis," directly associating this with blushing, and Bargagli, the Sienese novelist, wrote in the 16th century that it is commonly said of women that they will do in the dark what they would not do in the light. It is true that the immodesty of a large city at night is to some extent explained by the irruption of prostitutes at that time. Prostitutes, being habitually nearer to the threshold of immodesty, are more markedly affected by this influence. But it is an influence to which the most modest women are, at all events in some degree, susceptible. It has, indeed, been said that a woman is always more her real self in the dark than in the glare of daylight. That is part of what Chamberlain calls her night inspiration. Traces of the night inspiration of the influence of the primitive fire group abound in woman. Indeed, it may be said the life of Southern Europe and of American society of today illustrates this point abundantly. That she is, in a sense, a night being, for the activity, physical and moral, of modern women revealed, example, in the dance and the nocturnal intellectualities of society in this direction is remarkable. Perhaps we may style a good deal of her ordinary day labor as rest, or the commonplaces and banalities of her existence, her evening and night life being the true side of her activities. A.F. Chamberlain, Work and Rest, Popular Science Monthly, March 1902. Geisler, who has studied the general influence of darkness on human psychic life, reaches conclusions which harmonize with these. C. M. Geisler, Der Einfluss der Dunkelheit auf das Seelenleben des Menschen, Wissenschaftsrecht Philosophie, 1904, pages 255 to 279. I have not been able to see Geisler's paper, but according to a summary of it, he comes to the result that in the dark, the soul's activities are nearer to its motor pole than to its sensitive pole, and that there is a tendency for phenomena belonging to the early period of development to be prominent, motor memory functioning more than representative memory, attention more than a perception, imagination more than logical thinking, egoistic force more than altruistic morals. It is curious to note that short-sightedness, naturally, though illogically, tends to exert the same influence as darkness in this respect. I am assured by short-sighted persons of both sexes that they are much more liable to the emotions of shyness and modesty with their glasses than without them. Such persons with difficulty realize that they are not so dim to others as others are to them. To be in the company of a blind person seems also to be a protection against shyness. It is interesting to learn that congenitally blind children are as sensitive to appearances as normal children, and blush as readily. This would seem to be due to the fact that the habitually blind have permanently adjusted their mental focus to that of normal persons, and react in the same manner as normal persons. Blindness is not for them, as it is for the short-sighted, without their glasses, a temporary and relative, almost unconscious refuge from clear vision. It is, of course, not as the mere cloak of a possible blush that darkness gives courage. It is because it lulls detailed self-realization, such conscious self-realization being always a force of fears, and the blush their definite symbol and visible climax. It is to the blush that we must attribute a curious complementary relationship between the face and the sacro-pubic region as centers of anatomical modesty. The women of some African tribes who go naked, Emin Bey remarked, cover the face with the hand under the influence of modesty. Martial law, long since observed, LIB 368, that when an innocent girl looks at the penis, she gazes through her fingers, where, as among many Mohammedan peoples, the face is the chief focus of modesty. The exposure of the rest of the body, including sometimes even the sacropubic region, and certainly the legs and thighs, often become a matter of indifference. The concealment of the face is more than a convention. It has a psychological basis. We may observe among ourselves the well-marked feminine tendency to hide the face in order to cloak a possible blush, and to hide the eyes as a method of lulling self-consciousness. A method fabulously attributed to the ostrich with the same end of concealment. A woman who is shy with her lover will sometimes experience little or no difficulty in showing any part of her person, provided she may cover her face. When in gynecological practice, examination of the sexual organs is necessary, women frequently find evident satisfaction in concealing the face with the hands, although not the slightest attention is being directed towards the face. And when an unsophisticated woman is betrayed into a confession which affects her modesty, she is apt to turn her back to her interlocutor. When the face of woman is covered, it has been said, her heart is bared, and the Catholic Church has recognized this psychological truth by arranging that in the confessional the penitent's face shall not be visible. The gay and innocent freedom of Southern women during Carnival is due not entirely to the permitted license of the season or the concealment of identity, but to the mask that hides the face. England, during Queen Elizabeth's reign and at the Restoration, it was possible for respectable women to be present at the theatre, even during the performance of the most free-spoken plays, because they wore masks. The fan has often observed a similar end. All such facts serve to show that, though the form of modesty may change, it is yet a very radical constituent of human nature in all stages of civilization, and that it is, to a large extent, maintained by the mechanism of blushing. End of Evolution of Modesty, Part 3, read by John Thomas Coos. www.validateyourlife.com.
The Evolution of Modesty, Part 4 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock ELLIS. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Amy Graymore. The Evolution of Modesty, Part 4. We have seen that the factors of modesty are numerous. To attempt to explain modesty by dismissing it as merely an example of psychic paralysis, of Steyung, is to elude the problem by the statement of what is little more than a truism. Modesty is a complexus of emotions, with their concomitant ideas which we must unravel to comprehend. We have found among the factors of modesty: 1. The primitive animal gesture of sexual refusal on the part of the female, when she is not at that moment of her generative life at which she desires the male's advances. 2. The fear of arousing disgust, a fear primarily due to the close proximity of the sexual center to the points of exit of those excretions which are useless and unpleasant, even in many cases to animals. 3. The fear of the magic influence of sexual phenomena, and the ceremonial and ritual practices primarily based on this fear, and ultimately passing into simple rules of decorum, which are signs and guardians of modesty. 4. The development of ornament and clothing, concomitantly fostering alike the modesty which represses male sexual desire and the coquetry which seeks to allure it. 5. The conception of women as property, imparting a new and powerful sanction to an emotion already based on more natural and primitive facts. It must always be remembered that these factors do not usually occur separately. Very often they are all of them implied in a single impulse of modesty. We unravel the cord in order to investigate its construction, but in real life the strands are more or less indistinguishably twisted together. It may still be asked finally, whether on the whole modesty really becomes a more prominent emotion as civilization advances. I do not think this position can be maintained. It is a great mistake, as we have seen, to suppose that in becoming, extended modesty also becomes intensified. On the contrary, this very extension is a sign of weakness. Among savages, modesty is far more radical and invincible than among the civilized. Of the Araucanian women of Chile, Treutler has remarked that they are distinctly more modest than the Christian white population, and such observations might be indefinitely extended. It is, as we have already noted, in a new and crude civilization, eager to mark its separation from a barbarism it has yet scarcely escaped, that we find an extravagant and fantastic anxiety to extend the limits of modesty in life and art and literature. In older and more mature civilizations, in classical antiquity, in old Japan, in France, modesty, while still a very real influence, becomes a much less predominant and all-pervading influence. In life it becomes subservient to human use, in art to beauty, in literature to expression. Among ourselves we may note that modesty is a much more invincible motive among the lower social classes than among the more cultivated classes. This is so even when we should expect the influence of occupation to induce familiarity. Thus I have been told of a ballet girl who thinks it immodest to bathe in the fashion customary at the seaside, and cannot make up her mind to do so, but she appears on the stage every night in tights as a matter of course; while Fanny Kemble, in her Reminiscences, tells of an actress accustomed to appear in tights, who died a martyr to modesty rather than allow a surgeon to see her inflamed knee. Modesty is, indeed, a part of self-respect, but in the fully developed human being self-respect itself holds in check any excessive modesty. We must remember, moreover, that there are more definite grounds for the subordination of modesty with the development of civilization. We have seen that the factors of modesty are many, and that most of them are based on emotions which make little urgent appeal save to races in a savage or barbarous condition. Thus disgust, as Richet has truly pointed out, necessarily decreases as knowledge increases. As we analyze and understand our experiences better, so they cause us less disgust. A rotten egg is disgusting, but the chemist feels no disgust towards sulphuretted hydrogen, while a solution of propylamine does not produce the disgusting impression of that human physical uncleanliness of which it is an odorous constituent. As disgust becomes analyzed, and as self-respect tends to increased physical purity, so the factor of disgust in modesty is minimized. The factor of ceremonial uncleanness, again, which plays so urgent a part in modesty at certain stages of culture, is today without influence except in so far as it survives in etiquette. In the same way the social economic factor of modesty, based on the conception of women as property, belongs to a stage of human development which is wholly alien to an advanced civilization. Even the most fundamental impulse of all, the gesture of sexual refusal, is normally only imperative among animals and savages. Thus civilization tends to subordinate, if not to minimize, modesty, to render it a grace of life rather than a fundamental social law of life. But an essential grace of life it still remains, and whatever delicate variations it may assume, we can scarcely conceive of its disappearance. In the art of love, however, it is more than a grace, it must always be fundamental. Modesty is not indeed the last word of love, but it is the necessary foundation for all love's most exquisite audacities, the foundation which alone gives worth and sweetness to what Senancour calls its delicious impudence. Without modesty we could not have, nor rightly value at its true worth, that bold and pure candor, which is at once the final revelation of love and the seal of its sincerity. Even Hohenemser, who argues that for the perfect man there could be no shame, because shame rests on an inner conflict in one's own personality, and the perfect man knows no inner conflict, believes that since humanity is imperfect, modesty possesses a high and indeed symptomatic value, for its presence shows that according to the measure of a man's ideal personality his valuations are established. Dugas goes further and asserts that the ideals of modesty develop with human development, and forever take on new and finer forms. There is, he declares, a very close relationship between naturalness or sincerity and modesty, for in love naturalness is the ideal attained, and modesty is only the fear of coming short of that ideal. Naturalness is the sign and the test of perfect love. It is the sign of it, for when love can show itself natural and true, one may conclude that it is purified of its unavowable imperfections or defects, of its alloy of wretched and petty passions, its grossness, its chimerical notions, that it has become strong and healthy and vigorous. It is the ordeal of it, for to show itself natural, to be always true, without shrinking, it must have all the lovable qualities, and have them without seeking as a second nature. What we call natural is indeed really acquired. It is the gift of a physical and moral evolution, which it is precisely the object of modesty to keep. Modesty is the feeling of the true, that is to say, of the healthy in love. It long exists as a vision, not yet attained, vague yet sufficiently clear for all that deviates from it to be repelled as offensive and painful. At first a remote and seemingly inaccessible ideal, as it comes nearer it grows human and individual, and emerges from the region of dream, ceasing not to be loved as ideal, even when it is possessed as real. At first sight it seems paradoxical to define modesty as an aspiration towards truth and love. It seems, on the contrary, to be an altogether factitious feeling. But to simplify the problem, we have to suppose modesty reduced to its normal functions, disengaged from its superstitions, its variegated customs and prejudices, the true modesty of simple and healthy natures, as far removed from prudery as from immodesty. And what we term the natural, or the true, in love, is the singular mingling of two forms of imaginations, wrongly supposed to be incompatible, ideal aspiration and the sense for the realities of life. Thus defined, modesty not only repudiates that cold and dissolving criticism which deprives love of all poetry and prepares the way for a brutal realism, it also excludes that light and detached imagination which floats above love, the mere idealism of heroic sentiments, which cherishes poetic illusions and passes, without seeing it, the love that is real and alive. True modesty implies a love not addressed to the heroes of vain romances, but to living people, with their feet on the earth. But on the other hand, modesty is the respect of love. If it is not shocked by its physical necessities, if it accepts physiological and psychological conditions, it also maintains the ideal of those moral proprieties outside of which, for all of us, love cannot be enjoyed. When love is really felt, and not vainly imagined, modesty is the requirement of an ideal of dignity, conceived as the very condition of that love. Separate modesty from love, that is, from love which is not floating in the air, but crystallized around a real person, and its psychological reality, its poignant and tragic character disappears. Dugas, La Pudeur, Revue Philosophique, November 1903. So conceived, modesty becomes a virtue almost identical with the Roman modestia. End of the Evolution of Modesty, Part 4.
The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 1, Section 1 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock ELLIS. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Burnett. The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 1, Section 1. Throughout the vegetable and animal worlds, the sexual functions are periodic. From the usually annual period of flowering in plants, with its play of sperm cell and germ cell and consequent seed production, through the varying sexual energies of animals, up to the monthly effervescence of the generative organism in woman, seeking not without the shedding of blood for the gratification of its reproduction function. From first to last we have unfailing evidence of the periodicity of sex. At first the sun, and then some have thought the moon, have marked throughout a rhythmic impress on the phenomena of sex. To understand these phenomena, we have not only to recognize the bare existence of that periodic fact, but to realize its implications. Rhythm, it is scarcely necessary to remark, is far from characterizing sexual activity alone. It is the character of all biological activity, alike on the physical and psychic sides. All the organs of the body appear to be in perpetual process of rhythmic contraction and expansion. The heart is rhythmic, so is the respiration. The spleen is rhythmic, also the bladder. The uterus constantly undergoes regular rhythmic contractions at brief intervals. The vascular system, down to the smallest capillaries, is acted on by 3 series of vibrations, and every separate fragment of muscular tissue possesses rhythmic contractility. Growth itself is rhythmic, and, as Malin Hansen and subsequent observers have found, follows a regular annual course as well as a larger cycle. On the psyche sides, attention is rhythmic. We are always irresistibly compelled to impart a rhythm to every succession of sounds, however uniform and monotonous. A familiar example of this is the rhythm we can seldom refrain from hearing in the puffing of an engine. A series of experiments, by Bolton, on 30 subjects showed that the clicks of an electric telephone connected in an induction apparatus nearly always fell into rhythmic groups, usually 2 or 4, rarely 3 or 5. The rhythmic perception of being accompanied by a strong impulse to make corresponding muscular movements. It is, however, with the influence to some extent real, to some extent perhaps only a parent of cosmic rhythm that we are here concerned. The general tendency, physical and psychic, of nervous action to fall into rhythm is merely interesting from the present point of view as showing a biological predisposition to accept any periodicity that is habitually imposed upon the organism. Menstruation has always been associated with the lunar revolutions. Darwin, without specifically mentioning menstruation, has suggested that the explanation of the allied cycle of gestation in mammals, as well as in incubation in birds, may be found in the condition under which the Ascidians live at high and low water in consequence of the phenomena of tidal change. It must, however, be remembered that the Ascidian origins of the vertebrate has since been contested from many sides, and even if we admit that all the events of such allied conditions in the early history of vertebrates and their ancestors tended to impress a lunar cycle on the race, it must be still remembered that the monthly periodicity of menstruation only becomes well marked in the human species. Bearing in mind the influence exerted on both the habits and the emotions even of animals by the brightness of moonlight nights, it is perhaps not extravagant to suppose that, on organisms already ancestrally predisposed to the influence of rhythm in general, and of cosmic rhythm in particular, the periodically reoccurring full moon, not merely by its stimulation of the nervous system, but possibly by the special opportunities which it gave for the exercise of sexual functions, served to implant a lunar rhythm on menstruation. How important such a factor may be, we have evidence in the fact that the daily life of even the most civilized people is still regulated by a weekly cycle, which is apparently a segment of a cosmic lunar cycle. Mantegazza has suggested that the sexual period may become established with relation to the lunar period because moonlight nights were favorable to courting, and Nelson remarks that in his experience, young and robust persons are subject to recurrent periods of wakefulness at night in which they attribute to the action of the full moon. One may perhaps refer to also the tendency of bright moonlight to stir the emotions of the young, especially at puberty, a tendency which in neurotic persons may become almost morbid. It is interesting to point out that, the further back we are able to trace the beginnings of culture, the more important we find the part played by the moon. Next to the alteration of day and night, the moon's changes are the most conspicuous and startling phenomena of nature. They first suggest a basis for reckoning time. They are the greatest use in primitive agriculture, and everywhere the moon is held to have vast influence on the whole of organic life. Hahn has suggested that the reason why mythological systems do not usually present the moon in the supreme position which we should expect is that its immense importance is so ancient a fact that it tends, with mythological development, to become overlaid by other elements. According to Seller, Quetzalcoatl and Tezcatlipoca, the two most considerable figures in the Mexican pantheon, are to be regarded mainly as complementary forms of the moon divinity, and the moon was the chief Mexican measurer of time. Even in Babylonia, where the sun was most specially revered, at the earliest period the moon ranked higher, being gradually superseded by the worship of the sun. Although such considerations as these by no means take us as far back as the earliest appearance of menstruation, they may serve to indicate that the phases of the moon probably played a large part in the earliest evolution of man. With that statement, we must at present rest content. It is possible that the monthly character of menstruation, while representing a general tendency of the human race, always and everywhere prevalent, may be modified in the future. It is a noteworthy fact that among many primitive races menstruation only occurs at long intervals. Thus, among Eskimo women, menstruation follows the peculiar cosmic condition to which the people are subjected. Cook, the ethnologist of the Perry North Greenland expedition, found that menstruation only began after the age of 19, and that it was usually suppressed during the winter months, when there was no sun, only about 1 in 10 women continuing to menstruate during this period. It was stated by Velpiu that Lapland and Greenland women usually only menstruate every 3 months, or even only 2 or 3 times during the year. On the Faroe Islands, it is said that menstruation is frequently absent. Among the Samoyeds, Mantegazza mentions that menstruation is so slight that some travelers have denied its existence. Azara noted among the Guaranis of Paraguay that menstruation was not only slight in amount, but the periods were separated by long intervals. Among the Indians in North America, again, menstruation appears to be scanty. Thus, Holder, speaking of his experience in the Crow Indians of Montana, says, I am quite sure that full-blooded Indians in this latitude do not menstruate so freely as white women, not usually exceeding 3 days. Among the naked women of Tierra del Fuego, it is said that there is often no physical sign of menses for 6 months at a time. These observations are noteworthy, though they clearly indicate, on the whole, that primitiveness in race is a very powerless factor without a cold climate. On the other hand, again, there is some reason to suppose that in Europe there is a latent tendency in some women for the menstrual cycle to split up further into 2 cycles, by the appearance of a latent minor climax in the middle of the monthly interval. I allude to the phenomena usually called Mittelschmerz, middle period, or intermenstrual pain. Since the investigations of Goodman, Stevenson, Van Ott Reinl, Jacobi, and others, it has been generally recognized that the menstruation is a continuous process, the flow being merely the climax of a menstrual cycle, a physiological wave which is in constant flux or reflux. This cycle manifests itself in all a woman's activities, in metabolism, respiration, temperature, etc., as well as on the nervous and psychic sides. The healthier the woman is, the less conscious the cyclic return of her life. But the cycle may be traced, as Hedger has found, even before puberty takes place, while Serlini has found that even in amenorrhea, the menstrual cycle still manifests itself in the temperature and respiration. For a summary of the phenomena of menstrual cycle, see Havelock ELLIS, Man and Woman, 4th edition, revised and enlarged, Chapter 11, The Functional Periodicity of Women. Mittelschmerz is a condition of pain occurring about the middle of the intermenstrual period, either alone or accompanied by a slight sanguineous discharge, or more frequently a non-sanguineous discharge. The phenomena varies, but seems usually to occur about the 14th day, and to last 2 or 3 days. Laycock in 1840 gave instances of women with an intermenstrual period. De Paul and Genoy speak of an intermenstrual symptoms and even actual flow, as occurring in women who are in a perfect state of health, and constituting genuine regularis sumnimaries. The condition is, however, said to have been first fully described by Valix, then, in 18,725, by Sir William Priestley, and subsequently by Failing Fassbinder, Sorel, Halliday Croom, Finlay Adensell, and others. Also, Flies goes so far as to assert that an intermenstrual period of menstrual symptoms, which terms Nebenmenstruation, is a phenomena well known to most healthy women. Observations are at present too few to allow any definite conclusions, and in some of the cases, so far recorded a pathological condition of the sexual organs has been found to exist. Rosner of Krakow, however, found that only 1 case out of 12 was there any disease present, and Storer, who has met with 20 cases, insists on the remarkable and definite regularity of the manifestations, wholly unlike those of neuralgia. There is no agreement as to the cause of Mittelschmerz. Adensell attributed it to the disease of the fallopian tubes. This, however, is denied by such competent authorities as Cullingworth and Bland Sutton. Others, like Priestley and subsequent Marsh, have thought to find the explanation in the occurrence of ovulation. This theory is, however, unsupported by facts, and eventually rests on the exploded belief that ovulation is the cause of menstruation. Rosner, following Richelet, vaguely attributes it to the diffused hyperemia which is generally present. Van de Velde also attributed it to abnormal fall of vascular tone, causing passive congestion of pelvic vascula. Others again, like Armand Routh and MacLean, in the course of an interesting discussion on Mittelschmerz in the Obstetric Society of London on the 2nd day of March, 1898, believe that we may trace here a double menstruation, and would explain the phenomena by assuming that in certain cases there is intramural as well as menstrual cycle. The question is not yet ripe for settlement, though it is fully evident that looking broadly at the phenomena of rut and menstruation, the main basis of their increasing frequency as we rise towards civilized man is the increase of nutrition, heat and sunlight being factors of nutrition. When dealing with civilized man, however, we are probably concerned not merely with general nutrition, but with the nervous direction of that nutrition. At this stage, it is natural to inquire what the corresponding phenomena are among animals. Unfortunately, imperfect as is our comprehension of the human phenomena, our knowledge of the corresponding phenomena among animals is much more fragmentary and incomplete. Among most animals, menstruation does not exist, being replaced by what is known as heat or sestrus, which usually occurs once or twice a year, in spring and in autumn, sometimes affecting the male as well as the female. There is, however, a great deal of progression in the upward march of the phenomena as we approach our own and allied zoological series. Heat in domesticated cows usually occurs every 3 weeks. The female hippopotamus in the zoological gardens has been observed to exhibit monthly sexual excitement with swelling and secretion from the vulva. Progression is not only towards greater frequency with higher evolution or with increased domestication, but there is also a change in the character of the flow. As Wiltshire, in his remarkable lectures on the comparative physiology of menstruation, asserted as a law, the more highly evolved the animal, the more sanguineous the catamenial flow. It is not until we reach the monkeys that this character of the flow becomes well marked. Monthly sanguineous discharges have been observed among many monkeys. In the 17th century, various observers in many parts of the world, Bonius, Perrier, Helbigius, Van der Wiel, and others, noted menstruation in monkeys. Buffon observed it among various monkeys as well as the orangutan. J. G. St. Hilaire and Cuvier, many years ago, declared that menstruation exists among a variety of monkeys and lower apes. Renger described a vaginal discharge in a species of Cibius in Paraguay, while Raciborski observed the Jardin des Plantes that the menstrual hemorrhage in genuines was so abundant, the floor of the cage was covered by it to a considerable extent. The same variety of monkey was observed by Surinam, by Hill, a surgeon in the Dutch army, who noted an abundant sanguineous flow occurring at every new moon, and lasting about 3 days, the animal at this time also showing signs of sexual excitement. The macaque and the baboon appear to be the non-human animals, in which menstruation has been most carefully observed. In the former, besides the flow, Bland Sutton remarks that all the naked or pale-colored parts of the body, such as the face, neck, ischial regions, assume a lively pink color. In some cases, it is a vivid red. The flow is slight, but the coloring lasts several days, and in warm weather, the labia are much swollen. Heape has most fully and carefully described menstruation in monkeys. He found in Calcutta that the Macacus cynomologus menstruated regularly on the 20th of December, 20th of January, and about the 20th of February. The Cynocephalus porcaria and the Semopithecus entellus both menstruated each month for about 4 days. At the macaque, rhesus, and cynomolgus, at menstruation the nipples and vulva become swollen and deeply congested, and the skin of the buttocks swollen, tense, and of a brilliant red or even purple color. The abdominal wall also, for a short space upward, and inside of the thighs, sometimes as far down as the heel, and the under surface of the tail for half its length or more, are all covered in a vivid red, while the skin of the face, especially about the eyes, is flushed or blotched with red. In the late gestation, the coloring is still more vivid. Something similar is to be seen in the males also. Distant, who kept a female baboon for some time, has recorded the dates of menstruation during the year. He found that 9 periods occurred during the year. The average length between the periods was nearly 6 weeks, but they occurred more frequently in the late autumn and in the winter than in the summer. It is an interesting fact, Heape noted, that notwithstanding menstruation, the seasonal influence, or rut, still persisted in the monkeys he investigated. In the anthropoid apes, Hartmann remarks that several observers have recorded periodic menstruation in the chimpanzee, with flushing and enlargement of the external parts, and protrusion of the external lips, which were not usually visible, while there is often excessive enlargement and reddening of these parts and of the posterior callosities during sexual excitement. Very little, however, appears to be definitely known regarding any form of menstruation in the higher apes. M. Deichner, who has made a special study of the anthropoid apes, informs me that he has so far been able to make definite observations regarding the existence of menstruation. Mahl remarks that he received information regarding such a phenomena in the orangutan. A pair of orangutans was kept in the Berlin Zoological Gardens some years ago, and the female was stated to have at intervals a menstrual flow resembling that of a woman, and during this period to refrain from sexual congress, which was otherwise usually exercised at regular intervals, at least every 2 or 3 days. Mahl adds, however, that while his informant is a reliable man, the length of time that has elapsed may have led him to mistake in details. Keith, in a paper read before the Zoological Society of London, has ascribed the menstruation in a chimpanzee. It occurred every 23rd or 24th day and lasted for 3 days. The discharge was profuse, at first appeared in about the 9th or 10th year. End of The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 1, Section 1.
The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 1, Section 2 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock ELLIS. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Fricker. The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 1, Section 2. What is menstruation? It is easy to describe it by its obvious symptoms, as a monthly discharge of blood from the uterus, but nearly as much as that was known in the infancy of the world. When we seek to probe more intimately into the nature of menstruation, we are still baffled, not merely as regards its cause, but even as regards its precise mechanism. The primary cause of menstruation remains unexplained. The cause of menstruation remains as obscure as ever. So conclude two of the most thorough and cautious investigators into this subject. It is, however, widely accepted that the main cause of menstruation is a rhythmic contraction of the uterus, the result of a disappointed preparation for impregnation, a kind of miniature childbirth. This seems to be the most reasonable view of menstruation, i.e., as an abortion of a decidua. Burdach, according to Beard, was the first who described menstruation as an abortive parturition. The hypothesis, Marshall and Jolly conclude, that the entire proestrous process is of the nature of a preparation for the lodgment of the ovum is in accordance with the facts. Fortunately, since we are here primarily concerned with its psychological aspects, the precise biological cause and the physiological nature of menstruation do not greatly concern us. There is, however, one point which of late years has been definitely determined, and which should not be passed without mention: the relation of menstruation to ovulation. It was once supposed that the maturation of an ovule in the ovaries was the necessary accompaniment, and even cause, of menstruation. We now know that ovulation proceeds throughout the whole of life, even before birth, and during gestation, and that removal of the ovaries by no means necessarily involves a cessation of menstruation. It has been shown that regular and even excessive menstruation may take place in the congenital absence of a trace of ovaries or fallopian tubes. On the other hand, a rudimentary state of the uterus and a complete absence of menstruation may exist with well-developed ovaries and normal ovulation. We must regard the uterus as to some extent an independent organ, and menstruation is a process which arose, no doubt, with the object, teleologically speaking, of cooperating more effectively with ovulation, but has become largely independent. It is sometimes stated that menstruation may be entirely absent in perfect health. Few cases of this condition have, however, been recorded with the detail necessary to prove the assertion. One such case was investigated by Dr. W. H. Mitchell and described in a paper read to the New York County Medical Society, February 22, 1892, to be found in Medical Reprints, June 1892. The subject was a young unmarried woman, 24 years of age. She was born in Ireland, and until her emigration lived quietly at home with her parents. Being then 20 years of age, she left home and came to New York. Up to that time no signs of menstruation had appeared, and she had never heard that such a function existed. Soon after her arrival in New York she obtained a situation as a waiting-maid, and it was noticed after a time that she was not unwell at each month. Friends filled her ears with wild stories about the dreadful effects likely to follow the absence of menstruation. This worried her greatly, and as a consequence she became pale and anemic, with loss of flesh, appetite, and sleep, and a long train of imaginary nervous symptoms. She presented herself for treatment and insisted upon a uterine examination. This revealed no pathological condition of her uterus. She was assured that she would not die, or become insane, nor a chronic invalid. In consequence, she soon forgot that she differed in any way from other girls. A course of chalybeate tonics, generous diet, and proper care of her general health soon restored her to her normal condition. After close observation for several years, she submitted to a thorough examination, although entirely free from any abnormal symptoms. The examination revealed the following physical condition: weight 105 pounds, her weight before leaving Ireland was 130. Girth of chest 29½ inches, girth of abdomen 25 inches, girth of pelvis 34½ inches, girth of thigh upper third 20 inches, heart healthy, sounds and rhythm perfectly normal, pulse 76, lungs healthy, respiratory murmur clear and distinct over every part, respiration easy and 20 per minute. The mammae are well developed, firm and round, nipples small, no areola. Her skin is soft, smooth and healthy. Figure erect, plump and symmetrical. Her bowels are regular. Kidneys healthy. She has a good appetite, sleeps well, and in no particular shows any signs of ill health. The uterine examination reveals a short vagina and a small round cervix uteri, rather less in size than the average, and projecting very slightly into the vaginal canal. Depth of uterus from os to fundus, 2¼ inches, is very nearly normal. No external sign of abnormal ovaries. She is a well-developed, healthy young woman, performing all her physiological functions naturally and regularly, except the single function of menstruation. No vicarious menstruation takes place in the natural function, though she has been watched very closely during the past 2 years, nor the least periodical excitement. It is added that, though the clitoris is normal, the mons veneris is almost destitute of hair, and the labia rather underdeveloped, while, as far as is known, sexual instincts and desire are entirely absent. These latter facts, I may add, would seem to suggest that, in spite of the health of the subject, there is yet some concealed lack of development of the sexual system, of congenital character. In a case recorded by Plant, in which the internal sexual organs were almost wholly undeveloped and the menstruation absent, the labia was similarly underdeveloped and the pubic hair scanty, while the axillary hair was wholly absent, though that of the head was long and strong. We may now regard as purely academic the discussion formerly carried on as to whether menstruation is to be regarded as analogous to heat in female animals. For many centuries, at least, the resemblance has been sufficiently obvious. Raciborski and Pouchet, who first established the regular periodicity of ovulation in mammals, identified heat and menstruation. During the past century there was, notwithstanding, an occasional tendency to deny any real connection. No satisfactory grounds for this denial have, however, been brought forward. Lawson-Tate, indeed, and more recently Beard, have stated that menstruation cannot be the period of heat, because women have a disinclination to the approach of the male at that time. But, as we shall see later, this statement is unfounded. An argument which might indeed be brought forward is the very remarkable fact that while in mammals the period of heat is the only period for sexual intercourse, among all human races, from the very lowest, the period of menstruation is the one period during which sexual intercourse is strictly prohibited, sometimes under severe penalties, even life itself. This, however, is a social, not a physiological fact. Ploss and Bartels call attention to the curious contrast in this respect between heat and menstruation. The same authors also mention that in the Middle Ages, however, preachers found it necessary to warn their hearers against the sin of intercourse during the menstrual period. It may be added that Aquinas and many other early theologians held not only that such intercourse was a deadly sin, but that it engendered leprous and monstrous children. Some later theologians, however, like Sanchez, argued that the Mosaic enactments, such as Leviticus chapter 20, verse 18, no longer hold good. Modern theologians, in part influenced by the tolerant traditions of Liguri, and in part by De Brain, informed by medical science, no longer prohibit intercourse during menstruation or regard it as only a venial sin. We have here a remarkable but not an isolated example of the tendency of the human mind in its development to rebel against the claims of primitive nature. The whole of religion is a similar remoulding of nature, a repression of natural impulses, an effort to turn them into new channels. Prohibition of intercourse during menstruation is a fundamental element of savage ritual, an element which is universal merely because the conditions which caused it are universal, and because, as is now beginning to be generally recognized, the causes of human psychic evolution are everywhere the same. A strictly analogous phenomenon in the sexual sphere itself is the opposed attitude in barbarism and civilization towards the sexual organs. Under barbaric conditions and among savages, when no magio-religious ideas intervene, the sexual organs are beautiful and pleasurable objects. Under modern conditions, this is not so. This difference of attitude is reflected in sculpture. In savage and barbaric carvings of human beings, the sexual organs of both sexes are often enormously exaggerated. This is true of the archaic European figures on which Salomon Reinach has thrown so much light, but in modern sculpture, from the time when it reached its perfection in Greece onward, the sexual regions in both men and women are systematically minimized. With advancing culture, as again we shall see later, there is a conflict of claims, and certain considerations are regarded as higher and more potent than merely natural claims. Nakedness is more natural than clothing, and on many grounds more desirable under the average circumstances of life. Yet, everywhere, under the stress of what are regarded as higher considerations, there is a tendency for all races to add more and more to the burden of clothes. In the same way, it happens that the tendency of the female to sexual intercourse during menstruation has everywhere been overlaid by the ideas of a culture which has insisted on regarding menstruation as a supernatural phenomenon, which, for the protection of everybody, must be strictly tabooed. This tendency is reinforced, and in high civilization replaced by the claims of an aesthetic regard for concealment and reserve during this period. Such facts are significant for the early history of culture, but they must not blind us to the real analogy between heat and menstruation, an analogy or even identity which may be said to be accepted now by most careful investigators. It is perhaps somewhat excessive to declare, with Johnstone, that woman is the only animal in which rut is omnipresent. We must admit that the two groups of phenomena merge into or replace each other, that their object is identical, that they involve similar psychic conditions. Here also we see a striking example of the way in which women preserve a primitive phenomenon which earlier in the zoological series was common to both sexes, but which man has now lost. Heat and menstruation, with whatever difference of detail, are practically the same phenomenon. We cannot understand menstruation unless we bear this in mind. On the psychic state of chief normal and primitive characteristics for the menstrual state is the more predominant presence of the sexual impulse. There are other mental and emotional signs of irritability and instability, which tend to slightly impair complete mental integrity, and tend to render, in some unbalanced individuals, explosions of anger or depression, in rarer cases crime more common. But the heightening of the sexual impulse, languor, shyness, and caprice, are the more human manifestations of an emotional state which in some of the lower female animals during heat may produce a state of fury. The actual period of the menstrual flow, at all events the first 2 or 3 days, does not, among European women, usually appear to show any heightening of sexual emotion. This heightening occurs usually a few days before, and especially during the latter part of the flow, and immediately after it ceases. I have, however, convinced myself by inquiry that this absence of sexual feeling during the height of the flow is, in large part, apparent only. No doubt, the onset of the flow, often producing a general depression of vitality, may tend directly to depress the emotions, which are heightened by the general emotional state and local congestion of the days immediately preceding. But among some women, at all events, who are normal and in good health, I find that the period of menstruation itself is covered by the period of the climax of sexual feeling. Thus, a married lady writes, "My feelings are always very strong, not only just before and after, but during the period, very unfortunately, as of course they cannot then be gratified." while a refined girl of 19, living a chaste life without either coitus or masturbation, which she has never practiced, habitually feels very strong sexual excitement about the time of menstruation, and more especially during the period. This desire torments her life, prevents her from sleeping at these times, and she looks upon it as a kind of illness. I could quote many other similar and equally emphatic statements, and the fact that so cardinal a relation of the sexual life of women should be ignored or denied by most writers on this matter is a curious proof of the prevailing ignorance. This ignorance has been fostered by the fact that women often disguise, even to themselves, the real state of their feelings. One lady remarks that while she would be very ready for coitus during menstruation, the thought that it is impossible during that time makes her put the idea of it out of her mind. I have reason to think that this statement may be taken to represent the real feelings of very many women. The aversion to coitus is real, but it is often due, not to failure of sexual desire, but to the inhibitory action of powerful extraneous causes. The absence of active sexual desire in women during the height of the flow may thus be regarded as, in part, a physiological fact, following from the correspondence of the actual menstrual flow to the period of proestrum, and in part a psychological fact due to the aesthetic repugnance to union when in such a condition, and to the unquestioned acceptance of the general belief that at such a period intercourse is out of the question. Some of the strongest factors of modesty, especially the fear of causing disgust and the sense of the demands of ceremonial ritual, would thus help to hold in check the sexual emotions during this period, and when, under the influence of insanity, these motives are in abeyance, the coincidence of sexual desire with the menstrual flow often becomes more obvious. It must be added that, especially among the lower social classes, the primitive belief of the savage that coitus during menstruation is bad for the man still persists. Ploss and Bartels mention that among the peasants of some parts of Germany, where it is believed that impregnation is impossible during menstruation, coitus at that time would be frequent were it not thought dangerous for the man. It has also been a common belief, both in ancient and modern times, that coitus during menstruation engenders monsters. Notwithstanding all the obstacles that are thus placed in the way of coitus during menstruation, there is nevertheless good reason to believe that the first coitus very frequently takes place at this point of least psychic resistance. When still a student, I was struck by the occurrence of cases in which the seduction took place during the menstrual flow, though at that time they seemed to me inexplicable, except as evidencing brutality on the part of the seducer. Négrier, in the lying-in wards of the Hôtel Dieu at Angers, constantly found the women from the country who came there pregnant as the result of a single coitus had been impregnated at or near the menstrual epoch, more especially when the period coincided with a feast day, as St. John's Day or Christmas. Whatever doubt may exist as to the most frequent state of the sexual emotions during the period of menstruation, there can be no doubt whatever that immediately before and immediately after, very commonly at both times, this varying slightly in different women, there is usually a marked heightening of actual desire. It is at this period, and sometimes during the menstrual flow, that masturbation may take place in women who at other times have no strong autoerotic impulse. The only women who do not show this heightening of sexual emotion seem to be those in whom sexual feelings have not yet been definitely called into consciousness, or the small minority, usually suffering from some disorder of sexual or general health, in whom there is a high degree of sexual anesthesia. The majority of authorities admit a heightening of sexual emotion before or after the menstrual crisis. See, for example, Kraft-Eberg, who places it in the post-menstrual period. Adler states that sexual feeling is increased before, during, and after menstruation. Kosman advises intercourse just after menstruation, or even during the latter days of the flow as the period when it is most needed. Guyot says that the 8 days after menstruation are the period of sexual desire in women. Harry Campbell investigated the periodicity of sexual desire in healthy women of the working classes in a series of cases by inquiries made of their husbands who were patients at a London hospital. People of this class are not always skillful in observation, and the method adopted would permit many facts to pass unrecorded. It is therefore noteworthy that only in 1/3 of the cases had no connection between menstruation and sexual feeling been observed. In the other two-thirds, sexual feeling was increased either before, after, or during the flow, or at all of these times. The proportion of cases in which sexual feeling was increased before the flow to those in which it was increased after was as 3 to 2. Even this elementary fact of the sexual life has, however, been denied, and strange to say, by 2 women doctors. Dr. Mary Putnam Jacobi of New York, who furnished valuable contributions to the physiology of menstruation, wrote some years ago in a paper on the theory of menstruation, in reference to the question of the connection between oestrus and menstruation, "Neither can any such rhythmical alteration of sexual instinct be demonstrated in women as would lead to the inference that the menstrual crisis was an expression of this, i.e., of oestrus." Dr. Elizabeth Blackwell, again, in her book on the human element in sex, asserts that the menstrual flow itself affords complete relief for the sexual feelings in women, like sexual emissions during sleep in men, and thus practically denies the prevalence of sexual desire in the immediately post-menstrual period, when, on such a theory, sexual feeling should be at its minimum. It is fair to add that Dr. Blackwell's opinion is merely the survival of a view which was widely held a century ago, when various writers, Bordeaux, Roussel, Duffieux, J. Arnold, etc., as Icard has pointed out, regarded menstruation as a device of Providence for safeguarding the virginity of women. End of the Phenomenon of Sexual Periodicity, Part 1, Section 2. The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 2, Section 1 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock Ellis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Fricker. The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 2, Section 1. For some centuries at least, inquisitive observers here and there have thought they found reason to believe that men, as well as women, present various signs of a menstrual physiological cycle. It would be possible to collect a number of opinions in favour of such a monthly physiological periodicity in men. Precise evidence, however, is, for the most part, lacking. Men have expended infinite ingenuity in establishing the remote rhythms of the solar system and the periodicity of comets. They have disdained to trouble about the simpler task of proving or disproving the cycles of their own organisms. It is over half a century since Laycock wrote that the scientific observation and treatment of disease are impossible without a knowledge of the mysterious revolutions continually taking place in the system. Yet the task of summarizing the whole of our knowledge regarding these mysterious revolutions is even today no heavy one. As to the existence of a monthly cycle in the sexual instincts of men, with a single exception, I am not aware that any attempt has been made to bring forth definite evidence. A certain interest and novelty attaches, therefore, to the evidence I am able to produce, although that evidence will not suffice to settle the question finally. The great Italian physician, Sanctorius, who was in so many ways the precursor of our modern methods of physiological research by the means of instruments of precision, was the first, so far as I am aware, to suggest a monthly cycle of the organism in men. He had carefully studied the weight of the body with reference to the amount of excretions, and believed that a monthly increase in weight to the amount of 1 or 2 pounds occurred in men, followed by a critical discharge of urine, this crisis being preceded by feelings of heaviness and lassitude. Gall, another great initiator of modern views, likewise asserted a monthly cycle in men. He insisted that there is a monthly critical period more marked in nervous people than in others, and that at this time the complexion becomes dull, the breath stronger, digestion more laborious, while there is sometimes disturbance of the urine together with general malaise, in which the temper takes part. Ideas are formed with more difficulty, and there is a tendency to melancholy, with unusual irascibility and mental inertia lasting a few days. More recently, Stevenson, who established the cyclical wave theory of menstruation, argued that it exists in men also, and is really a general law of vital energy. Sanctorius does not appear to have published the data on which his belief was founded. Cale, an English follower of Sanctorius, in his Medicina Statica Britannica, 1718, published a series of daily, morning and evening, body weights for the year, without referring to the question of a monthly cycle. A period of maximum weight is shown usually by Cale's figures to occur about once a month, but it is generally irregular and cannot usually be shown to occur at definite intervals. Monthly discharges of blood from the sexual organs and other parts of the body in men have been recorded in ancient and modern times, and were treated of by the older medical writers as an affliction peculiar to men with a feminine system. A summary of such cases will be found in Gould and Pyle. Laycock brought forward cases of monthly and fortnightly cycles in disease, and asserted the general principle that there are greater and less cycles of movements going on in the system, involving each other and closely connected with the organization of the individual. He was inclined to accept lunar influence, and believed that the physiological cycle is made up of definite fractions and multiples of a period of 7 days, especially a unit of 3½ days. Albrecht, a somewhat erratic zoologist, put forth the view a few years ago that there are menstrual periods in men, giving the following reasons: 1. Males are rudimentary females. 2. In all males of mammals a rudimentary masculine uterus (Muller ducts) still persists. 3. Totally hypospadic male individuals menstruate, and believed that he had shown that in man there is a rudimentary menstruation consisting in an almost monthly periodic appearance, lasting for 3 or 4 days, of white corpuscles in the urine. Dr. Campbell Clark, some years since, made observations on asylum attendants in regard to the temperature during 5 weeks, which tended to show that the normal male temperature varies considerably within certain limits, and that, so far as I have been able to observe, there is one marked and prolonged rise every month or 5 weeks, averaging 3 days, occasional lesser rises appearing irregularly and of shorter duration. These observations are only made in 3 cases, and I have no proof that they refer to the sexual appetite. Hammond says, "I have certainly noted in some of my friends the tendency to some monthly periodic abnormal manifestations. This may be in the form of a headache, or a nasal hemorrhage, or diarrhea, or abundant discharge of uric acid, or some other unusual occurrence. I think," he adds, "this is much more common than is ordinarily supposed, and a careful examination or inquiry will generally, if not invariably, establish the existence of a periodicity of the character referred to." Dr. Henry Campbell, in his book on Difference in the Nervous Organizations of Men and Women, deals fully with the monthly rhythm, and devotes a short chapter to the question, "Is the menstrual rhythm particular to the female sex?" He brings forward a few pathological cases indicating such a rhythm, but although he had written a letter to the Lancet asking medical men to supply him with evidence bearing on this question, it can scarcely be said that he has brought forward much evidence of a convincing kind, and such as he has brought forward is purely pathological. He believes, however, that we may accept a monthly cycle in men. We may, he concludes, regard the human being, both male and female, as the subject of a monthly pulsation which begins with the beginning of life and continues till death, menstruation being regarded as a function accidentally engrafted upon this primordial rhythm. It is not unreasonable to argue that the possibility of such a menstrual cycle is increased if we can believe that in women also the menstrual cycle persists even when its outward manifestations no longer occur. Aetius said that menstrual changes take place during gestation. In more modern times, Buffon was of the same opinion. Laycock also maintained that menstrual changes take place during pregnancy. Fleece considers that it is certainly incorrect to assert that the menstrual process is arrested during pregnancy, and he refers to the frequency of monthly epistaxis and other nasal symptoms throughout this period. Beard, who attaches importance to the persistence of a cyclical period in gestation, calls it the muffled striking of the clock. Harry Campbell has found postclimacteric menstrual rhythm in a fair sprinkling of cases up to the age of 60. It is somewhat remarkable that, so far as I have observed, none of these authors refer to the possibility of any heightening of the sexual appetite at the monthly crisis, which they believe to exist in men. This omission indicates that, as is suggested by the absence of definite statements on the matter of increase of sexual desire at menstruation, it was an ignored or unknown fact. Of recent years, however, many writers, especially alienists, have stated their conviction that sexual desire in men tends to be heightened at approximately monthly intervals, though they have not always been able to give definite evidence in support of their statements. Clouston, for instance, has frequently asserted this monthly periodic sexual heightening in men. In the article Developmental Insanity in Tuke's Psychological Dictionary, he refers to the periodic physiological heightening of the reproductive nisus, and again, in an article on alternation, periodicity, and relapse in mental diseases, he records the case of an insane gentleman aged 49 who for the past 26 years has been subject to the most regularly occurring brain exaltation every 4 weeks, almost to a day. It sometimes passes off without becoming acutely maniacal, or even showing itself in outward acts. At other times it becomes so and lasts for periods of from 1 to 4 weeks. It is always preceded by an uncomfortable feeling in the head and pain in the back, mental hebetude, and slight depression. The nisus generativus is greatly increased, and he says that if in that condition he has full and free seminal emissions during sleep, the excitement passes off; if not, it goes on. A full dose of bromide or iodine of potassium often, but not always, has the effect of stopping the excitement, and a very long walk sometimes does the same. When the excitement gets to a height, it is always followed by about a week of stupid depression. In the same article, Clouston remarks, "I have for a long time been impressed with the relationship of the mental and bodily alternations and periodicities in insanity to the great physiological alternations and periodicities, and I have generally been led to the conclusion that they are the same in all essential respects, and only differ in degree of intensity or duration. By far the majority of the cases in women follow the law of the menstrual and sexual periodicity. The majority of the cases in men follow the law of the more irregular periodicities of the nisus generativus in that sex. Many of the cases in both sexes follow the seasonal periodicity, which perhaps in men is merely a reversion to the seasonal generative activities of the majority of the lower animals. He found that among 338 cases of insanity, chiefly mania and melancholia, 46% of females and 40% of males showed periodicity, diurnal, monthly, seasonal, or annual, and more marked in women than in men, and in mania than in melancholia, and adds, "I found the younger the patient, the greater is the tendency to periodic remissions and relapse. The phenomenon finds its acme in the same cases of pubescent and adolescent insanity." Connolly Norman, in the article Mania Hysterical, states that the activity of the sexual organs is probably in both sexes fundamentally periodic. Krafft Ebing records the case of a neurasthenic Russian, aged 24, who experienced sexual desires of urologenic character with fair regularity every 4 weeks, and Nack mentions the case of a man who had nocturnal emissions at intervals of 4 weeks, while Moll recorded the case of a man otherwise normal who had attacks of homosexual feeling every 4 weeks, and Rohleder gives the case of an unmarried, slightly neuropathic physician who for several days every 3 to 5 weeks has attacks of almost satyriacal sexual excitement. Ferreira, whose attention was called to this point from time to time, noted the existence of sexual periodicity. Thus, in a case of general paralysis, attacks of continuous sexual excitement with sleeplessness occurred every 28 days. At other times, the patient, a man of 42 in the stage of dementia, slept well and showed no signs of sexual excitation. In another case, of a man of sound heredity and good health till middle life, periodic sexual manifestations began from puberty, with localized genital congestion, erotic ideas, and copious urination, lasting for 2 or 3 days. These manifestations became menstrual, with a period of intermenstrual excitement appearing regularly, but never becoming intense. Between the ages of 36 and 42, the intermenstrual crises generally ceased. At about 45, the menstrual crises ceased, and the periodic crises continued, however, with the sole manifestation of increased frequency of urination. In a third case of sexual neurasthenia, Ferreira found that from puberty onwards to middle life there appeared, every 25 to 28 days, tenderness and swelling below the nipple, accompanied by slight sexual excitation and erotic dreams lasting for 1 or 2 days. It is in the domain of disease that the most strenuous and, on the whole, the most successful efforts have been made to discover a menstrual cycle in men. Such a field seems promising at the outset, for many morbid exaggerations or defects of the nervous system might be expected to emphasize, or to free from inhibition, fundamental rhythmical processes of the organism which in health, and under the varying conditions of social existence, are overlaid by the higher mental activities and the pressure of external stimuli. In the 18th century, Erasmus Darwin wrote a remarkable and interesting chapter on the periods of disease, dealing with solar and lunar influence on biological processes. Since then, many writers have brought forward evidence, especially in the domain of nervous and mental disease, which seems to justify a belief that, under pathological conditions, a tendency to a male menstrual rhythm may be clearly laid bare. We should expect an organ so primitive in character as the heart, and with so powerful a rhythm already stamped upon its nervous organization, to be peculiarly apt to display a menstrual rhythm under the stress of abnormal conditions. This expectation might be strengthened by the menstrual rhythms which Mr. Perry Coste has found reason to suspect in pulse frequency during health. I am able to present a case in which such a periodicity seems to be indicated. It is that of a gentleman who suffered severely for some years before his death from valvular disease of the heart, with a tendency to pulmonary congestion and attacks of cardiac asthma. His wife, a lady of great intelligence, kept notes of her husband's condition, and at last observed that there was a certain periodicity in the occurrence of the exacerbations. The periods were not quite regular, but show a curious tendency to recur at about 30 days interval, a few days before the end of every month. It was during one of these attacks that he finally died. There was also a tendency to minor attacks about 10 days after the major attacks. It is noteworthy that the subject showed a tendency to periodicity when in health, and once remarked laughingly before his illness, "I am just like a woman, always most excitable at a particular time of the month." Periodicity has been noted in various disorders of nervous character. Periodic insanity has been long known and studied. It is much commoner in women than in men. Periodicity has been observed in stammering, a 6-weekly period in one case, and notably in hemicrania or migraine by Harry Campbell, Osler, etc. The periodicity of a case of hemicrania has been studied in detail by D. Fraser Harris, but the cycle in these cases is not always or even usually of a menstrual type. End of the Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 2, Section 1.
The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 2, Section 2 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock ELLIS. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christopher Most. The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 2, Section 2. It is now possible to turn to an investigation which, although of very limited extent, serves to place the question of a male menstrual cycle for the first time on a sound basis. If there is such a cycle analogous to menstruation in women, it must be a recurring period of nervous erethism, and it must be demonstrably accompanied by greater sexual activity. In the American Journal of Psychology for 1888, Mr. Julius Nelson, afterward professor of biology at the Rutgers College of Agriculture in New Brunswick, published a study of dreams in which he recorded the results of detailed observations of his dreams, and also of seminal emissions during sleep, by him termed gonekbali, or ekbali, during a period of something over 2 years. Mr. Nelson found that both dreams and ekbalis fell into a physiological cycle of 28 days. The climax of maximum dreaming, as determined by the number of words in the dream record, and the climax of maximum ekbali fell at the same point of the cycle, the ekbalic climax being more distinctly marked than the dream climax. The question of cyclic physiological changes is considerably complicated by our uncertainty regarding the precise length of the cycle we may expect to find. Nelson finds a 28-day cycle satisfactory. Perry Coste, as we shall see, accepts a strictly lunar cycle of 29½ days. Phileas has argued that both in women and men many physiological facts fall into a cycle of 23 days, which he calls male, the 28-day cycle being female. Although Fleiss brings forward a number of minutely observed cases, I cannot say that I am yet convinced of the reality of this 23-day cycle. It is somewhat curious, however, that at the same time as Fleiss, although in apparent independence and from a different point of view, another worker also suggested that there is a 23-day physiological cycle. Beard approaches the question from the embryological standpoint, and argues that there is what he terms an ovulation unit of about 23 1/2 days, in the interval from the end of one menstruation to the beginning of the next. 2 ovulation units make up one critical limit, and the length of pregnancy, according to Beard, is always a multiple of the critical limit. In man, the gestation period amounts to 6 critical units. These attempts to prove a new physiological cycle deserve careful study and further investigation. The possibility of such a cycle should be borne in mind, but at present we are scarcely entitled to accept it. So far as I am aware, Professor Nelson's very interesting series of observations, which, for the first time, place the question of a menstrual rhythm in men on a sound and workable basis, have not directly led to any further observations. I am, however, in possession of a much more extended series of ecbolic observations completed before Nelson's paper was published, although the results have only been calculated at a comparatively recent date. I now propose to present a summary of these observations and consider how far they confirm Nelson's conclusions. These observations cover no less a period than 12 years, between the ages of 17 and 29. The subject, W.K., being a student, and afterward schoolmaster, leading, on the whole, a chaste life. The records were faithfully made throughout the whole of this long period. Here, if anywhere, should be material for the construction of a menstrual rhythm on an ecbolic basis. While the results are in many respects instructive, it can scarcely perhaps be said that they absolutely demonstrate a monthly cycle. When summated in a somewhat similar manner to that adopted by Nelson in his ecbolic observations, it is not difficult to regard the maximum, which is reached on the 19th to 21st days of the summated physiological month, as a real menstrual ecbolic climax, for no other 3 consecutive days at all approach these in number of ecboles, while there is a marked depression occurring 4 days earlier, on the 16th day of the month. If, however, we split up the curve by dividing the period of 12 years into 2 nearly equal periods, the earlier of about 7 years and the latter of about 4 years, and summate these separately, the 2 curves do not present any parallel as regards the menstrual cycle. It scarcely seems to me, therefore, that these curves present any convincing evidence in this case of a monthly ecbolic cycle, and therefore I refrain from reproducing them, although they seem to suggest such a cycle. Nor is there any reason to suppose that by adopting a different cycle of 30 days or of 23 days, any more conclusive results would be obtained. It seems, however, when we look at these curves more closely, that they are not wholly without significance. If I am justified in concluding that they scarcely demonstrate a monthly cycle, it may certainly be added that they show a rudimentary tendency for the ecboles to fall into a fortnightly rhythm, and a very marked and unmistakable tendency to a weekly rhythm. That fortnightly rhythm is shown in the curve for the earlier period, but is somewhat disguised in the curve for the total period, because the first climax is spread over 2 days, the 7th and 8th of the month. If we readjust the curve for the total period by presenting the days in pairs, the fortnightly tendency is more clearly brought out. A more pronounced tendency still is traceable to a weekly rhythm. This is, indeed, the most unquestionable fact brought out by these curves. All the maxima occur on Friday and Saturday, with the minima on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. This very pronounced weekly rhythm will serve to swamp more or less completely any monthly rhythm on a 28-day basis. Although here probably seen in an exaggerated form, it is almost certainly a characteristic of the ecbolic curve generally. I have been told by several young men and women, especially those who work hard during the week, that Saturday, and especially Sunday afternoon, are periods when the thoughts spontaneously go in an erotic direction, and at this time there is a special tendency to masturbation or to spontaneous sexual excitement. It is on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, according to Gary's tables, that the fewest suicides are committed. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, however, with a partial fall on Wednesday, those on which most suicides are committed, so that there would appear to be an antagonism between sexual activity and the desire to throw off life. It also appears, in the reports of the Bavarian factory inspectors, that accidents in factories have a tendency to occur chiefly at the beginning of the week, and toward the end, rather than in the middle. Even growth, as Fleischmann has shown in the case of children, tends to fall in weekly cycles. It is evident that the nervous system is profoundly affected by the social influence resulting from the weekly cycle. The analysis of this series of ecbolic curves may thus be said to recall the suggestion of Laycock, that the menstrual cycle is really made up of 4 weekly cycles, the periodic unit, according to Laycock, being 3 1/2 days. I think it would, however, be more correct to say that the menstrual cycle, perhaps originally formed with reference to the influence of the moon on the sexual and social habits of men and other animals, tends to break up by a process of segmentation into fortnightly and weekly cycles. If we are justified in assuming that there is a male menstrual cycle, we must conclude that in such a case as that just analyzed, the weekly rhythm has become so marked as almost entirely to obliterate the larger monthly rhythm. However constituted, there seems to be little doubt that a physiological weekly cycle really exists. This was, indeed, very clearly indicated many years ago by the observations of Edward Smith, who showed that there are weekly rhythms in pulse, respiration, temperature, carbonic acid evolution, urea, and body weight, Sunday being the great day of repair and increase in weight. In an appendix to this volume I am able to present the results of another long series of observations and nocturnal ecbolic manifestations carried out by Mr. Perry Coste, who has elaborately calculated the results, and has convinced himself that on the basis of a strictly lunar month, thus abolishing the disturbing influence of the weekly rhythm, which in his case also appears, a real menstrual rhythm may be traced. It does not appear to me, however, even yet, that a final answer to the question whether a menstrual sexual rhythm occurs in men can be decisively given in the affirmative. That such a cycle will be proved in many cases seems to me highly improbable, but before this can be decisively affirmed it is necessary that a much larger number of persons should be induced to carry out on themselves the simple but protracted series of observations that are required. Since the first edition of this volume appeared, numerous series of ecbolic records have reached me from different parts of the world. The most notable of these series comes from a professional man of scientific training, who has for the past 6 years lived in different parts of India, where the record was kept. Though the record extends over nearly 6 years, there are 2 breaks in it, due to a visit in England and to loss of interest. Both involuntary and voluntary discharges are included in the record. The involuntary discharges occurred during sleep, usually with an erotic dream, in which the subject invariably awaked and frequently made an effort to check the emission. The voluntary discharges in most cases commenced during sleep, or in the half-waking state. Deliberate masturbation, when fully awake, was comparatively rare. The proportion of involuntary to more or less voluntary ecbolies was about 3 to 1. A third kind of sexual manifestation of frequency intermediate between the other 2 forms is also included, in which a high degree of erethism is induced during the half-waking state, culminating in an orgasm in which the power of preventing discharge has been artificially acquired. The subject, E.M., was 32 years of age when the record began. He belongs to a healthy family and is himself physically sound, 5 feet 6 inches in height, but weight low due to rickets in infancy. In early life he stammered badly. His temperament is emotional and self-conscious, while his work is unusually exacting, and he lives for most of the year in a very trying climate. As a boy he was very religious, and has always felt obliged to resist sexual vice to the utmost, though there have been occasional lapses. As regards lunar periodicity, E.M. has summated his results in a curve, after the same manner as Mr. Perry Coste, beginning with the new moon. The periods covered include 54 lunar months, and the total number of discharges is 176. The average frequency is about 3 per month of 28 days. The curve, for the most part, zigzags between a frequency of 4 and 9, but on the 24th day it falls to 1, and then rises uninterruptedly to a height of 11 on the 27th day, falling to 2 on the next day. Whether a really menstrual rhythm is thus indicated I do not decide to undertake, but I am inclined to agree with E.M. himself that there is no definite evidence of it. It looks to me, he writes, as if the only real rhythm, putting aside the annual cycle, will be found to be on the average period between the ecbolies, varying in different persons, but in my case about 9 1/8 days. May not the ecbolic period in men be compared to the menstrual period in women, and be an example of the greater catabolic activity of men? There is the period of tumescence, and the ecbole constituting the detumescence. The weekend holiday would hasten the detumescence, but about every 3rd weekend there would tend to be a delay to enable the system to get back into its regulation 9 or 10 day stride. This might possibly be the explanation of the curves. The recent emissions were nearly all involuntary during sleep. Age may have something to do with the change in character. E.M.'s curves frequently show the influence of weekly periodicity, and in the tendency to ecbole on Sunday, or sometimes on Saturday or Monday. In recent years there has been some tendency for this climax to be thrown towards the middle of the week, but on the whole, Wednesday is the point of lowest frequency. In another case the subject, A.N., who spent nearly all his life in the state of Indiana, has kept a record of sexual manifestations between the ages of 30 and 34. The data, which cover 4 years, have not been sent to me in a form which enables the possibility of a monthly curve to be estimated, but A.N., who has himself arranged the data on a lunar monthly basis, considers that a monthly curve is thus revealed. My memoranda, he writes, show that discharges occur most frequently on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd days after a new moon. There is also another period on the 14th and 15th, which might indicate a semi-lunar rhythm. The days of minimum discharge are the 7th, 8th, 22nd, and 23rd. It may be added that the yearly average of ecbolic manifestations, varying between 50 and 55, comes out as 52, or exactly 1 per week. A weekly periodicity is definitely shown by AN's data. Sunday once more stands at the head of the week as regards frequency, in this case very decisively. The figures are as follows. In another case, which has reached me from the United States, the data are slighter but deserve note, as the subject is a trained psychologist, and I quote the case in his own words. Here, it will be seen, there appears to be a tendency for the ecbolic cycle to cover a period of about 6 weeks. In this case, also, there is a tendency for the climax to occur about Saturday or Sunday. X is 38 years old, unmarried, fair health, pretty good heredity, university-trained and engaged in academic pursuits. He thinks he may have completed puberty at about 13, though he has no proof that he was in full possession of his sex powers until he was 15 years 3 months old, when he had his first emission. His sex life had been normal. He masturbated somewhat when he slept with other boys or men during early manhood, but not to excess. During the autumn of 1889, when 28 years of age, he observed that at certain times he had an itching feeling about the testicles, that he was slightly irritable, that the penis erected with the slightest provocation, and that this peculiar feeling usually passed away with a nightly emission. Indeed, so regular was the matter that he usually wore a loin garment at these times, to prevent the semen from getting on the bedding. This peculiar feeling ordinarily continued for 2 or 3 days. He recalls at these times that he felt like he would like to wrestle with someone, for there seemed to be a muscular tension. These states returned with apparent regularity, and the interval seemed to be about 6 weeks, though no effort was made to measure the periods until 1893. The following notes are taken from the diaries of X. Thursday, December 29, 1892. The peculiar feeling. This is the only entry. Thursday, February 9, 1893. The peculiar feeling. The diary notes that X awoke nights to find erections, and that the feeling continued until Sunday night following, when there was an emission. Friday, March 27, 1893. The peculiar feeling. The diary notes that there was an emission the next night, and then that feeling disappeared. Wednesday, May 3, 1893. The peculiar feeling. The diary notes that it continued until Saturday night, when X had sexual relations, and then it disappeared. Wednesday, June 14, 1893. The peculiar feeling. The diary states that the next night X had an emission, and the disappearance of the feeling. Thursday, July 27, 1893. The peculiar feeling. The diary notes that it was apparent at about 3 o'clock that afternoon. That night at 10 o'clock, X had sexual intercourse, and the feeling was not noted the next day. Friday, September 8, 1893. The peculiar feeling. Continued until Thursday, the 11th, and then disappeared. No sexual intercourse, and no nightly emission. Wednesday, October 25, 1893. The peculiar feeling. Continued until Saturday night, when there was a nightly emission. Saturday, December 9, 1893. The peculiar feeling. Continued until Monday night, when there was sexual relations. It will be noted that the intervals observed were of about 6 weeks' duration, excepting one, that from September to October, when it was nearly 7 weeks. These observations were not recorded after 1893. X thinks that in 1894 the intervals were longer, an opinion which is based on the fact that for a period of 6 months he had no sexual intercourse and no nightly emissions. The times during the 6 months when he had the peculiar feeling, the sensation was so slight as to be scarcely noted. In 1895 the feeling seemed more pronounced than ever before, and X thinks that it may have recurred as often as once a month. In 1896, 1897, and 1898, the intervals, he thinks, lengthened, at times, he thought, wholly disappeared. During 1899, while they did not recur often, when they did come, the sensation was pronounced, although the emission was less common. There was a particular heavy feeling about the testicles, and a marked tendency toward erection of the penis, especially at night time, while sleeping. X often awoke to find a tense erection. Moreover, these feelings usually continued for a week. 1. In general, X is of the opinion that as he grows older these intervals lengthen, although this inference is not based on recorded data. 2. He notes that a discharge, through sexual intercourse or in sleep, invariably brings the peculiar feeling to a close for the time being. 3. He notes that sexual intercourse at the time stops it, but when there has been sexual intercourse within a week or 10 days of the time, based upon the observations of 1893, that it had no tendency to check the feeling. In another case, that of F.C., an Irish farmer born in Waterford, the data are still more meagre, though the periodicity is stated to be very pronounced. He is chaste, steady, with occasional lapses from strict sobriety. healthy and mentally normal, living a regular open-air life, far from the artificial stimuli of towns. The observations refer to a period when he was from 20 to 27 years of age. During this period, nocturnal emissions occurred at regular intervals of exactly a month. They were ushered in by fits of irritability and depression, and usually occurred in dreamless sleep. The discharges were abundant and physically weakening, but they relieved the psychic symptoms, though they occasioned mental distress, since F.C. is scrupulous in a religious sense, and also apprehensive of bad constitutional effects, the result of reading alarmist quack pamphlets. In another case known to me, a young man leading a chaste life experienced crises of sexual excitement every 10 to 14 days, the crisis lasting for several days. Finally, an interesting contribution to this subject, suggested by this study, has been made and published in the Proceedings of the Amsterdam International Congress of Psychology in 1907 by the well-known Amsterdam neurologist and psychologist Dr. L.S.A.M. von Romer under the title, translated from German, about the proportion between lunar age and sexuality. Von Romer's data are made up not of nocturnal involuntary emissions, but of the voluntary acts of sexual intercourse of an unmarried man during a period of 4 years. Von Romer believes that these, to a much greater extent than those of a married man, would be liable to periodic influence, if such exist. On making a curve of exact lunar length, similarly to Pericost, he finds that there are, every month, 2 maxima and 2 minima, in a way that approximately resemble Pericost's curve. The main point in von Romer's results is, however, the correspondence that he finds with the actual lunar phases. The chief maximum occurs at the time of the full moon, and the secondary maximum occurs at the time of a new moon, the minima being at the first and fourth quarters. He hazards no theory in explanation of this coincidence, but insists on the need for further observations. It will be seen that A.N.'s results seem in the main to correspond to von Romer's. End of the Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 2, Section 2.
The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 3, Section 1 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock ELLIS. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by J.C. Guan. The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 3, Section 1. That there are annual seasonal changes in the human organism, especially connected with the sexual function, is a statement that has been made by physiologists and others from time to time, and the statement has even reached the poets, who have frequently declared that spring is the season of love. Thus, 60 years ago, Laycock, an acute pioneer in the investigation of the working of the human organism, brought together, in a chapter on the periodic movement in the reproductive organs of women, in his Nervous Diseases of Women, 1840, pages 61 to 70, much interesting evidence to show that the system undergoes changes about the vernal and autumnal equinoxes, and that these changes are largely sexual. Edward Smith, also a notable pioneer in this field of human periodicity, and indeed the first to make definite observations on a number of points bearing on it, sums up in his remarkable book Health and Disease as Influenced by Daily, Seasonal, and Other Cyclical Changes in the Human System, 1861, to the effect that season is a more powerful influence on the system than temperature or atmospheric pressure. In the early and middle parts of spring, every function of the body is in its highest degree of efficiency, while autumn is essentially a period of change from the minimum toward the maximum of vital conditions. He found that in April and May most carbonic acid is evolved, there being then a progressive diminution to September, and then a progressive increase. The respiratory rate also fell from a maximum in April to a minimum maintained at exactly the same level throughout August, September, October, and November. Spring was found to be the season of maximum, autumn of minimum muscular power. Sensibility to tactile and temperature impressions was also greater in spring. Kulischer, studying the sexual customs of various human races, concluded that in primitive times only at two special seasons, at spring and in harvest time, did pairing take place, and that, when pairing ceased to be strictly confined to these periods, its symbolical representation was still so confined, even among the civilized nations of Europe. He further argued that the physiological impulse was only felt at these periods. Kulischer, Die geschlechtliche Zutwahl bei den Menschen in der Urzeit, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, 1876, pages 152 and 157. Cohnstein, über Prädilektionszeiten bei Schwangerschaft, Archiv für Gynäkologie, 1879, also suggested that women sometimes only conceive at certain periods of the year. Wiltshire, who made various interesting observations regarding the physiology of menstruation, wrote, "Many years ago I concluded that every woman had a law peculiar to herself, which governed the times of her bringing forth and conceiving; that she was more prone to bring forth at certain epochs than at others, and subsequent researches have established the accuracy of the forecast." He further stated his belief in a primordial seasonal aptitude for procreation, the impress of which still remains, and, to some extent, governs the breeding times of humanity. A. Wiltshire, Lectures on the Comparative Physiology of Menstruation, British Medical Journal, March, 1883, pages 502, etc. Westermarck, in a chapter of his History of Human Marriage, dealing with the question of a human pairing season in primitive times, brings forward evidence showing that spring, or rather early summer, is the time for increase of the sexual instinct, and argues that this is a survival of an ancient pairing season. Spring, he points out, is a season of want, rather than abundance, for a frugivorous species. But when men took to herbs, roots, and animal food, spring became a time of abundance, and suitable for the birth of children. He thus considers that in man, as in lower animals, the times of conception are governed by the times most suitable for birth. Rosenstadt, as we shall see later, also believes that men today have inherited a physiological custom of procreating at a certain epoch, and he thus accounts for the seasonal changes in the birth rate. Heape, who also believes that at one period of its existence the human species had a special breeding season, follows Wiltshire in suggesting that there is some reason to believe that the human female is not always in a condition to breed. W. Heape, Menstruation and Ovulation of Macacus rhesus, Philosophical Transactions, 1897, id. The Sexual Season of Mammals, Quarterly Journal of Microscopical Science, 1900. Except, however, in one important respect, with which we shall presently have to deal, few attempts have been made to demonstrate any annual organic sexual rhythm. The supposition of such annual cycle is usually little more than a deduction from the existence of the well-marked seasonal sexual rhythm in animals. Most of the higher animals breathe only once or twice a year, and at such a period that the young are born when food is most plentiful. At other periods the female is incapable of breeding, and without sexual desires, while the male is either in the same condition or in a condition of latent sexuality. Under the influence of domestication, animals tend to lose the strict periodicity of the wild condition, and become apt for breeding at more frequent intervals. Thus, among dogs in the wild state, the bitch only experiences heat once a year, in the spring. Among domesticated dogs,
there is not only the spring period of heat, early in the year, but also an autumn period, about 6 months later. The primitive period, however, remains the most important one, and the best litters of pups are said to be produced in the spring. The mare is in season in spring and summer. Sheep take the ram in autumn. Many of the menstruating monkeys also, whether or not sexual desire is present throughout the year, only conceive in spring and in autumn. Almost any time of the year may be an animal's pairing season, this season being apparently in part determined by the economic conditions which will prevail at birth. While it is essential that animals should be born during the season of greatest abundance, it is equally essential that pairing, which involves great expenditure of energy, should also take place at a season of maximum physical vigor. As an example of the sexual history of an animal through the year, I may quote the following description by Dr. A. W. Johnstone of the habits of the American deer. Our common American deer, in winter time, is half starved for lack of vegetation in the woods. The low temperature, snow, and ice make his conditions of life harder for lack of the proper amount of food, whereby he becomes an easier prey to carnivorous animals. He has difficulty even in preserving life. In spring he sheds his winter coat, and is provided with a suit of lighter hair. And while this is going on, the male grows antlers for defense. The female about this time is far along in pregnancy, and when the antlers are fully grown she drops the fawn. When the fawns are dropped, vegetation is plentiful and lactation sets in. During this time the male is kept fully employed in getting food and guarding his more or less helpless family. As the season advances, the vegetation increases and the fawn begins to eat grass. When the summer heat commences, the little streams begin to dry up, and the animal once more has difficulty in supporting life because of the enervating heat, the effect of drought on the vegetation, and the distance which has to be traveled to get water. Therefore, fully 10 months in each year, the deer has all he can do to live without extra exertion incident to rutting. Soon after the autumn rains commence, vegetation becomes more luxurious, the antlers of the male and new suits of hair for both are fully grown, heat of the summer is gone, food and drink are plentiful everywhere, the fawns are weaned, and both sexes are in the very finest condition. Then, and then only, in the whole year, comes the rut, which, to them as to most other animals, means an unwonted amount of physical exercise besides the everyday runs for life from their natural enemies, and an unusual amount of energy is used up. If a doe dislikes the attention of a special buck, miles of racing result. If jealous males meet, furious battles take place. The strain on both sexes could not possibly be endured at any other season of the year. With approach of cold weather, climatic deprivations and winter dangers commence, and rut closes. In all wild animals, rut occurs only when the climatic and other conditions favor the highest physical development. This law holds good in all wild birds, for it is then only that they can stand the strain incident to love-making. The common American crow is a very good study. In the winter he travels around the rice fields of the South, leading a tramp's existence in a country foreign to him, and to which he goes only to escape the rigors of the northern climate. For several weeks, in the spring, he goes about the fields, gathering up the worms and grubs. After his long flight from the South, he experiences several weeks of an almost ideal existence. His food is plentiful, he becomes strong and hearty, and then he turns to thoughts of love. In the pairing season he does more work than at any other time in the year. Fantastic dances, racing and chasing after the females, and savage fights with rivals. He endures more than would be possible in his ordinary physical state. Then come the care of the young and the long flights for water and food during the drought of the summer. After the molt, autumn finds him once more in flock, and with the first frost he is off again to the south. In the wild state, rut is the capstone of perfect physical condition. A.W. Johnstone, The Relation of Menstruation to the Other Reproductive Functions. American Journal of Obstetrics, Volume 32, 1895. Wiltshire, Lectures on the Comparative Physiology of Menstruation, British Medical Journal, March 1888, and Westermarck, History of Human Marriage, Chapter 2, enumerate the pairing season of a number of different animals. With regard to the breeding seasons of monkeys, little seems to be positively known. Heape made special inquiries with reference to the 2 species whose sexual life he investigated. He was informed that Semnopithecus entellus breeds twice a year, in April and in October. He accepts Aitchison's statement that the Macacus rhesus in Simla copulates in October, and adds that in the very different climate of the plains it appears to copulate in May. He concludes that the breeding season varies greatly in dependence on climate, but believes that the breeding season is always preserved, and that it affects the sexual aptitude of the male. He could not make his monkeys copulate during February or March, but is unable to say whether or not sexual intercourse is generally admitted outside the breeding season. He quotes the observation of Breschet that monkeys copulate during pregnancy. In primitive human races, we very frequently trace precisely the same influence of the seasonal impulse as may be witnessed in the higher animals, although among human races it does not always result that the children are born at the time of the greatest plenty, and on account of the development of human skill such a result is not necessary. Thus Dr. Cook found among the Eskimo that during the long winter nights the secretions are diminished, muscular power is weak, and the passions are depressed. Soon after the sun appears, a kind of rut affects the young population. They tremble with the intensity of sexual passion, and for several weeks much of the time is taken up with courtship and love. Hence the majority of the children are born 9 months later, when the 4 months of perpetual night are beginning. A marked seasonal periodicity of this kind is not confined to the Arctic regions. We may also find it in the tropics. In Cambodia, Mondier has found that twice a year, in April and September, men seem to experience a veritable rut, and will sometimes even kill women who resist them. In these 2 periods, spring and autumn, the season for greeting the appearance of life and the season for reveling in its final fruition, seem to be everywhere throughout the world the most usual seasons for erotic festivals. In classical Greece and Rome, in India, among the Indians of North and South America, spring is the most usual season, while in Africa the yam harvest of autumn is the season chiefly selected. There are, of course, numerous exceptions to this rule, and it is common to find both seasons observed. Taking indeed a broad view of festivals throughout the world, we may say that there are 4 seasons when they are held: the winter solstice, when the days begin to lengthen, and primitive man rejoices in the lengthening and seeks to assist it; the vernal equinox, the period of germination and the return of life; the summer solstice, when the sun reaches its height; and autumn, the period of fruition, of thankfulness, and of repose. But it is rarely that we find a people seriously celebrating more than 2 of these festival seasons. In Australia, according to Müller, as quoted by Ploss and Bartels, Marriage and conception take place during the warm season, when there is greatest abundance of food, and, to some extent, is even confined to that period. Oldfield and others state that the Australian erotic festivals take place only in spring. Among some tribes, Mueller adds, such as the Watshandis, conception is inaugurated by a festival called Karo, which takes place in the warm season at the first new moon after the yams are ripe. The leading feature of this festival is a moonlight dance, representing the sexual act symbolically. With their spears, regarded as the symbols of the male organ, the men attack bushes, which represent the female organs. They thus work themselves up to a state of extreme sexual excitement. Among the Papuans of New Guinea, also, according to Miklucho Maclay, conceptions chiefly occur at the end of harvest. And Guise describes the great annual festival of the year, which takes place at the time of the yam and banana harvest, when the girls undergo a ceremony of initiation and marriages are effected. In Central Africa, says Sir H. H. Johnston, in his Central Africa, sexual orgies are seriously entered into at certain seasons of the year. But he neglects to mention what these seasons are. The people of New Britain, according to Weisse, as quoted by Pluss and Bartels, carefully guard their young girls from the young men. At certain times, however, a loud trumpet is blown in the evening, and the girls are then allowed to go away into the bush to mix freely with the young men. In ancient Peru, according to an account derived from a pastoral letter of Archbishop Villagomez of Lima, in December, when the fruit of the paute is ripe, a festival was held, preceded by a 5 days' fast. During the festival, which lasted 6 days and 6 nights, men and women met together in a state of complete nudity at a certain spot among the gardens, and all raced toward a certain hill. Every man who caught up with a woman in the race was bound at once to have intercourse with her. Very instructive, from our present point of view, is the account given by Dalton of the festivals of the various Bengal races. Thus the Hos, a Kolarian tribe of Bengal, are a purely agricultural people, and the chief festival of the year with them is the Magh Para. It is held in the month of January, when the granaries are full of grain and the people, to use their own expression, full of devilry. It is the festival of the harvest home, the termination of the year's toil, and is always held at full moon. The festival is a Saturnalia, when all rules of duty and decorum are forgotten, and the utmost liberty is allowed to women and girls, who become like bacchantes. The people believe that at this time both men and women become overcharged with vitality, and that a safety valve is absolutely necessary. The festival begins with a religious sacrifice made by the village priest or elders, and with prayers for the departed and for the vouchsafing of seasonal rain and good crops. The religious ceremonies over, the people give themselves up to feasting and to drinking the homemade beer, the preparation of which from fermented rice is one of a girl's chief accomplishments. The whole population, wrote Dalton, are at other seasons quiet and reserved in manner, and in their demeanor toward women gentle and decorous. Even in their flirtations they never transcend the bounds of decency. The girls, though full of spirits and somewhat saucy, have innate notions of propriety that make them modest in demeanor, though devoid of all prudery, and of the obscene abuse so frequently heard from the lips of common women in Bengal. They appear to have no knowledge. They are delicately sensitive, under harsh language, of any kind, and never use it to others, and since their adoption of clothing, they are careful to drape themselves decently, as well as gracefully, but they throw all this aside during the Magh feast. Their nature appears to undergo a temporary change, sons and daughters revile their parents in gross language, and parents their children. Men and women become almost like animals in the indulgence of their amorous propensities. They enact all that was ever portrayed by prurient artists in a bacchanalian festival or Pandean orgy, and as the light of the sun they adore, and the presence of numerous spectators seems to be no restraint on their indulgence. It cannot be expected that chastity is preserved when the shades of night fall on such a scene of licentiousness and debauchery. While, however, thus representing the festival as a mere debauch, Dalton adds that relationships formed at this time generally end in marriage. There is also a flower festival in April and May, of religious nature, but the dances at this festival are quieter in character. In Burma, the great festival of the year is the full moon of October, following the Buddhist Lent season, which is also the wet season, during which there is no sexual intercourse. The other great festival is the New Year in March. In classical times, the great festivals were held at the same time as in northern and modern Europe. The Brumalia took place in midwinter, when the days were shortest, and the Rosalia, according to early customs, in May or June, and at a later time about Easter. After the establishment of Christianity, the Church made constant efforts to suppress this latter festival, and it was referred to by an 8th century council as a wicked and reprehensible holiday-making. These festivals appear to be intimately associated with Dionysus' worship, and the flower festival of Dionysus, as well as the Roman Liberalis in honor of Bacchus, was celebrated in March with worship of Priapus. The festivals of the Delian Apollo and of Artemis both took place during the first week in May, and the Roman Bacchanals in October. The medieval Feast of Fools was to a large extent a seasonal orgy licensed by the Church. It may be traced directly back through the barbaratories of the Lower Empire to the Roman Saturnalia, and at Sens, the ancient ecclesiastical metropolis of France, it was held at about the same time as the Saturnalia, on the feast of the Circumcision, i.e., New Year's Day. It was not, however, always held at this time. Thus, at Evreux, it took place on the 1st of May. The Easter bonfires of northern Central Europe, the Midsummer St. John's Eve fires of southern Central Europe, still bear witness to the ancient festivals. There is certainly a connection between these bonfires and erotic festivals. It is noteworthy that they occur chiefly at the period of spring and early summer, which, on other grounds, is widely regarded as the time for the increase of the sexual instinct, while the less frequent period for the bonfires is that of the minor sexual climax. Mannhardt was perhaps the first to show how intimately these spring and early summer festivals, held with bonfires and dances and the music of violin, have been associated with love-making and the choice of a mate. In spring, the first Monday in Lent, Quadragesima, and Easter Eve were frequent days for such bonfires. In May, among the Franks of the Main, the unmarried women, naked and adorned with flowers, danced on the Blocksberg before the men, as described by Herbels in the 10th century. In the central highlands of Scotland the Beltane fires were kindled on the 1st of May. Bonfires sometimes took place on Halloween, October 31st, and Christmas. But the great season all over Europe for these bonfires, then often held with erotic ceremonial, is the summer solstice, the 23rd of June, the eve of Midsummer, or St. John's Day. The Bohemians and other Slavonic races formerly had meetings with sexual license. This was so up to the beginning of the 16th century on the banks of rivers near Novgorod. The meetings took place, as a rule, the day before the festival of John the Baptist, which, in pagan times, was that of a divinity known by the name of Jarilo, equivalent to Priapus. Half a century later, a new ecclesiastical code sought to abolish every vestige of the early festivals held on Christmas Day, on the day of the baptism of our Lord, and on John the Baptist's Day. A general feature of all these festivals, says Kovalevsky, was the prevalence of the promiscuous intercourse of the sexes. Among the Estonians, at the end of the 18th century, thousands of people would gather around an old ruined church in the Felishine on the eve of St. John, light a bonfire, and throw sacrificial gifts into it. Sterile women danced naked among the ruins, much eating and drinking went on, while the young men and maidens disappeared into the woods to do what they would. Festivals of this character still take place at the end of June, usually near rivers or ponds. Licentiousness is rare, but in many parts of Russia the peasants still attach little value to virginity, and even prefer women who have been mothers. The population of the Grisons in the 16th century held regular meetings not less licentious than those of the Cossacks. These were abolished by law. Kovalevsky regards all such customs as a survival of early forms of promiscuity. Fraser, Golden Bough, 2nd edition, 1900, Volume 3, pages 236 to 250, fully describes and discusses the dances, bonfires, and festivals of spring and summer, of Halloween, October 31st, and Christmas. He also explains the sexual character of these festivals. There are clear indications, he observes, page 305, that even human fecundity is supposed to be promoted by the genial heat of the fires. It is an Irish belief that a girl who jumps thrice over the midsummer bonfire will soon marry and become the mother of many children, and in various parts of France they think that if a girl dances round 9 fires she will be sure to marry within a year. On the other hand, in Lecrain, people say that if a young man and woman, leaping over the midsummer fire together, escape unsmirched, the young woman will not become a mother within 12 months. The flames have not touched and fertilized her. The rule observed in some parts of France and Belgium, that the bonfires on the first Sunday in Lent should be kindled by the person who was last married, seems to belong to the same class of ideas, whether it be that such a person is supposed to receive from or impart to the fire a generative and fertilizing influence. The common practice of lovers leaping over the fires hand in hand may very well have originated in a notion that thereby their marriage would be more likely to be blessed with offspring. And the scenes of profligacy which appear to have marked the midsummer celebration among the Estonians, as they once marked the celebration of May Day among ourselves, may have sprung, not from the mere license of holiday-makers, but from a crude notion that such orgies were justified, if not required, by some mysterious bond which linked the life of man to the courses of the heavens at the turning point of the year. As regards these primitive festivals, although the evidence is scattered and sometimes obscure, certain main conclusions clearly emerge. In early Europe there were, according to Grimm, only 2 seasons, sometimes regarded as spring and winter, sometimes as spring and autumn, and for mythical purposes these seasons were alone available. The appearance of each of these 2 seasons was inaugurated by festivals, which were religious and often erotic in character. The Slavonic year began in March, at which time there was formerly, it is believed, a great festival not only in Slavonic but also in Teutonic countries. In northern Germany there were Easter bonfires always associated with mountains or hills. The Celtic bonfires were held at the beginning of May, while the Teutonic May Day, or Walpurgisnacht, is a very ancient sacred festival, associated with erotic ceremonial, and regarded by Grimm as having a common origin with the Roman Floralia and the Greek Dionysia. Thus in Europe, Grimm concludes, there are 4 different ways of welcoming summer. In Sweden and Gothland, a battle of winter and summer, a triumphal entry of the latter. In Schonen, Denmark, Lower Saxony, and England, simply May riding, or fetching of the May wagon. On the Rhine, merely a battle of winter and summer, without immersion, without the pomp of an entry. In Franconia, Thuringia, Meissen, Silesia, and Bohemia, only the carrying out of wintry death, no battle, no formal introduction of summer. Of these festivals, the first and second fall in May, the third and fourth in March. In the first 2, the whole population take part with unabated enthusiasm. In the last 2, only the lower poor class. Everything goes to prove that the approach of summer was to our forefathers a holy tide, welcomed by sacrifice, feast, and dance, and largely governing and brightening the people's life. The early spring festival of March, the festival of Ostara, the goddess of spring, has become identified with the Christian festival of resurrection, just as the summer solstice festival has been placed beneath the patronage of St. John the Baptist. But there has been only an amalgamation of closely allied rites, for the Christian festival also may be traced back to a similar origin. Among the early Arabians, the great Ragab feast, identified by Ewald and Robertson Smith with the Jewish Paschal feast, fell in the spring or early summer, when the camels and other domestic animals brought forth their young, and the shepherds offered their sacrifices. Babylonia, the supreme early center of religious and cosmological culture, presents a more decisive example of the sex festival. The festival of Tammuz is precisely analogous to the European festival of St. John's Day. Tammuz was the solar god of spring vegetation, and closely associated with Ishtar, also an agricultural deity of fertility. The Tammuz festival was, in the earliest times, held toward the summer solstice, at the time of the first wheat and barley harvest. In Babylonia, as in primitive Europe, there were only 2 seasons. The festival of Tammuz, coming at the end of winter and the beginning of summer, was a fast followed by a feast, a time of mourning for winter, of rejoicing for summer. It is part of the primitive function of sacred ritual to be symbolical of natural processes, a mysterious representation of natural processes with the object of bringing them about. The Tammuz festival was an appeal to the powers of nature to exhibit their generative functions. Its erotic character is indicated not only by the well-known fact that the priestesses of Ishtar, the Kedichu or holy ones, were prostitutes, but by the statements in Babylonian legends concerning the state of the earth during Ishtar's winter absence, when the bull, the ass, and man ceased to reproduce. It is evident that the return of spring, coincident with the Tammuz festival, was regarded as the period for the return of the reproductive instinct even in man, so that along this line also we are led back to a great procreative festival. Thus the great spring festivals were held between March and June, frequently culminating in a great orgy on Midsummer's Eve. The next great season of festivals in Europe was in autumn. The beginning of August was a great festival in Celtic lands, and the echoes of it, Rhys remarks, have not yet died out in Wales. The beginning of November, both in Celtic and Teutonic countries, was a period of bonfires. In Germanic countries especially, there was a great festival at the time. The Germanic year began at Martinmas, October 11th, and the great festival of the year was then held. It is the oldest Germanic festival on record, and retained its importance even in the Middle Ages. There was feasting all night, and the cattle that were to be killed were devoted to the gods. The goose was associated with this festival. These autumn festivals culminated in the great festival of the winter solstice, which we have perpetuated in the celebrations of Christmas and New Year. Thus, while the two great primitive culminating festivals of spring and autumn correspond exactly, as we shall see, with the seasons of maximum fecundation, even in the Europe of today, the earlier spring, March, and, though less closely, autumn, November, festivals correspond with the periods of maximum spontaneous sexual disturbance, as far as I have been able to obtain precise evidence of such disturbance. That the maximum of physiological sexual excitement should tend to appear earlier than the maximum of fecundation is a result that might be expected. End of the Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 3, Section 1.
The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 3, Section 2 of Studies in the Psychology of Sex, Volume 1, by Havelock Ellis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christopher Most. The Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 3, Section 2. Thus the great spring festivals were held between March and June, frequently culminating in a great orgy on Midsummer's Eve. The next great season of festivals in Europe was in autumn. The beginning of August was a great festival in Celtic lands, and the echoes of it, Rise remarks, have not yet died out in Wales. The beginning of November, both in Celtic and Teutonic countries, was a period of bonfires. In Germanic countries especially there was a festival at the time. The Germanic year began at Martinmas, November 11th, and the great festival of the year was then held. It is the oldest Germanic festival on record, and retained its importance even in the Middle Ages. There was feasting all night, and the cattle that were to be killed were devoted to the gods. The goose was associated with this festival. These autumn festivals culminated in the great festival of the winter solstice, which we have perpetuated in the celebrations of Christmas and New Year. Thus, while the two great primitive culminating festivals of spring and autumn correspond exactly, as we shall see, with the seasons of maximum fecundation, even in the Europe of today, the earlier spring, March, and though less closely, autumn, in November, festivals correspond with the periods of maximum spontaneous sexual disturbance, as far as I have been able to obtain precise evidence of such disturbance. That the maximum of physiological sexual excitement should tend to appear earlier than the maximum of fecundation is a result that might be expected. The considerations so far brought forward clearly indicate that among primitive races there are frequently one or two seasons in the year, especially spring and autumn, during which sexual intercourse is chiefly or even exclusively carried on, and that they further indicate that these primitive customs persist to some extent even in Europe today. It would still remain to determine whether any such influence affects the whole mass of the civilized population, and determines the times at which intercourse or fecundation most frequently takes place. This question can be most conveniently answered by studying the seasonal variation in the birth rate, calculating back to the time of conception. Wargentin, in Sweden, first called attention to the periodicity of the birth rate in 1767. The matter seems to have attracted little further attention until Quetelet, who instinctively scented unreclaimed fields of statistical investigation, showed that in Belgium and Holland there is a maximum of births in February, and consequently of conceptions in May, and a minimum of births about July, with consequent minimum of conceptions in October. Quetelet considered that the spring maximum of conceptions corresponded to an increase of vitality after the winter cold. He pointed out that this sexual climax was better marked in the country than in towns, and accounted for this by the consideration that in the country the winter cold is more keenly felt. Later, Wapos investigated the matter in various parts of northern and southern Europe as well as in Chile, and found that there was a maximum of conceptions in May and June attributable to season, and in Catholic countries strengthened by customs connected with the ecclesiastical seasons. This maximum was, he found, followed by a minimum in September, October, and November, due to gradually increasing exhaustion, and the influence of epidemic diseases, as well as the strain of harvest work. The minimum is reached in the south earlier than in the north. About November, conceptions again become more frequent, and reach a second maximum at about Christmas and New Year. The second maximum is very slightly marked in the southern countries, but strongly marked in northern countries. In Sweden, the absolute maximum of conceptions is reached in December, and is due, in the opinion of Wapos, solely to social causes. Villermé reached somewhat similar results. Founding his study on 17 million births, he showed that in France it was in April, May, and June, or from the spring equinox to the summer solstice, and nearer to the solstice than the equinox, that the maximum of fecundations takes place, while the minimum of births is normally in July, but is retarded by a wet and cold summer in such a manner that in August there are scarcely more births than in July, and on the other hand, a very hot summer, accelerating the minimum of births, causes it to fall in June instead of in July. He also showed that in Buenos Aires, where the seasons are reversed, the conception rate follows the reversed seasons, and is also raised by epochs of repose, of plentiful food, and of increased social life. Sormani studied the periodicity of conception in Italy, and found that the spring maximum in the southern provinces occurs in May, and gradually falls later as one proceeds northward, until, in the extreme north of the peninsula, it occurs in July. In southern Italy there is only one maximum and one minimum. In the north there are two. The minimum which follows the spring or summer maximum increases as we approach the south, while the minimum associated with the winter cold increases as we approach the north. Beuckmann, who studied the matter in various parts of Germany, found that seasonal influence was specially marked in the case of illegitimate births. The maximum of conceptions of illegitimate children takes place in the spring and summer of Europe generally. In Russia it takes place in the autumn and winter, when the harvest-working months for the population are over, and the period of rest, and also of minimum death rate, September, October, and November, comes round. In Russia the general conception rate has been studied by various investigators. Here the maximum number of conceptions is in winter, the minimum varying among different elements of the population. Looked at more closely, there are maxima of conceptions in Russia in January and in April. In Russian towns, however, the maximum number of conceptions occurs in autumn. The special characteristics of the Russian conception time are held to be due to the prevalence of marriages in autumn and winter, to the severely observed fasts of spring, and to the exhausting harvest work of summer. It is instinctive to compare the conception rate of Europe with that of a non-European country. Such a comparison has been made by S. A. Hill for the northwest provinces of India. Here the Holi and other erotic festivals take place in spring, but spring is not the period when conceptions chiefly take place. Indeed, the prevalence of erotic festivals in spring appears to Hill an argument in favor of those festivals having originated in a colder climate. The conceptions show a rise through October and November to a maximum in December and January, followed by a steady and prolonged fall to a minimum in September. This curve can be accounted for by climatic and economic conditions. September is near the end of a long and depressing hot season, when malarial influences are rapidly increasing to a maximum, the food supply is nearly exhausted, and there is the greatest tendency to suicide. With October it forms the period of greatest mortality. December, on the other hand, is the month when food is most abundant, and it is also a very healthy month. For a summary of the chief researches into this question, see Ploss and Bartels, Das Weib, also Rosenstadt, translated from German, on the question of the causes which the number of conceptions, etc. Communications from the Embryological Institute, University of Vienna. Second series, Facsimile 4, 1890. Rosenstadt concludes that man has inherited from animal ancestors a physiological custom, which has probably been further favored by climatic and social conditions. Primitive man, he proceeds, had inherited from his ancestors the faculty of only reproducing himself at determined epochs. On the arrival of this period of rut, fecundation took place on a large scale, thus being very easy, thanks to the promiscuity in which primitive man lived. With the development of civilization, men give themselves up to sexual relations all the year around, but the physiological custom of procreating at a certain epoch has not completely disappeared. It remains as a survival of the animal condition, and manifests itself in the recrudescence of the number of conceptions during certain months of the year. O. Rosenbach, in Remarks on the Problem of Rutting in Humans, Archives for Races and Sociobiology, translated from German. Heft 5, has also argued in favor of a chief sexual period in the year of man, with secondary and even tertiary climaxes in March, August, and December. He finds that in some families, for several generations, birthdays tend to fall in the same months, but his paper is, on the whole, inconclusive. Some years ago, Professor J.B. Haycraft argued, on the basis of data furnished by Scotland, that the conception rate corresponds to the temperature curve. Haycraft, Physiological Results of the Temperature Variation, in Transactions of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, Volume 29, 1880. Temperature, he concluded, is the main factor regulating the variations in the number of conceptions which occur during the year. It increases their number with its elevation, and this on an average of 0.5% for an elevation of 1 degree Fahrenheit. Whether or not this theory may fit the facts as regards Scotland, it is certainly altogether untenable when we take a broader view of the phenomenon. Recently, Dr. Paul Gedecken of Copenhagen has argued in a detailed statistical study, translated from French, the reaction the agency under the influence of physical-chemical agents whether, in the Archives of Criminal Anthropology, February 1909, that the conception rate as well as the periodicity of suicide and allied phenomena is due to the action of the chemical rays on the unpigmented skin in the early spring, this action being physiologically similar to that of alcohol. He seeks thus to account for the marked and early occurrence of such periodic phenomena in Greenland and other northern countries, where there is much chemical reaction, owing to the clear air, in early spring, but little heat. This explanation would not cover an autumnal climax, the existence of which Gedecken denies. In order to obtain a fairly typical conception curve for Europe, and to allow variations of local habit and custom to some extent to annihilate each other, I have summated the figures given by Marr for about 250,000 births in Germany, France, and Italy, obtaining a curve of the conception chart which may be said roughly to be that of Europe generally. If we begin at September as the lowest point, we find an autumn rise culminating in the lesser maximum of Christmas, followed by a minor depression in January and February. Then comes the great spring rise, culminating in May, and followed after June by a rapid descent to the minimum. In Canada, see e.g. Report of the Registrar General of the Province of Ontario for 1904, the maximum and minimum of conceptions alike fall later than in Europe. The months of maximum conception are June, July, and August; of minimum conception, January, February, and March. June is the favorite month for marriage. It would be of some interest to know the conception curve for the well-to-do classes, who are largely free from the industrial and social influences which evidently to a great extent control the conception rate. It seems probable that the seasonal influence would here be specially well shown. The only attempt I have made in this direction is to examine a well-filled birthday book. The entries show a very high and equally maintained maximum of conceptions throughout April, May, and June, followed by a marked minimum during the next 3 months, and an autumn rise very strongly marked in November. There is no December rise. As will be seen, there is here a fairly exact resemblance to the yearly ecbolic curve of people in the same class. The inquiry needs, however, to be extended to a very much larger number of cases. Mr. John Douglas Brown of Philadelphia has kindly prepared and sent me, since the above was written, a series of curves showing the annual periodicity of births among the educated classes in the state of Pennsylvania, using the statistics as to 4,066 births contained in the biographical catalogue of matriculates of the College of the University of Pennsylvania. Mr. Brown has prepared 4 curves, the first covering the earliest period, 1757 to 1859, the second, the period 1860 to 1876, the third, 1877 to 1893, while the fourth presented the summated results for the whole period. The dates named are those of the entry of classes, and not of the actual occurrence of birth. A very definite and well-marked curve is shown, and the average number of births, not conception per day, for the whole period is as follows. There is thus a well-marked minimum of conceptions, a depression appearing here in each of the 3 periods separately, about the month of July. In the second period, however, which contains the smallest number of births, the minimum occurs in September. From that low minimum there is a steady and unbroken rise up to the chief maximum in November. In the first period, however, the maximum is delayed until January, and in the second period it is somewhat diffused. There is a tendency to a minor maximum in February, especially well marked in the third and most important period, and in the first period delayed until March. A very curious and perhaps not accidental coincidence might be briefly pointed out before we leave this part of the subject. It is found by taking 3,000 cases of children dying under 1 year that, among the general population, children born in February and September, and therefore conceived in May and December, appear to possess the greatest vitality; those born in June, and therefore conceived in September, the least vitality. As we have seen, May and December are precisely the periods when conceptions in Europe generally are at a maximum, and September is precisely the period when they are at a minimum, so that, if this coincidence is not accidental, the strongest children are conceived when there is the strongest tendency to procreate, and the feeblest children when that tendency is the feeblest. Nelson, in his study of dreams and their relation to the seasonal ecbolic manifestations, does not present any yearly ecbolic curve. As to the 2 years and a half over which his observations extend scarcely supplies sufficient basis. On examining his figures, however, I find there is a certain amount of evidence of a yearly rhythm. There are spring and autumn climaxes throughout, in February and in November. There is no December rise. During 1 year there is a marked minimum from May to September, though it is but slightly traceable in the succeeding year. These figures are too uncertain to prove anything, but as far as they go, they are in fair agreement with the much more extensive record, that of W.K., which I have already made use of in discussing the question of a monthly rhythm. This record, covering nearly 12 years, shows a general tendency when the year is divided into 4 periods, November-January, February-April, May-July, August-October, and the results summated to rise steadily throughout, from the minimum in the winter period to the maximum in the autumn period. This steady upward progress is not seen in each year taken separately. In 3 years there is a fall in passing from the November-January to the February-April quarter, always followed by the rise in the subsequent quarter. In 3 cases there is a fall in passing from the second to the third quarter, again always followed by a rise in the following quarter, and in 2 successive years there is a fall in passing from the third to the fourth quarter. If, however, beginning at the second year, we summate the results for each year with those from all previous years, a steady rise from season to season is seen throughout. If we analyze the data according to the months of the year, still more precise and interesting results, as shown in the curve, are obtained. 2 maximum points are seen, one in spring, March, one in April, October, or rather August-October, and each of these maximum points is followed by a steep and sudden descent to the minimum points in April and in December. If we compare this result with pericausts also extending over a long series of years, we find a marked similarity. In both alike there are spring and autumn maxima. In both, the autumn maximum is the highest, and in both also there is an intervening fall. In both cases again the maxima are followed by steep descents. But while in both the spring maximum occurs in March, in Pericaust's case the second maximum, though of precisely similar shape, occurs earlier, in June-September instead of August-October. In Pericaust's case, also, there is an apparently abnormal tendency, only shown in the more recent years of the record, to an additional maximum in January. The records certainly show far more points of agreement than of discrepancy, and by their harmony, as well with each other as to themselves, when the years are taken separately, certainly go far to prove that there is a very marked annual rhythm in the phenomena of seminal emissions during sleep, or as Nelson had termed it, the ecbolic curve. We see also that the great yearly organic climax of sexual effervescence corresponds with the period following harvest, which throughout the primitive world has been a season of sexual erethism and orgy. Though those customs have died out of our waking lives, they are still imprinted on our nervous texture, and become manifest during sleep. The fresh records that have reached me since the first edition of this book was published show well-marked annual curves, though each curve always has some slight personal peculiarities of its own.
The most interesting and significant is that of EM, covering 4 years. It is indicated by the following monthly frequencies summated for the 4 years. January 16, February 13, March 14, April 22, May 19, June 19, July 12, August 12, September 14, November 12, December 24. EM lives in India. April, May, and June are hot months, but not unhealthy, and during this season, moreover, he lives in the hills, under favorable conditions, getting plenty of outdoor exercise. July, August, and September are nearly as hot, but much damper and more trying. During these months, EM is living in the city, and his work is then also more exacting than at other times. September is the worst month of all. He has a short holiday at the end of it. During December, January, and February the climate is very fine, and EM's work is easier. It will be seen that his ecbolic curve corresponds to his circumstances and environment, although until he analyzed the record he had no idea any such relationship existed. Unfavorable climactic conditions and hard work, favorable conditions and lighter work, happen to coincide in his life, and the former depress the frequency of seminal emissions, the latter increase their frequency. At the same time, The curve is not out of harmony with the northern curves. This is what corresponds to a late spring April climax, and another still higher late autumn December climax. A very interesting point is the general resemblance of the ecbolic curves to the Indian conception curves as set forth by Hill. The conception curve is at its lowest point in December, and at the highest point in December-January, and this ecbolic curve follows it, except that both the minimum and maximum are reached a little earlier. When compared with the English annual ecbolic curves, WK and Perry-Coste, both spring and autumn maxima fall rather later, but all agree in representing the autumn rise as the chief climax. The annual curve of A.N., who lives in Indiana, USA, also covers 4 years. It presents the usual spring, May-June in this case, and autumn, September-October climaxes. The exact monthly results, summated for the 4 years, are given below. In order to allow for the irregular lengths of the months, I have reduced them to daily averages, for convenience treating the 4 years as 1 year. January 13.42, February 9.32, March 13.42, April 20.66, May 23.74, June 22.73, July 20.64, August 20.64, September 21.70, October 23.74, November 9.30, December 16.52. In his book on adolescence, Stanley Hall refers to 3 ecbolic records in his possession, all made by men who were doctors of philosophy, and all considering themselves normal. The best of these records was made by a virtuous, active, and able man, covering nearly 8 years. Stanley Hall thus summarizes the records, which are not presented in detail. The best of these records averages about 3.5 such experiences per month, the most frequent being 5.14 for July, and the least frequent 2.28 for September, for all the years taken together. There appears also to be a slight rise in April, and another in November, with a fall in December. The frequency varies in the different individuals. There was no tendency to a monthly cycle. In the best case, the minimum number for the year was 37, and the maximum 50. 59% of all were at the interval of a week or less, 40% at an interval of from 1 to 4 days, 34% at an interval from 8 to 17 days, the longest being 42 days. Poor condition, overwork, and undersleep led to infrequency. Early morning was the most common time. Normally there was a sense of distinct relief, but in low conditions or with overfrequency, depression. G.S. Hall, Adolescence, Volume 1, page 453. I may add that an anonymous article on nocturnal emissions from the American Journal of Psychology, January 1904, is evidently a fuller presentation of the first of Stanley Hall's 3 cases. It is the history of a healthy, unmarried, chaste man who kept a record of his nocturnal emissions and their accompanying dreams from the age of 30 to 38. In what American state he lived is not mentioned. He was ignorant of the existence of any previous records. The yearly average was 37 to 50, remaining fairly constant. The monthly average was 3.43. I reproduce the total results summated for the months separately, and I have worked out the daily average for each month, for convenience counting the summated 8 years as 1 year. January 27.87, February 27.94, March 27.87, April 31, 1.03, May 29.93, June 28.93, July 36, 1.16, August 25.81, September 18.60, October 27.87, November 30th, 1.0, December 24.77. Here, as in all the other curves we have been able to consider, we may see the usual 2 points of climax in spring and in autumn. The major climax covers April, May, June, and July. The minor autumnal climax is confined to November. In the light of the evidence which has thus accumulated, we may conclude that the existence of an annual ecbolic curve with its spring and autumn climaxes, as described in the first edition of this book, is now definitely established. If we are to believe, as these records tend to show, that the nocturnal and involuntary voice of the sexual impulse usually speaks at least as loudly in autumn as in spring, we are confronted by a certain divergence of the sleeping sexual impulse from the waking sexual instinct, as witnessed by the conception curve, and also, it may be added, by the general voice of tradition, and indeed of individual feeling, which concur, on the whole, in placing the chief epoch of sexual activity in spring and early summer, more especially as regards women. It is not impossible to reconcile the contradiction, assuming it to be real. I will refrain here from suggesting the various explanations which arise. We need a broader basis of facts. There are many facts to show that early spring and, to a certain extent, autumn are periods of visible excitement, mainly sexual in character. We have already seen that among Eskimo menstruation and sexual desire they occur chiefly in spring, but the cases are known of healthy women in temperate climes who only menstruate twice a year, and in such cases the menstrual epochs appear to be usually in spring and autumn. Such, at all events, was the case in a girl of 20 whose history has been recorded by Dr. Mary Wenck of Philadelphia. She menstruated first when 15 years old. 16 months later the flow again appeared for the second time, and lasted 3 weeks without cessation. Since then, for 5 years, she menstruated during March and September only, each time for 3 weeks, the flow being profuse, but not exhaustingly so, without pain or systemic disturbance. Examination revealed perfectly normal uterus and ovarian organs. Treatment, accompanied by sitz baths during the time of the month the flow should appear, accomplished nothing. The semi-annual flow continued, and the girl seemed in excellent health. It is a remarkable fact, as noted by Dr. Hamilton Way at Elmira, sexual outbursts among prisoners appear to occur at about March and October. Beginning with the middle of February, writes Dr. Way in a private letter, and continuing for about 2 months, is the season of ascending sexual wave, also the latter half of September and the month of October. We are now, March 30th, in the midst of a wave. According to Chinese medicine, it is the spring which awakens human passions. In early Greek tradition, spring and summer were noted as the time of greatest wantonness. In the season of toilsome summer, says Hesiod, Works and Days, 6, page 569-90, the goats are fattest, wine is best, women most wanton, and men weakest. It was so also in the experience of the Romans. Pliny, Natural History, Book 7, chapter 43, states that when the asparagus blooms and the cicada sings loudest, it is the season when women are most amorous, but men are least inclined to pleasure. Paulus Aeginata said that hysteria especially abounds during spring and autumn in lascivious girls and sterile women, while more recent observers have believed that hysteria is particularly difficult to treat in autumn. Aribasius, in the Synopsis, Library 1, Capital 6, quotes from Rufus to the effect that sexual feeling is most strong in spring, and least so in summer. Rebellius said that it was in March that the sexual impulse is strongest, referring this to the early warmth of spring, and that August is the month least favorable to sexual activity. Nifo, in his book on love dedicated to Joan of Aragon, discussed the reasons why women are more lustful and amorous in summer, and men in winter. Vinet, in his Génération de l'Homme, harmonized somewhat conflicting statements with the observation that spring is the season of love for both men and women. In summer, women are more amorous than men. In autumn, men revive to some extent, but are still oppressed by the heat, which, sexually, has a less depressing effect on women. There is probably a real element of truth in this view, and both extremes of heat and cold may be regarded as unfavorable to masculine virility. It is highly probable that the well-recognized tendency of piles to become troublesome in spring and in autumn is due to increased sexual activity. Piles are favored by congestion, and sexual excitement is the most powerful cause of sudden congestion in the genito-anal region. Erasmus Darwin called attention to the tendency of piles to recur about the equinoxes in Zoonomia, section 36. And since his days, Gatt, Bonavia, and Cullimore have correlated this periodicity with sexual activity. Laycock, quoting the opinions of some earlier authorities as to the prevalence of sexual feeling in spring, stated that the popular opinion appears to be founded on fact, from Nervous Diseases of Women, page 69. I find that many people, and perhaps especially women, confirm from their own experience the statement that sexual feeling is strongest in spring and summer. Weichmann states that pollutions are most common in spring, being perhaps the first to make that statement, and also nymphomania. In the 18th century, Schurig recorded a case of extreme and lifelong sexual desire in a woman whose salacity was always at its height towards the festival of St. John, in Gynecologia, page 16. A correspondent in the Argentine Republic writes to me that on big estancias, where we have a good many shepherds, nearly always married, or rather, I should say, living with some woman, for our standard of morality is not very high in these parts, we always look out for trouble in springtime, as it is a very common thing at this season for wives to leave their husbands and go live with some other man. A corresponding tendency has been noted even among children. Thus, Sanford Bell, in The Emotion of Love Between the Sexes, American Journal of Psychology, July 1902, remarks, "The season of the year seems to have its effect upon the intensity of the motion of sex love among children. One teacher, from Texas, who furnished me with 76 cases, said that he had noticed in the matter of love children seem fairly to break out in the springtime. Many of the others who reported incidentally mentioned the love affairs as beginning in spring. This also agrees with my own observations. Crichton Browne remarks that children in springtime exhibit restlessness, excitability, perversity, and indisposition to exertion that are not displayed at other times. This condition, sometimes known as spring fever, has been studied in over 100 cases, both children and adults, by Klein. The majority of these report a feeling of tiredness, languor, lassitude, sometimes restlessness, sometimes drowsiness. There is often a feeling of suffocation, and a longing for nature and fresh air and daydreams, while work seems distasteful and unsatisfactory. Change is felt to be necessary at all costs, and sometimes there is a desire to begin some new plan of life. In both sexes there is frequently a wave of sexual emotion, a longing for love. Klein also found by examination of a very large number of cases that between the ages of 4 and 17 it is in spring that running away from home most often occurs. He suggests that this whole group of phenomena may be due to the shifting of metabolic processes from the ordinary grooves into reproductive channels, and seeks to bring it into connection with the migrations of animals for reproductive purposes. End of the Phenomena of Sexual Periodicity, Part 3, Section 2. Read by Christopher Most.